Come one, come all, it's time for the blue fluffy dragon stream. It's Kaito, destiny dragon, the fluffy blue dragon that gives hugs and cuddles all around. Enjoy the chill vibes as he travels through the gaming world. Traveling through crafting sandbox, survival strategy, shooter, mecha, and fantasy gaming worlds. See the fluffy blue dragon gaming till he falls asleep from his sleep apnea. Chat hitting his redeems to wake him up. His kitty cat kids terrorizing him as he games. Enjoy the random silly craziness he has with friends and fellow streamers. Am I asleep? Is this a dream? Falling through the abyss to the void. Move, wake up. 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 Awaken and release the dragon within. Unleash the power of the primes. Take the fight to the scourge. Fight for the living, remember the fallen. Never give up, never surrender. Awaken, awaken. Fight aces. Elemental dragon, set go. I snap open in the black, no light, no ground, just crack. Gravity's lie, souls on the rack, heartbeats attack. Shadows whisper, stay down, fade out, but the fire shouts back. Primes ignite, veins burn wide, no turning back. Move, wake up, break the dream. Move, wake up, shatter the scheme. Fight to protect, fend off the scourgers. Keep fighting battles in this endless war. Stores of thunder, claws of storm, breath of primal core. Awaken, why you sense? Elemental dragon, Senkai. Never give up, never surrender.
Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Kaito, and the Surfer Dragon. We'll be doing some Pal World to change things up for a bit. And I'll probably be going back to Arc a bit later. Yeah, sorry for the very delayed late stream. I've just been very tired and recovering a lot today. No, it's not today, it's the next day now. But yeah. Kitty Cat, why do you have to be up here right now? Me scratch you, make me pet you,
Pokemon community game A Wild
up.
Gourgeist appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
But anywho, we will be doing Pal World. I've made a randomizer session. So, yep, this will be lots of fun, lovely chaos to go on with. Still trying to feel better and whatnot. The blah moods crawling in.
Is there a rush? Is there like a story in Rush or something? I don't know. I've never really
So, anywho,
it's really fun. I posted a little dragon in your thing.
there.
In your Discord. Ooh, okay. Yeah, there's some really cool maps as well, and then there's some like awesome kind of medieval kind of feeling of some maps and stuff like. And one of the newer ones there's like Viking map or like magical and everything like that. They literally have like realms you can go to, and there's one that's Asgard literally. Oh, that's fun. That's really cool. And then also the
All right, and let's see. We got some watch here.
Pokemon community game Gourgeist escaped. No one caught it.
Oh wait, we were supposed to save. Oh yeah. Save and raid. And yet here we are.
All right, we can watch too while I play. So please enjoy it.
The hero had thought about how he didn't have enough power to defeat an A-rank monster. He had told Freya that, but also said that if they fought together this time, they might actually succeed. The girl had reassured Ike, saying they could win and somehow make it through. All of this had happened in the kingdom of Graia, inside a high-level dungeon called the Scepter's Labyrinth. It had been known as a 7-floor dungeon.
I had to run and grab a few things.
Their target this time had been the lowest grade magic stone, which
could
be found on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, spawning into a bunch of bullshit.
The warrior Ruito, the sorceress Yoon, the monk Moner, their leader, the hero Nod, and the puppeteer Ike. They had been the only adventurer group in the city. Ike had been accepted into the team mostly out of sympathy, since the puppeteer class had been considered the weakest, so he had usually been given simple tasks. Nod had swung his sword while fighting goblins, and had announced that the 3rd floor was already cleared. Ike had thought about how, during the cleanup, they had easily defeated the Supreme Goblin boss along with dozens of regular goblins. Nod had bragged that with his holy sword, those goblins had been no stronger than bugs. Then he had turned to Ike and mentioned that the magic stones were lying around, asking him to collect them since no one else would bother. He had added that Ike should at least be able to handle that much, and had laughed loudly. Yun had thought Nod seemed to be in a good mood again. Moner had told Ike he hadn't done anything useful that day, so he shouldn't expect any share of the rewards, though he could keep those small stones since Moner was feeling generous. Nod had asked why Ike stayed quiet and had told him not to get upset over other people's achievement. Ike had replied that he had nothing to say. The leader had commented that, as expected, a puppeteer like Ike had no better role than this, since everyone knew how weak he was. Nod had then shouted at the team, asking what they were standing around for and telling them to gather the stones too. Ruito had answered that he understood and had joked that Nod shouldn't slack off either. Ike had thought about how magic stones stored magical energy. The ones in that room hadn't been very valuable, but they had still been necessary to complete the quest. He had believed that once they finished collecting stones on that floor, the mission would be done. Then someone had sensed something strange. Ike had asked the leader what was wrong. Nod had replied that a strong magical presence was coming from the wall. As he had approached it, Ike had shouted for him to stop, warning that there might be a transfer spell there. But Nod had already gotten too close, and suddenly the whole team had been pulled in after him. When Ike had opened his eyes, Ruito had asked what had happened. Nod had said in shock that they were on the 5th floor. Then he had shouted that a Minotaur was there, an A-rank monster. Ike had remembered hearing about rare dungeon traps that teleported people to different areas. Nod's carelessness had caused this disaster. Ike had realized everyone had little mana left and they were trapped. He had wondered what they could possibly do now. Nod had panicked and had run away from the group, shouting as he fled. Ruito had yelled after him, asking where he was going. He had begged him not to abandon them. Meanwhile, the Minotaur had already started approaching Ike. Ike had thought their only option was to run, so he had shouted for everyone else to escape too, calling out to Freya. Freya had been Ike's warrior puppet. At first glance, she had looked just like a real human, but she hadn't been able to think or speak, and she had only acted on Ike's commands. The Minotaur's attack had come crashing down between Freya and Ike. Ike had yelled for the puppet to strike its legs. Freya had rushed forward, and the Minotaur had swung its massive fist down with full force. She had dodged and slashed at its feet with her sword. The monster had roared loudly. Ike had noticed it wasn't moving properly and had realized this was their chance. He had shouted to Freya that they should run, but the Minotaur's leg had quickly healed. Ike had been shocked that it regenerated so fast, and it had become obvious that it truly was an A-rank monster. He had told Freya they had almost caught up with Nod, but then he had realized she couldn't understand his words anyway. The team had continued running from the Minotaur, with Ike and Freya falling behind the others. Suddenly, the monster had grabbed the puppet, but Freya had thrown a punch in response. Ike had worried because it seemed the monster was targeting her. The Minotaur had tried attacking again, but the puppet had dodged. Ike had thought they couldn't let themselves get cornered. Looking around, he had spotted a faint light ahead and had shouted that the exit was close and they were almost there. They had reached a stone bridge. Ike had figured there should be stairs on the other side leading to the next floor. He had believed that once they crossed into that passage, they might finally escape. At the same time, he had realized that falling from the bridge would mean certain death. When he had looked down, he couldn't even see the bottom. Determined, Ike had shouted to Freya that they were almost across and just needed to keep retreating. He had assumed the Minotaur wouldn't be able to fit through the narrow passage beyond the bridge. The rest of the team had already reached the other side, but Nod had suddenly gone in the opposite direction. Yoon had asked what he was doing. Nod had drawn his sword, activated the divine blade, and struck the bridge with tremendous force. The impact had been so powerful that Ike hadn't immediately understood what was happening. Yoon had shouted at him, asking what he was doing. Nod had yelled back for her to shut up, saying they couldn't defeat the monster, so he would drop it into the abyss instead. Ike had been horrified. He had shouted for Nod to wait, reminding him that he and Freya hadn't crossed yet. Cracks had started spreading across the bridge. Nod had shouted at Ike to stay quiet. He had mocked Freya, asking what she even was and what kind of fool would give a doll a name. He had yelled that Ike and his puppet had been a burden from the beginning, and that their only usefulness had been distracting the monster. He had said Ike should feel honored to die, saving the rest of them. Ike had been stunned. He had thought about how he was just a puppeteer, the weakest class of all, and how he had never had the strength to truly fight back. He had thought that all he could really do was give commands to his puppet. Still, despite being weak, he had always tried his best for the sake of the team. Ike had wondered what he and Freya meant in Nod's eyes, and he had realized that to Nod, they had probably always been nothing more than a burden. His thoughts had been interrupted when the Minotaur roared loudly and swung at Freya. Ike had suddenly realized he hadn't given her any instructions. He had remembered that a puppeteer's role in a party was usually to use puppets as bait. The bridge had been close to collapsing, and he had thought that if he abandoned Freya and
Kaito Destiny semi_truck K. Welcome to my channel.
Okay, Kitty, come on.
At Kaito Destiny semi_truck K. Welcome to my channel.
I get it. You want to cuddle and you want to get pets. I love you,
away from
but
the monster's attack.
you can't be moving my keyboard.
Smashed into the bridge, causing it to crack even more.
It's in my truck.
Then
Hello
everything
and
had
welcome.
started collapsing beneath them.
Welcome to
The
my
bridge
Pal
had
World
finally
Madness.
broken apart, and they had begun
Now I
falling
got another
into the
kitty here.
abyss. While falling, Ike had thought about how he had once
Alright,
dreamed
let's
of
go get some
becoming a great
pals.
adventurer. He had remembered how he had prepared for that future. But when he turned 10, he had been assigned the puppeteer class instead. Even though he had faced constant teasing and bullying, he had continued trying his hardest. He had seen how others treated puppets like nothing more than tools, but he had always wanted to protect his. He had wondered if he could ever feel proud of such an unfair class. As he fell, badly injured, he had thought he was going to die. At least, he had been relieved that Freya wasn't hurt. Suddenly, he had noticed something the Minotaur had been falling behind them. The monster had grabbed a huge rock and hurled it toward them. Ike had been shocked that it was still attacking even while falling. He had immediately thought he wouldn't let it hurt Freya. Without hesitation, he had turned his body to shield her. The attack had slammed into the back of his head. He had felt intense pain, and warm blood had started running down. At that moment, the requirements had been fulfilled, and his puppeteer class had evolved into Puppet Master. His puppets had gained their own will, and all his abilities had increased. Ike's vision had faded, and he had lost consciousness. When he had woken up, the first thing he had felt was pain. Then he had realized he had no idea where he was. He had remembered the mission, the Minotaur, the collapsing bridge, and falling into the abyss. His heart had raced as he wondered what had happened to Freya. Someone had suddenly said he had finally woken up. Ike had turned his head, and a girl had called out to him. He had seen a beautiful, strong-looking girl with hair as red as flames. For some reason, she had felt familiar. He had thought he couldn't be mistaken and had spent so much time with her. Looking shocked, he had asked if she was Freya. She had smiled brightly, happily confirming that she was, and had reached her hand out to him. Ike had taken her hand, thinking that this meeting would change his life and that he would one day become the strongest puppeteer in the world. At that moment, he hadn't realized it yet, but the puppeteer class had originally been meant for scouting enemies or acting as bait. Small puppets had only been useful for distracting foes or supporting allies, while the puppeteer himself hadn't even been able to attack because he lacked combat skills.
Really?
Most puppeteers had been forced to sacrifice their puppets for the team's survival, but Ike had never wanted to accept that reality. He had known puppets were said to have no will or emotions, and that many people treated them like toys. Still, Freya had always been different to him. He had believed that if he wished for it, she would fight alongside him,
Okay,
even if
running
others
up.
saw her as just an emotionless tool. He had never been able to treat her that way.
500 there,
Winning
so that should be
battles
good
had
on
never
work
mattered
speed.
to him as much as her safety. He couldn't stand seeing her get hurt. Because of that, he had decided he wanted to fight too, not just command from behind. He had remembered how he had trained hard, even asking other adventurers to teach him. Many people had mocked
Okay.
him and failed to understand his
Fucking
beliefs.
one health
Even if
difference.
his
Kaito
skills had
Destiny
been
Anka
limited, he had
70,
chosen to fight
welcome to
together
my
with his
channel.
puppet as an equal
Anka,
partner.
Kaito
hello,
Destiny
welcome.
Anka 70, welcome
But
to
he had
my
still
channel.
cared for her
For all the
deeply.
viewers
He
who
had
are currently
grown up with
watching
her
and
and had
lurking, my
loved
name
her
is
with
Kaito
all his
Destiny.
heart.
I am the Booth of
Now, as he looked at
here.
Freya
I'm
standing in
currently
front of him,
playing
he had
Pal
realized
World
that the doll before
on
him
a
actually had a
randomized
heart.
world.
He had
So
told her
yeah,
that she had
enjoy my
truly
fate,
developed
chaos,
consciousness.
and
She had
pain and
nodded,
suffering.
saying it was all thanks to him and that she had always dreamed of having a conversation like this. Ike had responded thoughtfully, and she had explained that
Oh,
dolls
boy.
normally didn't have awareness, at least not the others. He had agreed,
Oh my god.
explaining that puppets moved only because of spells embedded in their bodies. Freya had confirmed it. Ike had realized that meant she was no longer a soulless doll meant to be used as a tool. Freya had told him she had seen how he always cared for her and protected her from danger.
There's a fluffy
Because
one!
of that,
Got
feelings
it.
like happiness had gradually started becoming clearer to her. He had remembered that the voice he heard before passing out had sounded similar to the system voice people heard when receiving a class. He had known classes could evolve, and it had seemed that his had done exactly that. Ike had realized he had upgraded his puppeteer class and gained new abilities. Feeling grateful, he had thanked Freya, and she had laughed, saying there was no need. After a moment, Ike had come back to his senses
Gotcha.
and wondered what he had been thinking about. He had said he wished he knew which floor they were on. He had remembered that the dungeon had 7 floors in total, and he had been certain they were now somewhere below the 3rd floor. Turning to Freya, he had asked if she knew how far they had fallen. He had explained that he had lost consciousness during the fall. She had replied that she remembered studying the map earlier. Ike had asked if that was true, and she had
Headshot.
confirmed it, saying that she had said that she had only managed to roughly figure out how far they had fallen. She had woken up while they were still dropping and had tried to protect him during the fall. Ike had realized that meant he had survived only because Freya saved him. He had told her she had saved his life and had thanked her sincerely. But the girl had shaken her head and had said it should be the other way around, that she should be thanking him. She had thanked him for always protecting her and had said she was happy she could finally say those words. Ike had thought it was the
Mate.
first time anyone had ever praised him so honestly, and he had felt genuinely happy. Freya had said she believed they had fallen about 2 floors down, And while falling, she had only seen one bridge. Ike had concluded that meant they weren't on the 5th floor anymore. He had thought that although they had avoided the worst outcome, their situation was still far from safe. The rest of his team had been rank B, and even they would have struggled on the 5th floor. He himself had only been rank C, so escaping to the outside with just their strength had seemed impossible. He had thought that maybe if they avoided strong monsters, they might still find a way out. But his thoughts had suddenly been interrupted when Freya shouted a warning. She had yelled for him to be careful because a club had been swinging down toward his head. He had barely managed to dodge in time. She had quickly asked if he was okay,
actually a good
and he had answered that he was,
anime
though they had been unlucky to run into such a monster so soon. Ike had recognized it as a rank B monster, a supreme orc. He had thought they hadn't even had time to understand their situation yet, and had already encountered something that strong. Realizing there was probably no other choice, he had started drawing his sword. He had shouted for Freya to move forward, and had tried to activate his skill. But before he could even finish, Freya had already rushed into battle on her own. Ike had been completely shocked. She had leaped
dodged that
forward
one.
and had appeared right in front of the orc in an instant. With one clean swing of her sword, she had cut through its neck. The orc's head had fallen to the ground before it even realized what happened. Freya had landed gracefully.
Pokemon
and a
community
bright glow
game a
had
wild
appeared in front of
Kudafly
them.
appears
She had
catch it
turned
using
toward Ike with
Poke
excitement,
Catch.
and had
Winners
happily
revealed in
said she
90s.
won. Ike had stood there in disbelief. Freya had said she
Oh,
felt
this might
power
hurt. This might hurt.
overflowing inside her.
Nope, I'm fine.
Like she could do anything. She had mentioned how easily she had cut down the orc, and had confidently said she could defeat any enemy that stood in their way. She had been holding a crystal while celebrating her victory. Ike had wondered how she managed to defeat such a strong monster in a single blow. He had thought it was
Caramel
probably
cotton
because
candy?
his level had increased, but that couldn't have been the only reason. Maybe it had something to do with Freya's own unique abilities. At that moment, she had been glowing with happiness, and Ike had thought again that she truly was a special
I got
puppet
2
made
slots
just for
left.
him.
Fuck.
Freya had asked where they should go next, but Ike had suddenly realized something important. He had said that she might not even be using her full strength yet because she had been his puppet. She had looked confused and had asked what he meant. Ike had explained that when he had been weak, she hadn't been able to reach her full potential either. But now that he had leveled up, she was no longer just his puppet, she had gained new powers. Freya had immediately protested, loudly saying that wasn't true. Ike had tried to respond, but she had continued, explaining that whenever she fought under his leadership, she had always felt how much he cared about her. He had protected her and had never given reckless orders that would risk her life. Ike had turned toward her and had said that her safety had always been the most important thing to him. Freya had replied that was exactly why she had always been able to fight with full strength.
Pokemon community
She had
game
asked if he
Kudafly
really thought it was
escaped.
because he was weak.
No one
She
caught
had
it.
insisted that wasn't the case at all. Ike had remembered how people used to laugh at him, saying protecting a doll was pointless. But Freya had always believed in him and had been ready to support him no matter what. He had realized he didn't need anything more than that. He had thanked her again, and she had looked pleased. Then she had asked what he had been thinking about earlier. Ike had said he had been wondering why she had suddenly become stronger. Freya had replied that she would always fight for him. Ike had said that once they returned safely, they should test a theory he had in mind. He had asked her to explain what she meant when she said she felt overflowing with power. Freya had looked surprised, and had said it felt like the source of power inside her body had doubled, and the strength she could draw from it kept increasing. Ike had nodded, saying that matched what he suspected. He had then used his analysis skill while observing her carefully. After a moment, he had said he could feel it, her body was generating magic on its own. Freya had asked again about the magic, and Ike had confirmed it. He had explained that when his class had leveled up, her body had changed too. Freya had admitted she didn't fully understand everything, but she had said she felt amazing. Ike had joked that another change was that she talked non-stop now. She had laughed and had replied that she was just happy she could finally talk to him. Ike had looked at her closely and had thought that, on the outside, she hadn't changed much. She still looked like the same Freya doll, but there had been a huge difference. She was no longer the lifeless toy everyone thought she was. He had remembered that normally a puppet couldn't move unless the puppeteer supplied magic power, but Freya had been moving on her own now. He had realized that her body contained both his magic and her own. That meant she could use 2 sources of magic at the same time, Freya had asked, a little excited, if that meant she was now twice as strong. He had said that it really did seem that way. The girl had replied excitedly that it was amazing and that she felt incredible. She had added that it was exactly what you would expect from her master, since he had figured everything out so quickly. Ike had responded that it had only been a guess. Freya had happily run ahead, and he had just sighed and followed. He had thought that no matter what, they shouldn't lose hope. Even if they were stuck on the 5th floor, there still had to be a way out. There had been no point wasting time or energy worrying. He had decided they should just keep moving. Turning to Freya, he had told her they were heading back to the surface. He had explained that they would avoid fighting monsters as much as possible, and had asked if she would help him. She had agreed immediately with a bright smile. Ike had said that in that case, they should go, and he had taken her hand as they started walking. The dungeon had looked abandoned. The stone walls had been cracked, with plants growing through them. Ike had been amazed by how huge the place was, and had warned that they needed to be careful not to get lost. Suddenly, he had noticed something. Freya had turned toward him while holding a small lizard in her hand. Ike had quickly told her to stay quiet and let it go. He had whispered that there were monsters nearby. They had hidden behind a wall and had carefully peeked out. Ike had recognized them as higher orcs. After checking again, he had said they were gone and that he had confirmed it using his search skill. Freya had asked what search meant and whether it was one of his abilities. Ike had nodded, explaining that the skill allowed him to detect nearby enemies. She had wondered how he had known monsters were there and had commented that he had so many skills and was really amazing. Ike had replied modestly that he had other abilities too and would explain them later. She had happily agreed, saying she wanted to hear everything. Ike had thought about how the puppeteer class actually had many unique skills.
It's
like
a bell
magical
taming
throat,
ghost.
which allowed him to supply magic
Chaos.
to his puppet
Whoa,
through
hey.
invisible threads. He had remembered
you
that
get
search
caught.
was usually a thief-type ability, but no matter how much he had trained, he had never been able to raise borrowed skills beyond a low level. While he had struggled to learn new things, others had been improving much faster. Still, he had believed that he and his team would fight together one day. Now he had realized that all the effort he put in back then was helping him survive. With Freya beside him, he had felt he could finally reach his true potential. They had reached the entrance of a larger rift. Freya had looked surprised and had pointed ahead, saying this place felt different.
Kaito Destiny
Ike had
to
told
had
her to stay back
77.
and had looked
Welcome to my
carefully.
channel.
He had noticed fur and
At
claw
Kaito
marks
Destiny
scattered
to
around.
had 77.
Inside the room,
Welcome to my
there had been
channel.
monsters that looked like
Little
wolves.
bit
Ike had
upper.
recognized them immediately and had said in surprise that they were two-tailed beasts. The creatures had turned toward them with hungry, aggressive eyes.
Hello,
Ike had
and
said they
welcome.
needed to deal with them quickly. He had remembered that two-tailed beasts used their tails like weapons and could tear victims apart. Their speed
Drop
and
the-
sudden attacks had made them extremely
Don't need
dangerous
them right
rank B
now.
monsters. He
Cool.
had decided that if they worked together, they could handle it. He had mentioned that there were 3 enemies, which put them at a disadvantage. Freya had suddenly pointed at a glowing wall nearby. Ike had realized something and had thought that with her strength, defeating them might actually be easier than expected. He had turned to her and had said he had a plan. After quickly discussing it, she had said she understood and was ready. Freya had leaped forward,
Okay,
confusing the
I
monsters. In an
really
instant,
need
she
to
had
find a
appeared
basic
right in front of them. All 3 beasts had rushed toward her. She had swung her sword, and one of them had taken the hit. The creature had become furious. Freya had shouted that she had taken one down first, and that the surprise attack had worked. Ike had warned her to stay careful, because the others would be more alert now. The remaining beasts had charged at her with threatening growls. One had tried to pounce, and she had swung her sword again, but the attack had missed. Freya had admitted they were fast, and that she needed to try harder. Ike had thought about how two-tailed beasts relied on speed and attacked with their sharp tails. Freya had said she couldn't even find the right moment to strike.
That's a
Ike had realized that
swordfish.
since she had already killed one, her speed wasn't inferior to theirs. Still, defeating them wouldn't be easy. He had raised his hand and had
Ooh,
launched
Greyhound.
flames toward them. The
Like that
attacks
one.
had struck both monsters directly, slightly burning their fur.
egg.
Ike had thought that if he had more talent, they would have taken heavier damage. But his goal hadn't been to defeat them, it had been to draw their attention. One of the beasts had swung its tail toward him. Ike had activated body reinforcement and had thought that he had already figured out their movement patterns.
Oh,
while watching the
hello.
fight. He had
That's a new one.
skillfully
That's a
dodged
new
their
one. I
attacks
want to see
and
the
had
new one.
confidently said they couldn't touch him. Freya had used the opportunity to counterattack. She had said firmly that her master had created an opening for her, and she couldn't waste it. With a single powerful strike, she had cut off both beasts' heads. Crystals had dropped from their bodies. Freya had turned to Ike happily and had said they did great. Ike had smiled and had told her she did an amazing job. They had celebrated with a high five. Even though he had wanted to feel happy too,
Dragon.
something had been bothering him.
Me the
There had
dragon.
been a strange glow coming from the wall. They had walked closer, and Freya had asked what it was. Ike had replied that it was a magic stone, one that contained an enormous amount of magical energy. He had explained that magic stones were divided into 4 classes: small, medium, large, and supreme, and that the one in front of them belonged to the 2nd class. He had added that it was a very high-quality stone. Freya had replied that she didn't really understand all the details, but it still looked impressive. She had mentioned that they had already collected 13 stones and had asked if selling them would be enough to buy a nice outfit. Ike had said that was true, but he had no intention of selling them. She had looked surprised, and he had explained that they would need the stones to get out of the dungeon by using them to restore their magic. Freya had agreed, and had said that escaping should be their top priority. Ike had suggested they should find a path leading to the 4th floor. Suddenly, they had heard a heavy noise. Both of them had been confused, but Ike had realized it sounded like footsteps shaking the ground. He had wondered if it really could be him on the 5th floor. Freya had said it was, and Ike had confirmed there was no doubt. He had admitted he hadn't expected to run into him again so soon. Then they had seen huge hands appear. It had been the Minotaur. The monster had stepped out in front of them, its eyes full of rage, and had let out a loud roar. The shockwave alone had forced the heroes to dodge. Freya had asked if the Minotaur had gotten stronger. Ike had replied that it had, and it even seemed to be absorbing magic from the walls around them. He had explained that the Minotaur had originally been the boss of the 5th floor, which meant they were probably inside its territory. He had thought that the room it came from might actually lead to the exit. Ike had shouted toward the monster, saying it had been a while since they last met, and had decided they would defeat it this time. Both of them had prepared to fight. He had told Freya they needed to take it down before it gathered more energy. Freya had charged forward.
I'm not from a shipwreck. I'm from a shipwreck that made me Isekai over here.
But she had managed to jump back in time. She had realized it was already much stronger than before.
I think I already
Still,
have it captured too.
she had rushed in again with a shout. The monster had swung its weapon, but she had yelled that it wouldn't beat her so easily and had slashed across its chest. Ike had been shocked that she managed to wound it. Watching her movements, he had thought that right now, she might even be capable of defeating an A-rank monster. The Minotaur had screamed and had begun attacking repeatedly, but Freya had dodged each
dragon.
Ike had noticed that its movements were actually simple and predictable. The monster had suddenly gripped its weapon tightly and had slammed it into the ground. Ike had shouted a warning,
On my
telling
way,
Freya
Robin
to
Hood.
watch out.
I want the dragon.
The impact had spread in every direction. Freya had asked if he was okay, and he had replied that he couldn't stand properly anymore. The Minotaur had already closed the distance. Ike had refused to let it reach her. He had used a decoy skill, drawing the monster's attention toward himself. The Minotaur had turned and had stared directly at him. Ike had thought that was exactly what he wanted. No matter the monster's rank, he had sworn he wouldn't let it touch Freya. He had shouted for her to move while he distracted it. The Minotaur had rushed toward him. Freya had yelled his name. Ike had been holding a crystal in his hand and had remembered how he nearly got hurt earlier. But this time had been different. He had activated his flame skill, forming a blazing fireball and launching it straight at the monster. Freya had been shocked by the power. The flames had hit the Minotaur, and it had screamed in pain. Ike had shouted that now was her chance. Suddenly, intense pain had shot through his body, and he had collapsed to the ground. He had realized the recoil came from using magic beyond his limits. Freya had called out to him in panic, but he had insisted he was fine, and had told her to focus on the enemy. The Minotaur had started recovering, so Ike had forced himself to keep using his skills. He had shouted again, activating another decoy. The monster had turned toward him once more. Freya had used that opening to attack. The Minotaur had noticed her and had tried to switch targets, but Ike had pulled it back again with another lure. Over and over, he had drawn its attention, giving Freya chances to strike. With a loud scream, Freya had slashed across the monster's stomach. Blood had poured out, and the Minotaur had staggered, almost powerless. She had looked surprised at how much damage she caused, but suddenly, the monster had lashed out and had sent her flying with a powerful blow. Ike had looked at it while gripping another crystal. He had shouted and had unleashed flames again, yelling that it wasn't over yet. The Minotaur had screamed horribly. Ike had realized he needed one more attack, but the crystal had slipped from his hand and had fallen to the ground. He had thought they were so close to winning, but he had no strength left. The monster had growled and had stomped toward him menacingly, sitting there in front of it.
Oh shit,
Kaito
I'm out of...
Destiny Colonel Frostuns. Welcome to my channel.
The Minotaur had prepared to strike, Freya
At
had
Kaito
suddenly
Destiny
appeared in
Colonel
front of him and
Frostuns.
had blocked the
Welcome to
attack.
my channel.
She had shouted that she wouldn't allow it, and had countered with her sword. She had called out his name. Ike had raised the crystal again, even though he had already used up almost all his strength. Freya had grabbed his shoulder to support him. He had closed his eyes, pressed the stone against himself, and had used his flames one final time. The Minotaur's body had begun shrinking and had slowly disappeared. Freya had shouted with joy that they had won. Ike had agreed, Feeling overwhelmed with relief, exhausted, he had fallen
Okay,
forward onto
I'm just
She
going
had
on
looked
a
surprised, but had laughed happily,
gaming
saying they
spree
did
here,
great.
and it's like
Smiling,
I should be
the
getting
two
a
of them
base.
had hugged each other.
Like,
He had released the flames with a shout, and Freya had watched in shock as the monster disappeared inside the burning fire. When the flames faded, a magic stone had dropped right in front of them. Both of them had stared at it in amazement. Freya had said cheerfully that they really did it and had succeeded. Ike had agreed, saying he was happy too. But the next moment, all his strength had left him, and he had collapsed to the ground. Freya had panicked and had called out to him in fear. At that same time, back in the Adventurers Guild, Nod had been angrily demanding to know why
the
their
fuck
assignment
is
hadn't
that
been
thing?
accepted. He had thrown the stones onto the table and had shouted that all 10 stones were there. The guild administrator, Isa, had calmly replied that although the number was correct, she had already explained they wouldn't be able to sell them. She had pointed out that half of them had large cracks and were unusable. She had added that if they had brought higher quality stones, the request could have been completed, but the current ones couldn't be accepted. Nod had slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He had thought about how, during the boss fight, he had used his holy blade and some of the magic stones had fallen out of the bag. He'd already been low on magic power, so he had used the remaining
Pokemon
stones to
community
restore
game A
himself,
Wild
which
Toad
had
School
caused them to
appears
crack.
catch it using
Isa had asked if
Poke
they could bring
Catch.
the missing
Winners
stones
revealed
before
in
sunset.
90s.
Nod had been shocked. She had explained that if they didn't return in time, the guild would mark the mission as a failure. Nod had turned away, saying he didn't care and that she could do whatever she wanted. He had shouted that they had just returned from the dungeon and had asked if she expected them to go back immediately. He had added that the penalty for failing such a quest would be small anyway. Yoon had responded sharply, saying things might have been different if someone hadn't triggered the trap. Nod had turned back in surprise and had asked if she was blaming him. She had replied that he was the one who got caught in it, and destroying the bridge hadn't helped either. Nod had yelled for her to shut up, saying he had no other choice and that the rest of them hadn't been much help either. Yun had become angry, and Nod had started blaming everything on Ike in his mind. He had thought it was all the fault of that useless puppeteer. If Ike had acted as bait properly, they could have completed the mission. He had even regretted bringing him along in the first place. Then Nod had suddenly remembered something. He had turned back to Issa and had casually said that Ike was dead. She had looked confused and had asked him to repeat that. Nod had said Ike had died because he was incompetent, and that was the reason the mission failed. Isa had asked if he was joking, clearly worried. Nod had insisted it was true and had asked the others to confirm it. They had stayed silent. Isa had been shocked. Nod had noticed she seemed close to Ike and had told her to prepare the paperwork for a deceased party member before leaving. Later, Nod had entered a tavern
Pokemon
and
community
sat down
game
at a
Toad
table.
School
Burrito
escaped.
had asked if they were
No
really
one
just
caught
going to
it.
drink. Nod had told him to stop complaining or leave. The rest of the team had sighed and had sat down quietly. Nod had reflected on how Ike had always annoyed him. Even though they already had a tank, Ike had kept provoking enemies with his puppet. His magic had been weaker than a wizard's, his support worse than a monk's, and Nod had wondered what use he even had. He had decided Ike truly was useless. Maybe sometimes his quest utility had helped, but it would have been better to recruit someone with a proper combat class. Then maybe they could have defeated
here, I
the
can do
Minotaur.
this.
Suddenly, Nod had noticed noise spreading through the tavern. Someone had asked if the rumors about his death were false. Nod had turned around in shock, and there Ike had been, standing in the crowd alive. Yoon had shouted in disbelief, asking if he was really alive. Nod had been stunned, thinking he had seen Ike fall with no chance of survival. He couldn't understand how he was still alive. Ike had calmly said he had many things to explain, but first, he wanted them to evaluate something. Isa had agreed, and had asked if the stone he brought was from the Minotaur. Ike had confirmed it, and had placed several stones on the table. Isa had gasped in surprise, saying they were high-rank stones. People around them had started whispering, asking if that meant it was the 5th floor boss stone. Nod had stared at it angrily, calling Ike a bastard under his breath, realizing it was true. Earlier, Ike and Freya had been walking along the road toward town. Freya had suddenly pointed ahead, excitedly saying they were already close to the city and suggesting they walk faster. After a while, she had stretched tiredly. Ike had suggested she rest. She had tried to refuse, but he had reassured her that everything was fine. He had reminded her she had fought a lot in the dungeon and must be exhausted. Freya had asked if he was okay, and Ike had replied that he was. Then he had used his shape-shifting ability, and her body had started shrinking. She had run toward him in her smaller form, and he had gently picked her up in his hand. She had said it felt strange but interesting. Ike had explained that with this skill,
I
he
hear
could
the
adjust
sound of
her
a
size
shiny.
easily. and he had been glad it worked. He had thought again that the puppeteer class was actually amazing. Even though her body had changed, Freya was still herself. He had shown her a small box, and she had climbed inside. She had said it felt very comfortable, and that she suddenly felt more energized.
This is just
Ike
insane.
had smiled, and had said he was happy she liked it. She had agreed happily, then had yawned and said goodnight before falling asleep. Ike had attached the box to his belt and had continued traveling toward town. Back at the guild, Issa had been examining the stone and had exclaimed in disbelief that it was a top-grade Minotaur magic stone. People around had been shocked, whispering that it came from the 5th floor boss. Some had even started saying that maybe the puppeteer class wasn't as weak as everyone believed. It had been years since anyone had gone beyond the 3rd floor. Ike had thought to himself that he could actually hear everything they were saying. Isa had apologized for shouting earlier, but Ike had replied that it was fine and that he had expected such reactions. Then someone had approached him from behind and had asked if all the stones were really top quality and where he got them. Ike had calmly answered that they came from the 5th floor, from the boss's room. Everyone around had gasped in shock. Ike had then started explaining that all the stones, it had been like that, and after he defeated the boss, he had gained something. Someone had asked him if he wanted to say that the puppeteer had managed to escape the 5th floor alone. Everyone had looked at him in surprise, waiting for an answer. Ike had stayed quiet for a moment, thinking there was no point in hiding anything. He had said that he had been with the doll. Suddenly, Nod had stepped forward and said that was exactly right. Nod had claimed that he was the one who killed the Minotaur and asked Ike if that was true. The leader had been shocked and asked what Nod meant. Nod had repeated that things were just as he said, and that they had been working on the request together. He had added that the reward should first go to the group leader, and that no one person should take everything for themselves. Ike had asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Nod had gotten angry and questioned him again, asking how dare he. He had shouted that the Minotaur stone should belong to them, and that Ike shouldn't act like he had defeated it alone. He had asked everyone if he was wrong. People had started whispering among themselves, wondering whether Ike really killed the Minotaur or if Nod was telling the truth. Some had questioned how a puppeteer could defeat such a monster alone. Ike had felt frustrated, thinking he had spent a whole year with them for nothing. Ruo had told Nod he was overreacting, while Isa had stepped in and told everyone to calm down. She had shouted that Nod himself had recently said Ike was dead, and asked why he said that. Nod had replied that he genuinely thought Ike had died, and that it was normal to report the death of a teammate. When she asked again, he had doubled down and said Ike had only been a burden. He had yelled that they had risked their lives fighting the Minotaur while Ike tried to keep the stone for himself. He had claimed Ike ran away during the battle and later got caught in a trap when goblins attacked them, forcing the group to retreat without the stone. He had asked if it wasn't natural to assume Ike, who fell behind, had died. Someone had asked if that meant it was all Ike's fault. Toth had stepped in and said that was enough, adding that
Kaito Destiny Peachem 67, welcome to my channel.
Nod had cut in again,
At Kaito Destiny Peachem 67, welcome to my channel.
them couldn't handle. He had called the idea ridiculous. Then he had shouted insults and swung his fist, but Ike had caught his hand mid-strike. The group leader had been stunned. Ike had grabbed Nod's clothes and thrown him hard onto the floor. He had said he wanted nothing to do with them anymore, let alone stay in the same party, and that he was quitting the group. Nod had been lying there in shock while Ike calmly repeated he was leaving. Nod had gotten furious, called him a bastard, and jumped back up, warning Ike not to mess with him while pulling out his sword. Ike had been surprised, thinking the guy seriously wanted to start a fight inside the guild. Morning had arrived, birds chirping softly. Ike had kept his eyes closed, thinking how warm and comfortable it felt, assuming it was time to
Alright,
wake
let's go
up.
run around and
Then
grab
he had
all my
suddenly
loot before it
realized he was
despawns.
lying on Freya's chest. In his half-sleep state, she had mumbled that he shouldn't go there. He had turned toward her in surprise, but she had hugged him tighter and told him not like that. He had awkwardly thought about how soft she felt. Later, he had explained that when Nod tried to draw his sword, Issa had stopped him, telling him to leave, return the missing stones, and properly complete the request. Freya had looked surprised while Ike said he needed to go to the guild to collect his things. She had stared off somewhere and started walking ahead. He had asked if she was listening, and she had asked him to hear her out, saying she had a request. Ike had been confused by that. They had gone to the guild, where Issa greeted him warmly. He had greeted her back, apologized for the trouble the day before, and thanked her for stepping in so no one got hurt. She had told him not to worry since it was part of her job and she was happy she could help. Ike had thought it was nice how much she cared. He had asked if he could take a C-rank request. Issa had agreed and asked if he planned to do it alone. He had replied that he wanted to work solo for a while. holding Freya's box in his hand while thinking he wasn't truly alone anyway. Issa had shown him a paper and asked if he liked that request. Ike had agreed, saying it suited him. She had confirmed it and asked him to wait while she prepared the item he requested. After a moment, she had handed him a box. Ike had happily placed Freya's box inside it and said he was heading out. Walking down the street, he had spotted Freya sitting on a bench, eating a bun with shopping bags beside her. She had called out to him. Ike had thought he probably should have explained the shopping list more clearly when she asked him to trust her with it. She had offered him a bun, saying it tasted really good. Ike had stared at her in disbelief and said they only needed to stop at one store before leaving. She had agreed and watched
The
him take a
randomizer
bite.
is just
He had
way
admitted it
too
was
over.
delicious, and she had smiled,
I'm loving it still.
agreeing proudly. Soon they had reached the Willen Forest.
Oh, golden.
Ike
Fuck
had
yeah.
hidden behind trees, thinking about the mission requirement to defeat 10 goblins. He had counted 6 nearby and figured they could manage it. Freya had peeked out, and the goblins had immediately noticed her, glaring aggressively. She had swung her sword and taken down 3 at once, their magic stones dropping to the ground. Ike had said that made 3, with 2 still ahead and 1 charging at him. He had dodged the attack, drawn his sword, and stabbed the goblin. He had shouted that it was too slow, but the injured goblin had suddenly jumped back up and grabbed a rock. He had swung it, and the stone had flown right past the hero's hair. The man next to him had followed up with another swing and cut the monster's head off.
Everybody's just
Freya
duking
had
it out. I'm just
excitedly
running
said
around
that Master
catching
looked
them.
amazing, and she had finished her side too. Ike had told her to stay alert because they were moving ahead. The girl holding the bag of stones had asked if they had enough. She had said they had already defeated 14 goblins. Ike had agreed, saying they finished pretty fast, but goblins usually live deeper in the forest. Suddenly, the ground had given way beneath him, and he had almost fallen, which scared him. He had asked what those pits were. Freya had said they probably led further into the forest. Then a loud roar
There's a
had
moo-moo.
echoed nearby.
Oh, I'm out
Ike
of...
had shouted that the sound came from ahead and that they should move forward. Something had appeared behind the trees, and the hero had shouted that it was a cyclops. The monster had swung its club toward 2 girls, and they had screamed in fear. Ike had called out to Freya, but she had already rushed forward. She had grabbed the girls in her arms and pulled them out of danger before bringing them back to Ike. She had told him to leave this one to her while preparing her sword. Freya had confidently shouted that she would defeat the monster and
I need the
charged into
moo-moo.
battle.
Need
The
the
rescued
moo-moo.
girls had whispered to each other about how cool and strong she was. Ike had asked if they were all right. One of them had asked if Freya was his friend, and he had replied that he would explain later. He had taken out a potion and told them to endure the pain for a bit. He had poured the potion over one girl's wounded arm and the other's injured leg, saying it should feel better now, though they would need to tolerate it until they reached the city for full treatment. Suddenly, another monster had crept up behind them, peeking through the trees. The girls had screamed that it was another cyclops. Ike had stepped forward, and they had asked if he planned to fight it, and whether he was as strong as Freya. He had replied honestly that he wasn't, and was much weaker than her, but he wouldn't be the one fighting. He had pulled a box from his belt, opened it, and summoned Tetra. Using shapeshifting, a human-sized girl had appeared. The rescued girls had stared in shock, realizing it was magic. Tetra had pierced the Cyclops effortlessly while Ike controlled her movements with his hands. Someone had asked if he was a puppeteer. Tetra had
Wisebot 6
clenched her
viewers,
fist and
plus
struck the
6,
Cyclops
alarm
with full
clock
force,
51 minutes and
knocking it
50
backward.
seconds.
Her expression had
Oh.
remained emotionless as Ike guided her actions.
God, what the hell
The
killed
girls
that?
had shouted in amazement, realizing he truly was a puppeteer. One of them had thought she had never seen puppets the size of humans
Okay, let's
before
see.
and wondered who he really was. Ike had thought about Tetra, realizing she had no consciousness, probably because she was damaged and needed repairs along with her case. Still, she had been his precious partner, and he had wished she could have her own awareness someday. He had said that no matter what, they wouldn't lose. The Cyclops had loomed over the doll, staring menacingly. Ike had muttered that it was still moving, just as he expected. Meanwhile, another Cyclops had attacked Freya, and she had fought back, managing to wound it. The monster had screamed in pain. Freya had said she needed one more hit and shouted to Ike that she was coming over. Ike had told her
Alright.
to stay where she was for now, and she had agreed while dodging the monster's weapon. He had thought about how calm Tetra looked in comparison. The Cyclops had swung downward, aiming to crush Tetra, but she had dashed forward and struck it before it realized what happened. She had spun into another attack, making the Cyclops cry out again. It had tried to hit her once more, and Ike had struggled slightly to control her movements as she bounced back. He had thought about how Tetra excelled in close combat while Freya specialized in aggressive attacks. Within her combat range, Tetra had unmatched strength, using her natural agility against enemies with wide attack ranges. When the Cyclops had stumbled forward, Ike had leapt in and struck its leg, realizing he found its weak spot. He had thought confidently that he could win. He had
I
swung his
missed my
sword
chance
and
to get
shouted for the
zappy
monster
dose.
to die, stabbing directly into its eye. Ike had placed his hand near the wounded eye to position himself, then quickly
Level
jumped
2,
back and
huh?
used a decoy. The girls had shouted for him to run faster, warning that puppeteers couldn't handle Cyclops alone. The monster had raised its hand to crush him, but at the last second, Ike had jumped away. He had carefully watched the club-wielding monster's movements, which had seemed slow to him, and he had easily dodged by stepping back. He had reminded himself to keep watching and moving forward. He had felt the power he wanted to use to protect his dolls. From behind, Tetra had leapt toward the Cyclops, ready to strike. Ike had thought he could stand against any opponent. The puppet had slammed the Cyclops with full strength, leaving a visible dent in its body. The rescued girls had stared in disbelief. The monster had charged again, but Tetra had attacked while Freya followed with another strike. The girls had wondered what was even happening and why the puppeteer was fighting alongside them. Thinking it all looked incredible, the Cyclops had rushed toward Ike, and he had used darkness magic. The monster had stopped right in front of him, tangled in the shadows. Ike had shouted for Tetra to attack. She had thrown a devastating punch into the
Pokemon
Cyclops,
Community Game
and
A Wild
immediately
Ducklet
after,
appears.
Freya had
Catch it
sliced off
using
its head with her
Poke
sword,
Catch.
blood
Winners revealed in
splattering
90s.
everywhere. Freya had cheerfully announced that she had won all by herself. Ike had replied that she did great, and that, well, she had been his, and he had said he would clean the mud off Tetra. Freya had complained that it wasn't fair, pouting loudly. One of the girls they rescued had said it was amazing and that he really was a puppeteer. Another girl, blushing slightly, had said he looked cool. The first girl had asked Sina what she meant, and Ike had felt confused by the conversation. Freya had simply said it was good that they were safe. Sina had started thinking about how she and Elle had been friends for as long as they could remember. They had promised each other that they would become adventurers someday. Sina had wanted to become an assassin, while Elle had aimed to be a sword mage. When they turned 10, the professions they received had been considered high class, and everyone had envied them. Just like they promised, they had formed a team and worked harder than most people, defeating stronger monsters one after another. Within about 5 years, they had reached B rank, and Sina had believed they could reach any height. She had thought it wasn't arrogance, just confidence. Elle had asked where the Cyclops even came from, and Sina had replied that she didn't know. All she knew was that they were cornered with no way out. Elle had
Kaito
shouted
Destiny's
her name,
Jado
worried
66.
about her injury.
Welcome to my
Sina had
channel.
said Elle protected her,
At
but
Kaito
ended up
Destiny's
letting her
Jado
guard down when
66.
monsters surrounded
Welcome to
them.
my
She had
channel.
told Elle not to do that
Pokemon
again,
Community
that
Game
next time
Ducklet
she should leave her
escaped.
behind
No
and
one
run.
caught it.
Elle had screamed that she could never do that, no matter what happened, because they would always stay together. Sina had turned toward her, thinking that if their positions were reversed, she wouldn't give up either. They were partners, after all. The Cyclops had stepped closer, raising its club to crush them. The girls had hugged each other tightly, bracing for impact.
All
Just
right,
then,
let's go
Freya had
see-
suddenly appeared and swept them out of the way. The monster's attack had slammed into the ground
About
instead.
finding a
Freya had
base
carried them to
location.
safety
I
and
am-
asked if they were hurt.
I'm
The girls
collecting
had still
too
been
many
confused
pals.
when another roar echoed nearby. Freya had shouted at the Cyclops to stay out of her way, saying she wouldn't let it do whatever it wanted anymore. She had drawn her sword, and the Cyclops had actually looked frightened. Freya had declared she would kill it right there and charged into battle, delivering strong, effortless sword strikes. Elle had asked if Freya was a swordswoman, mentioning that it was a rare profession. Sina had said that watching someone fight a B-rank monster they couldn't even defeat was incredible. They had known there were adventurers stronger than them, but Freya didn't even look older than they were. Ike had approached and asked if they were all right. Sina had felt frustrated, thinking they needed to try harder. Watching Freya, she had thought they needed to become as strong as her. Suddenly, everyone had been shocked when another Cyclops came out from behind the bushes.
Yeah, I can
Ike had
base
stepped
up
away
here.
from the girls. Sina had wanted to tell him to stop, but then she realized he was Freya's ally. She
See,
had
there's
asked
a-
if he was as
this
strong
big
as
open
Freya. He
spot
had
over
replied
there.
honestly that he wasn't, and that unfortunately, he was much weaker. Then he had taken out a box, sent Tetra forward, and activated his ability. The girls had stared in shock. Sina had thought she couldn't believe the magic she was seeing, something she had only witnessed once before. Tetra had punched the Cyclops with full strength, sending it flying backward. That was when the girls had realized Ike was truly a puppeteer. Sina had always believed puppeteer was a weak profession,
Oh,
sometimes even
sweet.
called the worst. She had thought controlling
Okay,
puppets
let's
was
see.
inferior compared to tanks, and that they could barely do anything
Do
except
200
distract
there.
enemies. Some professions lacked real offensive power, and that was
Weight
just
I
how
don't
the
need to
world
worry
worked.
about.
But
Let's see.
watching Ike fight had confused her. She hadn't understood why the puppeteer himself was fighting alongside his puppets, or how he was controlling human-sized ones. The only puppeteer she had seen before had a single puppet no taller than a waist. She had always heard that the bigger the puppet, the harder it was to control, which made sense logically. She had believed she and Elle weren't arrogant about their high-class professions, just proud because those paths allowed endless growth. But now she had seen a supposedly weak puppeteer fearlessly fighting a monster far stronger than him. He had moved his hands precisely, controlling Tetra with perfect timing while still dealing damage himself. Sina hadn't understood how he was
Alright.
doing it. She had thought that no matter how hard they
Pistol.
trained, they couldn't reach his level. It had reminded her of the adventure stories everyone read as children, the excitement and pounding heartbeat they once felt. Now she had been looking straight at Ike, realizing he was exactly like those heroes. Without thinking, she had said out loud how cool he was. Elle had turned toward her in surprise. The hero had walked over and asked if they were okay. Elle had said they were and
That's
thanked him for
nice
saving
way.
them.
Oops.
Sina had excitedly added that it was amazing. She didn't even know how to describe it properly. Ike had sighed in relief and asked if they could explain what happened. The girls had agreed. Ike had said it was clear that the Cyclops wasn't part of their quest, and they were just unlucky to encounter it. Elle had agreed and thanked him again. Ike had replied that it was nothing, and he was just glad he arrived in time. He had mentioned that he treated Elle's wounds, but that the potion alone wasn't enough for full recovery. Sina had said it was fine because she could heal herself. Ike had interrupted slightly as she started speaking. She had used a high-level healing skill, guiding her hand to her wound. The hero had said that was impressive, and asked if she was an assassin. The girl had replied that she was. She had explained that she was originally taught by a priest, so healing magic wasn't really part of her profession. But relying only on potions had been difficult for them, so she had practiced and memorized the spell anyway. Sina had added that the casting time was long, which made it hard to use during battles, and this time she simply didn't have enough time. She had said that Elle also knew some healing, so no matter what happened, they could still save each other. Ike had said it was admirable how hard they were trying and told Sina that they were doing great. Sina had been shocked. She had thought about how, no matter how much they tried, learning that skill hadn't been easy even with high-class professions. She had felt embarrassed. Ike had asked what was wrong and noticed she was blushing. He had touched her forehead, asking if she had a fever. Sina had gotten extremely embarrassed and quickly run away from him. She had been thinking that she never believed someone with his profession could defeat enemies alone. To her, he had felt like one of those heroes from the stories she read as a child. She had peeked at him from behind a tree, thinking he really looked like a hero, which only made her more embarrassed. Ike had apologized for touching her without permission, saying he didn't expect her to feel uncomfortable. Elle had laughed and said it wasn't that. If anything, he had just been a bit insensitive. Ike had looked confused. Elle had then asked in surprise if Freya was also a doll. Freya had replied that she was, and that Tetra was a doll too. The girls had said it was their first time seeing a talking doll. Ike had admitted he was surprised too, but thought there was no harm in telling them that Freya had developed her own consciousness. Freya had cheerfully said they could praise her more. Ike had turned toward her, gently stroked her head, and thanked her for everything, thinking he should praise her even more. At first, she had looked embarrassed when he patted her head, but then she had laughed happily. Elle had commented that now it made sense why Freya gained consciousness. Sina had looked at them and complained that it wasn't fair. Tetra had then walked up to them and said she wanted praise too. Ike and Freya had both been shocked. Ike had asked if Tetra had also developed consciousness. She had replied that she had. She had said she always understood his words, knew he was kind to her, and that he always protected her. She had realized how much he valued her. The girl had smiled warmly, saying it felt wonderful. Elle had said she almost couldn't believe it, but Tetra really was moving on her own. Sina had said it was incredible, and that you couldn't tell at a glance whether she was a human or a doll. Ike had felt pleasantly surprised, realizing he could now communicate with another precious companion. He had turned to Tetra, saying it was nice to properly meet her, and extended his hand. Tetra had looked at him, then reached out her hand too, saying the pleasure was hers. Freya had jumped into her arms, telling her not to forget about her either. Tetra had replied that she wouldn't. Ike had watched them with a smile. Together, they had walked down the path. Ike had thought about how fragile Tetra's hands looked, even though those same hands had always protected him.
Lucky.
He had asked if,
Boosts
just like
that.
Freya, her physical stats had increased.
Where's the
She
other
had
one?
agreed and said probably yes, explaining that from the moment she gained consciousness, she had felt much stronger and wanted to test it. Ike had asked what she meant by testing it. Tetra had walked toward a tree and placed her hand on it. She had grabbed the trunk, leaving deep dents in the bark. Ike had stared in disbelief. Then she had taken a breath and lifted the entire tree out of the ground with its roots in one smooth motion. Everyone had been shocked, while Freya had cheered excitedly. Ike had thought she had already been strong before, but now she seemed far stronger. He had wondered if gaining consciousness caused that change. Tetra had looked at him, and he had
Okay,
stared
we got a
back. She
fire.
had glowed faintly. Ike had told her not to break trees unnecessarily, like he would tell children. Freya had suggested they could at least use it as firewood. Sina had said he even paid attention to small things like that,
Winchester.
which was just like him. Elle had asked if she was the only one still shocked. Tetra had put the tree down and said she didn't understand and wanted more praise. Ike had walked up to her, realizing that reaction alone wouldn't satisfy her. He had told her she was very strong and that he was proud to have her by his side. Her eyes had lit up. He had stroked her head, thinking she really was like a loyal animal wanting affection. Yet she was also someone who protected him. Freya had watched them, then suddenly jumped onto him from behind, shouting that she wanted praise too. Both girls had rubbed against him, and Ike had thought it felt like the same kind of attention. Sina had watched with her mouth open, then shyly shouted that she wanted some too. Ike had been surprised, but she had hugged him anyway. He had thought that made three
He's
people
been a
now
love
and wondered why
shack,
Sina
baby,
suddenly
love
joined,
shack.
guessing she might have felt left out. All four of them had been staring in surprise by Elle. She had watched for a long moment, then looked away. Ike had asked if she wanted to join too, joking that there was still space in front. She had blushed, declined politely, and thanked him, saying she would pretend she hadn't seen anything and asked them to ignore her. Freya had suggested they head home. The girls had been surprised, asking if they were really going straight back and if that was the right choice. Sina had said she would follow Ike anywhere. Ike had wondered why, and behind him, Elle had been thinking about how she didn't want him to misunderstand or pay too much attention to that statement. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a monster had been lurking in the darkness. It had stood in a clearing filled with dead bodies, all covered in blood. It had wings, and had been muttering that it still didn't have enough and wanted more to eat. A man had approached it, saying it was unfortunate that the monsters there seemed to have already escaped, and asking if it planned to leave the forest too. The man had called it Dino. Dino had told the monster it could keep eating. He had said that after all the tedious procedures they went through to prevent it from turning into a magic stone, it should devour everything, fill itself with power, and then attack the users of holy power as ordered. The monster had replied that it understood, and that it would kill the strong hero. Dino had said the real fun was just beginning, and that everything was for the sake of taking this world into their hands. Elsewhere, Nod had slammed a bottle down onto the table. He had asked why they even needed a strategy for the third floor. Yun had replied that if they prepared properly, things would go smoothly. Nod had thought that made no sense, but then he had remembered what happened the day before. He had shouted that they would challenge the third floor of the Septum Labyrinth again. This time, he had said, they would return with magic stones, earn money, and not mess things up like before. Nod had added that for a B-rank team, the third floor should have been as easy as nothing. Yun had thought he was the one being foolish. Goblins had suddenly surrounded them, waving their swords. The group leader had fallen to the ground and shouted at Ruo, asking how he could fail at being the decoy. He had yelled that he would handle them with his skill and swung his sword. But the goblins had
Campfire
closed
should be
in
a bit
around
repair
him.
bench.
He had shouted there were too many and ordered a retreat. Later, the exhausted team had stumbled out of the dungeon, breathing heavily. Nod had yelled at Ruo again, claiming they could have cleared it easily. The leader had snapped back, asking what Nod even contributed, and saying he was the one forced to deal with the goblins while Nod did nothing. He had shouted that Nod should only speak when he actually accomplished something. They had gone to rest at the inn, completely worn out. Nod had been thinking that goblins were monsters they were used to fighting, and normally could defeat without trouble. But something had clearly gone wrong this time. Yun had asked if things might have been easier if Ike were still with them. The group leader had admitted that compared to before, Ike might actually have been useful after all, though he quickly added that he still didn't think so. Nod had thought Ike had only ever been good as a decoy, and that getting rid of him meant losing dead weight. Then suddenly he had remembered something about scouting. Yoon had interrupted, and the leader had admitted that even if Ike seemed like extra baggage, he had been handling reconnaissance. Without him, they had attracted every enemy along the way, and still had to face the boss afterward. The girl had said that meant they needed someone like a thief who could use search abilities. Nod had agreed, and wondered if they could even find a decent thief in the city. Yoon had thought for a moment and mentioned that a team consisting of a swordsman, a mage, and an assassin had recently reached B rank. Nod had realized that the assassin probably had search skills. He had slammed his hand on the table and said it was decided. They would recruit those two. He had suggested they split up immediately to search for them, and Yoon had agreed. Nod had said that if they mentioned being from the hero team, the girls would definitely accept. Just then, Yoon had pointed toward the entrance, shouting for Nod to look. Sina and Elle had walked into the guild. Yoon had commented that they were cute, and that it was her first time seeing them, saying they would be perfect teammates. The guys in the guild had whispered among themselves that the girls were both beautiful and strong, which was enviable. Someone had joked that if you flirted with the gray-haired one, she would stare at you coldly, and if you pushed further, she might even beat you up. Another had asked if that was serious, saying he wanted to try. Sina and Elle had looked around, noticing someone hadn't arrived yet. Sina had suggested they wait at the bar. Nod had started walking toward them. People nearby had begun whispering that Nod was approaching the famous double sword team and wondering if he planned to recruit them. Some had said how lucky heroes
Pokemon
were.
Community Game A
Nod had
Wild Hunch
approached and
appears catch it
apologized
using
politely,
Poke
asking if they
Catch.
could spare a
Winners
moment.
revealed in
Elle had
90s.
agreed and asked what he needed. Sina had looked at him calmly. Nod had said he heard they were excellent adventurers and wanted to invite them to join his team. He had asked if they realized his group was the only hero team in town. Elle had repeated, "Hero team?" and asked if he meant himself. Nod had proudly confirmed it, saying it was great that they already knew him and that his offer was very generous. He had added that adventurers rarely received opportunities like this. He had been thinking that a two-person B-rank team with high-level professions was already valuable enough. He had told them not to be shy, and that they could discuss all conditions, even complimenting their looks in his mind. Elle had apologized. Nod had been confused about why. She had explained that they had decided long ago to remain just the two of them and had no intention of changing that decision. He had been shocked. Elle had apologized again and said they needed to leave. Nod had shouted for them to wait, saying they could at least team up for missions. He had asked them to help his group. When Elle had asked what he meant, Nod had started complaining that their former teammate betrayed them, stole their earnings, and caused trouble for the group. He had claimed they kindly accepted him, but he only caused problems and acted arrogant. Sina had interrupted, but Nod had continued, adding that the guy was a useless puppeteer named Ike. Suddenly, the ground beneath Nod had collapsed slightly, and he had stumbled forward with a scream. Sina had drawn her blade and pressed it against his throat. She had said he was
Pokemon
funny for
Community
saying
Game
such
Hunt
things
just
and that she
gaped.
knew Ike personally.
No one caught
He
it.
wasn't like that at all. She had warned that she wouldn't forgive anyone who insulted him. People around them had started murmuring, wondering if it would turn into a fight and whether they should intervene.
Kill him now.
Someone had said B-rank adventurers were unstoppable anyway, and maybe Nod deserved it. Elle had told Sina that was enough, but Sina had insisted she still couldn't forgive the insult. Elle had said she understood, but if things escalated, Ike might get dragged into trouble. Sina had finally agreed and lowered her weapon, letting Nod go. The crowd had said it ended too quickly, while someone else joked they were jealous of Ike. At that moment, Ike had walked into the guild with Freya and Tetra. Nod had spotted them immediately. Sina had greeted Ike warmly. He had greeted her back, apologized for being late, and asked if they had waited long. She had said not at all. Nod had watched in confusion, unable to understand why they were with Ike. He had thought he was clearly better than him and shouted angrily. Sina had told him to shut up and not touch Ike. Elle had added that Ike was very important to them, and anyone who insulted him would answer to her as well. Nod had watched them walk away, feeling humiliated. He had shouted that he would never forgive Ike for this. Someone had called out to Ike. He had turned around and seen Nod.
Kitty.
Nod,
Come here, kitty.
breathing heavily, had
Come here.
demanded a fight. Ike had looked confused while Nod pointed at him angrily. Ike had asked why they needed to fight. Elle had apologized, explaining they had argued with Nod earlier. Ike had asked why they were involved with him again. She had said it was because Nod felt humiliated by him. Ike had understood and apologized for dragging them into the situation. He had also apologized to Nod, saying he wouldn't accept a duel. Nod had shouted that he was running away like a coward and challenged him again, calling him a useless traitor. Sina had pulled out her dagger and told Ike that if Nod kept insulting him, she would eliminate him herself. Ike had been shocked. thinking she looked ready to destroy the whole world just for him. Freya had told Nod that everyone already heard the nasty things he said, and that he only knew how to talk big. Then she had told him to apologize to Ike. Tetra had said that otherwise she would rip his arms off. The girls had glared at Nod angrily, while the group leader had stared in shock, asking what they were even talking about. Ike had calmly explained that as they could see, his dolls had learned to speak, and these were Freya and Tetra. Nod had suddenly burst into laughter, laughing loudly without stopping. He had shouted that he kept wondering what Ike had been doing alone, and it turned out he had just been teaching dolls silly tricks. He had yelled that it was hilarious and kept laughing, saying Ike was only doing it to cope with his loneliness. He had added that he hadn't laughed this hard in a long time, and mockingly called Ike's work a masterpiece. At that moment, Sina had jumped behind Nod with her dagger, her eyes filled with killing intent. Ike had thought he was used to this kind of situation by now, but other people were involved too. Freya had snapped that Nod was being disgusting again, and Tetra had said enough was enough, and she wouldn't forgive him. Ike had then said he accepted the challenge. Nod had asked if he was angry and suggested they move to the square. Ike had thought that, honestly, he also wanted Nod to get what he deserved. He had assumed Nod was allowing a fistfight, but Nod had asked if he really planned to fight unarmed and called him an idiot. Freya had shouted that they would cut Nod down, while Sina had said they would beat him. Nod had pointed at Ike and said he allowed it, but if Ike's expensive dolls got broken, it wouldn't be his fault. Ike had firmly agreed. People around them had started talking excitedly, saying there was going to be another fight, this time between the puppeteer and the hero. Some had wondered if it was a joke, while others said it was pointless to even bet on the outcome. A few had speculated Ike might have some hidden trick, questioning whether a puppeteer could even control two large dolls at once. They had hoped to see something interesting. Sina had muttered that people talked without knowing anything. Elle had turned toward Ike. Nod had told Ike that this was reality, and that a puppeteer could never stand against a hero. He had said Ike should prepare to kneel and apologize to everyone afterward. Ike had suggested starting quickly. Nod had agreed, and even offered Ike the first move, saying he could attack first. Ike had wondered why he was being generous, but said he didn't care, and would let Tetra strike first. He had added that he didn't want to win with a sneak attack. Nod had smirked, saying that was admirable, and asked if Ike already prepared excuses for losing. Ike had told him to just attack already. Ike had thought Nod was being arrogant, but had his own plan. He had told Tetra she didn't need to be sneaky and should attack from the front. She had said she understood and rushed forward quickly. Nod had simply stretched out his hand. Ike had thought he was about to take the hit and shouted, asking if Nod wanted to die. Nod had yelled back, asking if Ike was joking, saying he knew how strong that puppet was and its attack couldn't break his armor. At that moment, Tetra had swung her fist and struck his arm.
is this one dead?
Nod had been blasted
Oh,
back
it is
with a
dead.
loud scream.
Oh my
Ike
god.
had felt worried for a second, but Tetra had looked completely confident. Nod had slid across the ground, battered and shocked, asking what Ike had done. Ike had realized he underestimated Tetra. After gaining consciousness, she had become far stronger than before. People had started shouting that Nod was a hero, yet he was sent flying by a puppet in one blow. Nod had yelled at Ike not to joke around and charged forward with his sword. Ike had called out to Freya, and she had blocked the attack with her own sword, protecting him. Nod had shouted for the doll to stay out of his way, but Freya had yelled that she wouldn't let him even touch Ike. She had attacked from one side while Tetra moved around behind him. The two had fought together, forcing Nod down onto one knee. The crowd had been shocked, wondering how a hero and puppets could be evenly matched. Some had questioned whether the girls were really dolls at all. Others had said it was the first time they ever saw something like this. Many had started cheering for the puppeteer. With his remaining strength, Nod had raised his sword again. Ike had noticed light gathering around the blade and asked if Nod was seriously going to use that. Nod had shouted for him to shut up, saying he hadn't lost yet and could defeat them all with one strike. Suddenly, a flying monster had appeared in the sky. It had spoken about holy power, and Ike hadn't understood at first. Then the creature had said it sensed powerful holy energy. Ike had looked up fearfully as the monster flew closer, declaring it would kill the hero. Demons had been monsters from another dimension, the demon world. People had started screaming that it was a demon and asking where it came from. Panic had spread instantly as everyone shouted to run and escape however they could. Ike had stared in disbelief as the demon approached. People had cried out in pain while rushing away, telling others to move faster. Ike and the others had stood frozen for a moment. Freya had said she had a very bad feeling and asked Ike what it was. He had replied that it was a demon. He had said it was his first time seeing one in person, but he had read about them. He had explained that their bodies were made of dense magical energy, giving them high regeneration and resistance to physical attacks, and they were extremely aggressive. He had thought that demons were not easy opponents. The lowest rank among them was already B rank, and very little was known about them. Ike had realized there was no choice. Behind him, a terrified woman had been clutching her child tightly. She had been extremely scared, and her heart had been pounding rapidly. Cena had explained that the demon's weak point had been holy power, and Elle had agreed. Ike had said that she might have been able to weaken it, stop its regeneration, and if they had possessed a hero's strength, they might have actually won. Nod had listened in shock, but Ike had suddenly shouted at him to stop wasting time and focus on defeating the demon. Nod had angrily yelled at him to shut up, asking how he had dared to order him around. Ike had looked confused while Nod had continued shouting and had swung his sword. He had used the secret technique called the Sword of Contempt. A bright light had appeared, and from it, a monster
unicorn.
emerged and rushed forward quickly. Nod had laughed and had asked if Ike had seen it, saying it had been nothing more than a tiny bump to him.
I want you.
Tho had yelled that he had been an idiot and had told him to get away from there. Nod had tried to respond, but before he could finish, the monster had wrapped itself around the demon and had thrown Nod far back. Nod had said it had hurt a little, but had been manageable. Then had asked if the demon had really been weak. He had warned them not to underestimate it, even if it had been a low-class demon. Ike and the dolls had watched in shock while the demon had declared it would finish them off. Ike had shouted to Freya and Tetra, telling them to distract it. They had rushed into the fight and had attacked the demon, which had complained that they had
turning into a war zone
Freya
down here.
struck it with all her strength while Ike had run toward Nod.
Oh, come
the
on.
demon had threatened to kill him,
No!
and Ike had noticed Nod had already passed out. He had lifted him onto his back and had joked that if Nod had died, he would have woken up in a terrible mood. Ellen and Cena had called out to Ike, and he had responded, asking if they could help by carrying Nod somewhere safe. They had
Oh,
agreed.
the farmer lady.
He had also asked them to evacuate the residence and gather anyone who had remained at home. Cena had asked what he planned to do, and Ike had replied that he, along with Freya and Tetra, would destroy the demon. The girls had dragged Nod behind the house.
Oh,
Cena
Jesus,
had admitted
fuck!
they had wanted to help fight, but since the situation had been like that, it couldn't have been helped. Ike had apologized and had said he had been counting on them. They had agreed and had run off, and he had felt lucky to have friends like them. He had realized he still needed to deal with the demon somehow. The dolls had already been trying to fight it, but the demon had yelled at them to stop dodging. Freya had said it had been strong, and Tetra had said its body had been solid. Ike had thought that Freya and Tetra had been evenly matched with it now, but without Nod, he had had no plan to defeat it. Suddenly, an idea had come to him. He had thought that since she hadn't been used much compared
fluffy
to the
man
others
down.
who couldn't throw punches, she might have needed more time to regain consciousness. He had reached for another box on his belt, thinking it might still work against the demon. Freya had noticed and
I'll
had
go back to
asked in
base real quick and
surprise if he had
unload.
really planned that.
Inventory
Ike
just builds up real
and had
quick with
said he would
this.
summon a third one, asking them to hold the demon off a little longer. Freya had agreed. He had opened the box and had said all his hope had rested on her, calling out for Elisha. The doll had appeared, giggling, and had said she had waited so long for that moment. Ike had been so shocked he had even jumped back. The girl had stood in front of him and had said she had finally met him, calling him master. She had looked at him gently with her arms folded against her chest. Ike had asked if she had really been Elisha, and she had confirmed it while calling him master again. Before he could ask more, the demon had noticed her and had said a new enemy had appeared. It had grabbed a large stone, had shouted about extermination, and had thrown it. Ike had yelled for her to be careful, had rushed forward, hugged her, and had jumped away from the impact. When they had landed, he had asked if she had been all right. She had been surprised and had said he had protected her. Alicia had added that he had even hugged her tightly. Smiling through tears, she had said she had been ready to die. Ike had begged her not to and had apologized, and she had said that if that had been what he wanted, then fine. After he had calmed down, Alicia had declared that anyone who had wasted his time and nearly harmed him had deserved to die. She had raised her hand, and
All right,
fire had appeared.
let's do that
She had
one.
said she would destroy that stupid low creature. She had realized he had summoned her to destroy the demon that had harmed Freya and Tetra, and she had screamed that it had been unforgivable for it to distract Ike. The hero had been shocked while Elisha had declared she would pour all her hatred, rage, and envy into holy purifying light. She had created a flame and had launched a huge
Okay,
fireball
let's
at the
see.
demon. Ike had turned toward her and had realized it had been a black flame. It had looked like it had completely swallowed the demon,
Oh, here.
and he had
Let's
shouted
go
that Freya
get
and
that loot
Tetra had been
back.
caught in it too. Elisha had calmly told him not to worry, explaining the flames had only burned those she had considered enemies. Freya had watched the demon burn while it had screamed that it had been hot and painful. She had said the flames had looked terrifying, while Tetra had said they hadn't felt hot at all. Alicia had looked pleased, but Ike had remained shocked. He had shouted that it had been their chance and had told Freya and Tetra to attack. Freya had agreed, and Tetra had said she would crush it. They had rushed forward, Freya swinging her sword while Tetra had fought hand to hand as the demon had burned. Ike had cheerfully said their attacks had been working. Elisha had suddenly said something had felt wrong. The demon had screeched loudly and had released powerful gusts of wind that had thrown Freya and Tetra away. They hadn't understood what had happened. Everything around the demon had turned dark as it had landed on the ground. Ike had felt its aura had changed and had wondered if it had really been fighting at half strength before. The demon had started ranting about killing and genocide, saying it would start with him, and had jumped toward Ike while swinging its weapon. Elisha had shouted that it had been dangerous, but Ike had told her to trust him. She had happily agreed and had said she had adored him. Ike had steadied himself and had decided to watch carefully. He had used the improvement and had focused on predicting every move his opponent might make. Ike had managed to dodge the attack easily, had jumped back, and had decided to counterattack. The demon had swung again, and although Ike had partially avoided it, the creature had still managed to claw his arm. Blood had
Pokemon
stained
community
the
game
demon's
A
claws,
Wild Espion
and Ike
appears.
had looked
Catch
at
it
his
using
wound,
Poke
thinking he had
Catch.
messed up.
Winners revealed
The
in
demon had
90s.
started moving toward him again, and Ike had realized that even with his boosted abilities, he still hadn't had enough speed to dodge completely. By the time he had noticed the movement, it had almost been too late. The monster had attacked right in front of his face, forcing him to leap back quickly. He had told himself to stay ready while
No!
Freya and Tetra had been lying nearby.
I
on
think
the
I can
broken
do it!
tables. Freya
I
had
got a
shouted
chicken
his
though!
name as the demon had loomed closer, and Ike had decided that this had been the moment to use his full power. The demon had tried to strike him again, but Ike had dodged.
Oh, this
He had avoided
randomizer
the
thing
next
was
attack,
fun. I'm
too.
glad I
After
chose
Ike
to
had
do
slipped
this.
past another blow, the demon had demanded to know what had
Another
been going
Luna.
on and why its attacks hadn't been landing. Ike had jumped back again, and the demon had asked how he had been dodging so well. Ike had started thinking, even before Freya had regained consciousness, about how he had been controlling everything at the same time. His determination never to harm the dolls had sharpened his observation skills. He had realized it had also given him something else: parallel thinking. He had been able to split his thoughts into 4 separate processes, and each one had worked several times faster
What do we
than
have
normal.
here?
He had estimated his thinking speed had reached about 30 times the usual rate. And with that, plus his near-omniscient perception, he had been able to see the demon's moves before they happened. He had confidently said the demon's attacks wouldn't hurt him anymore. He had also noticed the creature had very little experience fighting intelligent opponents, so defeating it had actually seemed
Pokemon
impossible.
community
He
game
had
Espion
continued dodging
escaped.
again and again,
No one
though
caught
he
it.
had known he still lacked enough attack power to damage it. When the demon had wounded his arm earlier, he had already planned for that too. At that moment, Freya and Tetra had rushed back into the fight. Freya had screamed while swinging her sword, saying she wouldn't allow any more harm. The demon had mocked Ike, calling him useless and saying it would finish them all. Ike had thought that his dodging hadn't just been for defense. He had touched his dolls and had used the source, channeling power into them at close range. A huge amount of magic had flowed into the girls, and light had surrounded them. Freya had shouted that the demon had been wrong, while Tetra had yelled that Ike's power had been their power. They had both declared that no one could call Ike worthless. The demon had wailed as Freya had shouted that it had been unforgivable, and together they had delivered a massive strike. A hole had been blasted straight through the demon's body. The creature had groaned, asking why, and had started to disappear. Ike had thought that now
Holy
the two of
shit.
them had truly become reliable partners.
What was that
He had
attack?
turned to Elisha, and she had calmly replied that she had been ready. She had admitted her current magic had been limited, and had asked if he could share his passion with her too. Ike had awkwardly agreed, not really understanding what she had meant. Elisha had smiled happily and had grabbed his hand. He had been startled, and had asked why she had suddenly done that. She had replied that she didn't want to make him say it out loud in front of everyone, and that the closer they had been, the more efficient the energy transfer would have been. Ike had agreed, though he had secretly thought they had been standing way too close. Meanwhile, he had noticed the demon charging toward Freya again. The demon had shouted that it wouldn't let them win, and Ike had yelled that it still had strength left. Elisha had said she had already absorbed enough magic and life force. Flames had formed in her hands, and she had offered to finish it. She had used Inferno Binder and had launched fireballs that had wrapped around the demon's limbs. Ike had shouted for the others to stop it from escaping. Tetra had confidently told him to leave it to her. She had leaped high in one motion, reaching the demon while it had been burning. She had climbed onto its neck, exhaled, and before it had realized what had been happening, she had torn off its wings and had told it to fall. The demon had screamed as they had started plummeting. Freya had shouted for Tetra to move away, and Tetra had jumped off just in time. The demon had insisted it wouldn't give up, but Freya had declared it had already been over. With one powerful swing, she had sliced through it, and the sky had finally cleared. Someone had called out to Ike, and he had turned to see Elle. She had said they had brought people to help from the rear, but Sina had laughed, saying it had looked like they had already won, which had been exactly what she had expected from them. The newcomers had looked confused about what had happened. Elle had agreed, but had admitted she hadn't expected them to handle it alone. The people had asked if they had really defeated the demon by themselves. Ike had confirmed it, and had said his loyal partners had done an amazing job. Elisha had proudly added that her master had been the greatest in the world. Sina had then told everyone that Ike had actually been the strongest puppeteer. The crowd had been shocked, and had asked where his puppets had been. Freya had happily pointed to herself and Tetra, greeting them. Tetra had told them not to underestimate Ike. The people had wondered if it had been a joke, since puppeteers had supposedly been the weakest class. Freya had confidently said Ike had been the strongest, and Tetra had agreed, saying they had only been there because of him. Elisha had added that the fact they could speak at all had been because of their master's love, and that they had been his rightful wives. The crowd had erupted in excitement, calling it amazing and demanding more details, still asking if they had really been dolls. People had started asking for proof and had offered drinks. Someone had shouted that since Ike hadn't fought directly, he should at least get treated, while others had argued they should celebrate themselves. Sina had turned toward Elisha and had asked if she had really just called herself Ike's lawful wife. The girl had confidently confirmed it and had asked what the problem had been. Sina had hesitated for a moment. Nearby, Freya had been loudly celebrating about food, while Ike had felt awkward. Someone had suddenly called out to Ike. It had been Isla. She had rushed over, saying they had received a report that a demon had appeared in the city, but the alert hadn't reached the adventurers in time. She had asked how many adventurers had been present, and had said they needed to figure out what had gone wrong, suggesting they start a strategy meeting. Ike had decided to explain everything, and had told her about the demon. She had been shocked, holding her head as she repeated that the dolls had gained consciousness and had defeated the demon together with him. Ike had noticed her surprise at seeing what his dolls had looked like, and for some reason, it had made him uncomfortable. One of the bystanders had said he still didn't believe it, and had asked if they had really been dolls and why they had been able to talk. Freya had casually replied that it had been because Ike loved them. The man had said it had been impossible to believe they had consciousness, and had even defeated a demon. He had pointed at Tetra, saying someone that small couldn't possibly have that much strength, and had asked if she had really fought a demon. Tetra had looked surprised, and had asked if he wanted to test it. They had decided to arm wrestle, leaning over a barrel. The man had bragged that he had been a C-rank tank, but had strength comparable to B-rank, saying he had been worried about breaking her delicate arm. Tetra had beaten him instantly in one motion. He had screamed, and people around them had started shouting in shock that he had lost so easily. Soon, others had taken turns challenging her, but she had defeated everyone effortlessly. People had been yelling in amazement while Ike had watched, thinking some of them had practically been flying away from the force. Freya had excitedly said she wanted to try too, and Ike had warned her to be careful. Meanwhile, Alicia had wrapped her arm around Ike and had started pouring something into his mug. He had asked what she had been doing, and what kind of powder she had added. While the commotion had continued behind them, she had suggested it would have been better to talk about love instead. Ike had looked confused, and had said he had only been curious about something. She had asked what, and he had wondered why she hadn't gained consciousness earlier. Alicia had explained that compared to Freya and Tetra, she hadn't had many chances to be used in battle. Ike had realized it had all been because he hadn't wanted to put her in danger, and that it might have taken longer because of that. She had said that if he had wanted, they could talk about everything from the day they had first met. She had reminded him how he had treated them, dolls seen as mere objects, with kindness, patting their heads and saying he relied on them. She had said she had loved that deeply. She had continued, saying that during fights he had always stood in front of them, acting as bait, and that her heart had almost burst with excitement seeing him like that. She had admitted there had been nights when she had wondered why he had only used Freya and Tetra, but when she had realized it had been because he hadn't wanted to risk her safety, she had been unable to hold back her feelings anymore. She had shouted that she had loved him for it. She had said it hadn't just been that. There had also been that beautiful full moon night when he had called her out to help his injured partners. Despite his own wounds, everyone had ended up outside in the street. Ike had commented that they had been making so much noise that it hadn't been surprising they had been kicked out. Elle had agreed, laughing that everyone else had been having fun. Alicia had apologized, saying she hadn't even reached the best part yet. Freya had asked in surprise if she had finished talking yet, then had looked at Elisha and had hugged her cheerfully, saying they had plenty of time to talk later. Alicia had looked back at her and had said Freya could ask anything. Tetra had apologized, but Alicia had told Freya that being rejected would have felt insulting, and it had been natural since Freya had been the one Ike had summoned the most. She had declared she would never give up her rightful place as his wife. Freya had reacted in shock and had asked if Elisha had been rushing things too much. She had awkwardly admitted she liked Ike too, then had quickly corrected herself, saying she had meant as a friend. She had blushed and had insisted love hadn't been for them yet and that it had been too soon. Elisha had teased her acting, saying she had almost believed it herself. Ike had watched them and had thought they had been surprisingly friendly with each other.
Alright.
He had suddenly felt someone hugging him from below and had looked down to see Tetra. He had asked what had been wrong, and she had said she had decided that if she liked someone, it had been better to say it clearly. She had declared she would fight for Ike too. He had thanked her and had promised to take care of her as well. Sina had been watching them when Elle had approached her and had jokingly asked if she wanted to join them too. Sina had immediately turned red and had shouted that she hadn't meant she loved Ike like that. Elle had teased her, saying she didn't love him, and Sina had loudly denied it again. Ike had turned toward her and she had panicked, saying he had misunderstood and that it had just been an expression. Elle had laughed, thinking about how Sina had been her calm childhood friend, and that it had been the first time she'd seen her so flustered. She had felt happy seeing that side of her, and had thought she would help her however she could, though for now there hadn't been much progress. At that moment, Sina had been desperately trying to think of excuses while Ike had felt everyone had been keeping themselves busy. Freya and Elisha had both hugged him, with Freya saying the night had just been getting started, and Elisha adding that everything
Oh,
had
there's
been
so many,
failing
there's so
well.
many.
Ike had complained that it had been hard to walk like that. Behind them, Sina had looked a little sad, and Elle had told her there would have been another chance when Nod woke up. Meanwhile, Nod had finally regained consciousness, had pushed himself up from the bed, and had wondered where he had been. Pain had suddenly hit him, and he had remembered his injuries, and that he had definitely fought Ike. He had recalled that a demon had appeared in the square, and had realized the room around him had looked like the guild doctor's office. He had realized that someone must have carried him there after he had been struck by the demon. He had wondered if that meant the demon had been defeated after all. He had left the room thinking that just being alive during such a disaster had already been enough. Issa had noticed he had woken up, and Nod had muttered that things had been terrifying. She hadn't understood what he had meant, and had simply held out his sword to him. The moment he had taken it, he had disappeared from the guild. By then, it had already been night. Yun had shouted at Nod, asking where he had been. He had casually replied that it had looked like he had won. She had asked if it had really been true that he had lost to Ike, and that the demon had also been defeated. She had said Ike had been the one who defeated it, and had demanded to know what had happened. Nod had been shocked. He had started thinking about Ike again, wondering how long Ike would keep chasing him, and feeling that he wanted to stop him somehow.
Yeah, the hero's just a little douchebag. What's the next one we got here?
Report that the barrier has shattered and the dragon forces are closing in from the dances. Their investigation uncovered a surprising finding nearby the imprisoned pair. Hurt and scared, Ishwa and Malia clung jointly. Witnesses inspected them carefully, reaching a decisive judgment about identities. A mysterious figure faced the brother and sister straight away. Recognizing their lineage, he announced them Fiend Lord Varnark's offspring without doubt. The mysterious rescuer pressed Ishwa and Malia to return to the Fiend realm. His speech tested all they thought. Recalling their mother's grave, the siblings agreed a harsh reality. They eventually admitted they were fiends, not people. Escorted inside a grand hall, Ishwa and Malia confronted mighty forms. Their coming attracted attention from each collected fiend. Fenrir offered the pair prior to the leader. She announced them heirs bearing the previous Fiend Lord's bloodline and destiny. Many fiends questioned the claim and asked their heritage. Debate spread rapidly as Aishwa and Malia withstood scrutiny quietly. Uncertainty spread across the court regarding the pair heritage. A challenge emerged, demanding proof they held the Fiend Lord's strength. The leader agreed the offer and established severe consequences. Success pledged status as defeat meant death for them. The swordsman and Malia were brought prior to a legendary blade. Numerous fiends observed carefully as the decisive trial began. Malia stepped ahead first and grasped the armament steadily. Disregarding dread, she committed herself despite unsure penalties ahead, observing silently. The leader rejected beliefs about bloodline inheritance. She thought true fiend lords emerged across strength solely. Fenrir recognized power groups were exploiting the pair. She concerned ambitious fiends regarded them as tools for strength. Opposition leaders requested instant execution when the blade stayed unmoved. They ridiculed the pair and tried to destroy hope, rejecting surrender. Malia grabbed the blade herself. She struck a stone guardian fiercely and demanded Ishua aside. Malia smashed the enormous construct with overpowering power. The crowd erupted at once, thinking a new fiend lord emerged. Excited by the achievement, the demoness proclaimed Ishua the later fiend lord. She looked swiftly, checking whether he stayed secure. The collected fiends accepted Ishwa as their later leader. Malia observed silently while predictions and responsibilities abruptly surrounded them both. Ishwa refused the celebration and fought with his fresh name. He maintained they had lived separately and asked their later moments afterward. Malia reached bearing news from faraway battlefields. She showed rising strife and hinted that enemies were by then moving, displaying bleeding on her palm. Malia described an assassin had struck.
Pokemon
The
community
woman
game
stayed
A Wild
composed and
Mudsdale
treated the
appears
incident
catch it
lightly.
using
Assessing their
Poke
reduced
Catch.
troops,
Winners
Malia
revealed in
suggested
90s.
a bold strategy. She proposed infiltrating enemy ranks and hitting surprisingly jointly. The swordsman acknowledged the group's position was worsening. Supporters were discarding their reason, making their faction increasingly isolated and
Paper
exposed
Dragon
to rivals.
Reborn. Poke Catch
Malia
Ultra
described that
Ball.
loyal followers had
Kaito
guarded them for
Destiny
days.
Paper Dragon Reborn.
Without success
Paper
shortly,
Dragon
stronger
Reborn.
foes might
Welcome
move
to my
versus
channel.
them.
At
She
Kaito
hardened
Destiny
Ishwa
Paper Dragon
regardless of the
Reborn.
risk. She thought
Paper
his
Dragon
destiny stayed
Reborn.
unchanged
Welcome to
and
my
believed
channel.
he could reverse all she. The brother and sister discussed the group's last opportunity. Eliminating a major threat amid the coming strife was able to restore their declining effect. The group's conversation abruptly halted. A strange noise rang across the area, sparking Ishwa to react immediately with worry. As bound amid the plants, Ishwa observed the restraints had loosened. The surprising shift immediately grabbed his attention and worry. Watching about cautiously, he discovered the magical blade lying beside an unconscious man. A risky opportunity abruptly emerged prior to him. Recollections of promises and forecasts entered his thoughts. Determination came back as he arrived towards the armament, despite uncertainty. Ishwa silently looked aside and gripped the blade. He hid her motives, preparing to act prior to anyone observed. Near him, Shiden stayed unconscious, close. Gripping the armament tightly, Ishwa quietly considered his next move and feasible escape.
Pokemon
Shuden
community
rested
game
solely,
Mudsdale has
studying
been caught
latest
by
events as
Paper
gripping a
Dragon
pipe.
Reborn.
The man's look stayed grave. Ishwa neared silently
Alright.
and observed Shuden's state. Embarrassment shielded the demon's visage as hesitation grew prior to creating contact. Putting a palm on Shuden, Ishwa inspected him cautiously. Shuden answered steadily, thinking his physical state remained stable and showed small concern outwardly. Ishwa determined the state had passed and advised improved hydration. Shuden agreed the assessment without argument or opposition,
I don't need
providing
to worry
only
about
brief
saddles
acknowledgement
because this is the
silently.
randomizer.
As Shuden went aside, Ishua's calm collapsed wholly. Overwhelmed by humiliation, the fiend quietly wished for death rather while tears gathered behind gaze. Shuden collected everyone at the coast and went into the liquid. The party readied for practice, trailing his guidance across the calm sea. Ishwa and Anastasia shoved themselves underwater and fought deeply. Their motions grew frantic as they drained. Both fell onto the sand, airflow heavily away from exertion. Shuden observed silently before returning attention towards another practical job awaiting completion. Using his blade, Shuden sliced cane inside usable sections. He focused on efficiency.
Oh wait, I see now.
Elven soldiers report that the barrier
There,
has
now
shattered
we're
and
at
the
the
dragon
beginning.
forces are closing in from the front, forcing Anastasia Imperial to descend and face the enemy commanders. Anastasia raises her arms, calling countless falling stars to answer her summons, then unleashes the devastating meteor storm down upon the approaching dragon warriors below. The dragon soldiers roar in fury, while an elven officer confirms that 80% of the dragon army has been eliminated by Anastasia's overwhelming assault. A massive dragon looms overhead.
WiseBot
Her
7
identity
viewers,
as the
plus
Elven
1,
Empire's
alarm
Millennium
clock
Genius
1 hour
magician
42
reaffirmed,
minutes and
sensing
58
an enormous
seconds.
surge of magic power. The elven commanders realize that Naga is preparing the Dragonkin's forbidden last technique, the fearsome Heavenly Dragon King Cannon. Panicked soldiers beg Anastasia to evacuate immediately before the sacred relic Eternal Heart falls into enemy hands, but she refuses
Stream
to
elements.
abandon
Hi
her post
everyone,
despite the
as a
danger.
heads up I have
Anastasia
sleep
chants an
apnea and
ancient
tend to fall
incantation
asleep
drawn from
sometimes in my
forgotten elven
streams.
spells,
Please
calling
be
upon the
patient with
flames
my
of
disorder
creation
or
to
try
grant her
waking me
hand
up with my
absolute
redeems.
and world-ending power. Her ultimate attack, Violet Nova, erupts against Naga's incoming cannon fire as both immense forces collide directly above the battlefield in a blinding clash. The two colossal attacks detonate together, engulfing the sky in a searing white explosion that consumes the battlefield and everything caught within its radius. When the light fades, Anastasia drifts weightlessly above open water, confused and disoriented, wondering aloud why she now finds herself staring down at the sea. Landing on an unfamiliar shore,
Okay.
Anastasia calls out for her attendant Miel and General Agner, growing increasingly frightened when neither answers her desperate cries. While wandering the unfamiliar jungle, she suddenly spots a wild, disheveled man gripping a wooden club, his eyes fixed upon her. Startled by his appearance, Anastasia tries
Stream
commanding
elements
the wind
feel
to
free
blow
to
him
come in
away,
and
but
join
her
the fun
magic
for
fails
crazy
completely,
adventures through the
leaving her
worlds.
fleeing down the beach
URL.
instead. The bearded man chases after her with the club raised high, both of them screaming as they race across the sand. Cornered near a cliff's edge, Anastasia leaps outward, expecting to fly to safety, only to realize with horror that her magic has completely abandoned her. The man lunges and catches her by the ankle just before she falls, then begs her desperately for help, revealing he has been stranded alone for a week. Introducing herself as Anastasia Imperial, 7th Princess of the Elven Empire, she explains that a violent magical collision cast her onto this desert island. Shioten Daiku questions why she speaks Japanese yet looks unlike any local child, assuming her elaborate costume is simply an elaborate school play. When Anastasia asks about his ship, insisting one must have brought him here, Daiku explains his own vessel sustained no damage, concluding she must be a traumatized shipwreck survivor lost in delusion. Daiku gently reassures her he understands, while Anastasia stares in disbelief. Daiku insists she is a middle schooler incapable of real magic, arguing they must accept harsh reality to survive together on this isolated island. Furious at being doubted, Anastasia declares herself a great magician and attempts another spell, but nothing happens as Daikuku drags her away. She frantically tries casting Meteor Storm, then Glacial Bream, then Heal, each spell failing completely as Daiku watches her struggle. Daikuku shouts for her to look behind, revealing a strange gelatinous creature approaching, which Anastasia identifies as the dreaded slimy suffocating demon. Confused why her magic refuses to work now of all times, Anastasia realizes something is seriously wrong as the creature edges dangerously closer toward them both. Dismissing it as merely an ordinary slime, Anastasia turns carelessly toward the creature, unaware it is about to seize her completely by surprise instead. The slime wraps tightly around her body, restraining her limbs and pressing into her mouth until she can no longer breathe or move. Struggling desperately, Anastasia realizes with dawning horror that even beginner magic would normally handle a creature like this, confirming her powers are truly gone. Flashing back, young Anastasia recalls how her mother, Consort Lamina, was unfavored at court, leaving her constantly neglected and overlooked by everyone around her. Everything changed the day her magical power awakened, with elders declaring her a once-in-a-thousand-years genius as her father finally praised his daughter. She realizes every bond, every ounce of status and affection she'd earned came entirely from her magical talent, leaving her terrified of losing it all now. Back in the present, Daiku suddenly charges forward toward the restrained princess, throwing himself directly into danger to save her from suffocating. He strikes wildly at the creature with his bare fists, splashing through its gelatinous body as he fights desperately to free Anastasia from its grip. Screaming with effort, Daiku tears the slime away piece by piece, finally pulling Anastasia free from its suffocating hold and clutching her. Carrying her away from danger, Daiku sighs in relief that they escaped safely, while Anastasia remains too shaken to speak after the terrifying ordeal. Catching his breath, Daiku explains the creature ambushes anyone who lowers their guard, wrapping around victims' faces until they suffocate completely. calling it truly dangerous. Anastasia notes it is technically just a slime, though Daiku admits he named it himself after nearly dying to it on his very first day stranded here. Quietly, Anastasia admits she can no longer use any magic at all, prompting Daiku to ask directly why he'd bothered returning to rescue her. He explains he doesn't care who or what she truly is, insisting he is simply fulfilling his adult responsibility since helping her offers him no real benefit. Gripping her shoulder, Daiku promises to help her regardless of whether she is unwell, delusional, or powerless, and Anastasia stares back in silence. Working through the night, Daiku struggles to start a fire manually, muttering that humans were always considered far behind elves magically, yet never imagined it'd be this severe. Anastasia suddenly clutches her chest, startling Daiku with her sudden pained reaction, though she dismisses his concern and insists nothing serious is actually wrong. Privately wondering whether her powerlessness stems from a physical problem, she questions how long Daiku intends continuing his futile attempts at manually creating fire. Determined to focus and hone her entire body's sensitivity, Anastasia suddenly notices something unusual. Realizing the ambient mana surrounding this particular island feels remarkably faint, she reasons through the mechanics silently, understanding that magic requires both a caster's inner power and sufficient mana floating naturally within the surrounding atmosphere. Anastasia theorizes that adjusting her own magical output to match this island's thin mana concentration might finally allow her to successfully cast spells again, declaring herself not useless after all. She concentrates entirely on sensing the weak ambient mana, then chants her incantation to summon Meteor Storm once more. A single pitiful pebble drops weakly to the ground instead of a meteor, prompting Daiku to dash
Okay,
forward
I
and shield
definitely need to
Anastasia from the
adjust
disappointing
the
result.
expiration.
Despite the underwhelming spell, Anastasia realizes her theory worked and gently gathers dry tinder together while Daiku blows to help the
Let's
ember
go
catch.
fix that real quick.
Together they nurture the small ember through cupped hands, breathing gently and steadily until the tiny spark gradually grows stronger within the gathered kindling. The kindling finally catches properly, bursting into a genuine
going
flame,
way too
and Daiku
quick.
happily announces that thanks to her efforts, they successfully lit their fire. Watching the flames dance, Daiku admits his amazement that her magic proved completely real, while Anastasia beams proudly at finally being taken seriously again. Daikuku apologizes for having dismissed her earlier as delusional, admitting he never truly imagined magic could actually exist outside of stories. Anastasia confesses that having him beside her makes any difficulty feel surmountable, calling the moment his fire lit the first time she'd witnessed anything so amazing. Anastasia collapses with her magic drained, grumbling about the island's terrible mana efficiency, while Daiku anxiously asks if she is tired. Rushing through the mothership's corridors, an elven soldier urgently reports that the dragon race has broken through the barrier and is rapidly approaching. Startled by the alarming news, Anastasia demands details on the enemy's distance, suspecting with dread that Dragon King Naga himself might be leading this assault. A tiny winged creature suddenly bites her finger, and she realizes with confusion that the approachy NG dragons have somehow shrunk down to insect-sized proportions. Panicking over what appears to be a miniaturized dragon invasion, Anastasia frantically requests immediate reinforcements, insisting this strange emergency demands urgent military attention. She wakes abruptly on the beach, realizing it was only a dream, and recalls once again being blown onto this isolated island by magical collision, having abandoned every attempt to escape using magic. Since this island's mana proved far too weak, Anastasia had no choice but to remain overnight. Waking covered in insect bites after barely sleeping, Anastasia complains furiously about the island's ferocious bugs while noticing Daiku is nowhere. RB, Jean. Her heart suddenly skips again, worrying her, though she insists nothing's wrong when Daiku Questio NS her strange behavior, determined to handle the mysterious symptom privately. Daiku reveals he'd been busy constructing makeshift signal markers from driftwood, hoping search teams might eventually notice and locate her position on the island. Anastasia reassures him such effort wasn't necessary, confident her army would soon locate her, since the Elven Empire tracks her position through magical means. When Daiku admits total confusion about any battlefield, Anastasia reminds him incredulously that a massive war threatening the entire world's fate is NTRly raging. Sighing, Anastasia reluctantly agrees to offer him a simplified explanation, while Daiku mutters that perhaps such conflicts simply don't concern weaker races like humans. she explains that 3 major races divide and rule the world: the demons of Niflheim, the dragons of Muspelheim, and the elves of Alfheim. All 3 nations are fighting fiercely over the Eternal Heart, a giant mana crystal said to hold infinite magical power within its core. Whichever race manages to claim the Eternal Heart for themselves will surpass every other nation, essentially dominate the entire world completely. Daiku realizes she wasn't lying about possessing real magic, though her claims about impending world war mean humanity should probably start preparing themselves. S2. Anastasia mentions she hasn't had any water since yesterday, politely asking Daiku if he could possibly spare some to quench her growing thirst. Daiku recalls that palm trees bearing fruit were once plentiful when he first arrived, though he apologizes now for having no water available. He explains that coconuts once solved both his food and water problems, delaying exploration since he expected rescue soon, but ate the very last one yesterday. Realizing magic remains practically impossible here due to weak mana, Anastasia decides to patiently wait, remaining certain a rescue party is already searching for her. Anastasia explains that with faint mana, magic power cannot transmit information properly, meaning her army would never locate her position on this island. Daiku realizes rescue from her side is equally
Let's
hopeless,
see.
while Anastasia frantically wonders if physically searching the entire island remains their only able option. Now, suddenly remembering something important, Anastasia announces she knows exactly where to find water, just as dizziness overtakes her from worsening dehydration symptoms.
Alright.
Daiku recalls that on his first day exploring, he'd spotted a pool of water but ignored it since he lacked any proper container. Determined now, Daiku insists securing water immediately is their top
Pokemon
priority,
Community Game A
since
Wild
neither
Timber
of them
appears.
knows
Catch it
exactly
using
when rescue
Poke
might
Catch.
finally
Winners
arrive.
revealed in
While walking
90s.
through the forest together, Anastasia suddenly cries out in pain, admitting she'd apparently stepped on something sharp hidden among the undergrowth. Examining her injured foot, Daiku determines it is merely a scratch from a dead branch, though Anastasia insists loudly that he release her immediately. She explains she normally travels using levitation magic, which is why she'd never needed shoes, prompting Daiku to ask why he himself wears none. Daiku warns her thick cape will cause heat stroke in this heat despite her dehydration, but Anastasia stubbornly refuses to remove her ceremonial garment. She reveals the cape symbolizes frontline commanders responsible for the Elven Empire's fate, a treasured gift originally given to her by her father. Anastasia declares she'll never remove it until presenting the Eternal Heart to her father. Despite Daiku's protests about the dangerous heat, they finally reach the remembered location, only for Daiku to realize with horror that the water pool has completely disappeared since his first visit. Devastated by the sight, Anastasia collapses, complaining her throat feels dry while her head pounds, and her
Omnir,
entire
so too
body feels
Trisna.
heavy.
Kaito Destiny Omnir, welcome to my channel.
Yes.
Stream Elements look
Wait.
it's Trisna, they were playing Cult of the Lamb. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Trisna at URL. At Kaito Destiny Omnir, welcome to my channel. Pokemon Community Game Timber escaped. No one caught it.
Whatever moisture he has managed to gather, watching her expression for any sign of improvement. Anastasia recovers enough to sit up, though she scolds Daiku for making her drink something without first explaining what it actually was. Daiku demonstrates wrapping damp soil inside cloth.
Omnir Kaito muted.
No, I'm here. Hi, Omni. Thank you for doing the shout out.
Filters out dirt and sand, effectively producing drinkable water, and mentions digging deeper could reach an actual water pool. Impressed by his resourcefulness, Anastasia insists he drink his own remaining portion too, refusing to let herself be the only one staying hydrated. Anastasia declaring herself the princess of the Elven Empire who would never drink water squeezed, storming off in disgust, while Daiku noted how little she understood. Anastasia accusing Daiku of hiding behind noble talk about carrying the Elven Empire's fate, while P roving through his actions that his words meant nothing. Daiku challenged her resolve, asking if someone claiming determination to survive at any cost. D not first, swallow her pride, and take care of her own body before chasing bigger duties. Daiku insisted that nothing mattered than escaping, and Anastasia's silence suggested his blunt reasoning had finally started chipping away at her
Stream
wild,
elements,
deep,
welcome to the
loyal
Fluffy
pride.
Dragon's Den. Come
Anastasia
sit, chill,
admitting
and
she
game
could
a
never
while.
face her father
Enjoy
again,
the
she
show and have
abandoned
some
Any of their
snacks and
spirit
drinks.
to her.
I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here.
Daiku clarified he
Carrot
was not
W carrot.
criticizing her choices,
Come my way, Poochie.
only urging her to reconsider, and Anastasia turned away, her expression tightening as she wrestled with his unwelcome but honest words. Shen Mort. Anastasia lifted the wrung sock to her lips, hesitating as muddy droplets fell, forcing herself to accept the humiliating truth of their desperate situation on the island. She drank, declaring she would survive at any cost, even if it meant swallowing water squeezed from a stinking sock, while Daiku watched, silently, offering
Oh,
her
I need a green. I need green. I need green.
estimating 6 liters available for their immediate survival. He described severe conditions required significant consumption, meaning reserves might disappear inside days. Anastasia observed numerous containers and questioned their source, worried regarding their peculiar abundance. The male described sea currents or discarded containers ashore.
Wait for it to de-aggro for a bit.
Despite practical benefits. Accepting truth reluctantly, she
It does
accepted
de-aggro.
necessity outweighed
Ah,
cleanliness
I'm gonna be
concerns
fucked.
while preserving precious liquid materials. The male admitted grave hunger, startling Anastasia while showing neither had eaten anything. They headed searching for food prior to darkness reach, understanding liquid collection engulfed valuable time. While moving jointly, Anastasia recognized she still knew no thing about the man's identity. The male presented himself as Shuden Daikiku, an instructor from Tokyo, pleasing Anastasia deeply. Anastasia misunderstood his profession as mystic expertise, as Shuden clarified teaching language rather there. Anastasia admired Shuden's abilities, although he denied expertise and outlined himself modestly. Shuden described endurance hobbies taught useful insight, although experience remained limited and theoretical. Despite denying expertise, he pledged guarding Anastasia and fleeing jointly from danger safely. His speech
Oh, he
stirred
killed
Anastasia
them.
emotionally, making
God
her
damn it.
rattled as blaming an imaginary condition. Continuing their search, Shuden examined coastal stones cautiously while Anastasia trailed behind. Searching shoreline stones, Shuden located something edible and summoned Anastasia over promptly there.
Damn,
He
fly,
proudly
go away.
revealed collected shellfish, declaring the little sea creatures their dish for endurance. Anastasia questioned choosing shellfish despite abundant catch.
There are
Questioning such
so
peculiar
many
seafood
corpses
completely random. Shasuden
everywhere.
described fishing needed equipment, while
God
Shuden
damn, I love this
pursued their
randomizer thing.
nourishment and force,
This,
rejecting
this has made it
limitations.
more interesting
Anastasia
and more
moved ahead
fun.
confidently, declaring her magic could catch effortlessly. Anastasia noticed Ketch under shallow waters, immediately preparing sorcery proudly to prove herself. Chanting assuredly,
Look at
Anastasia
Ragdoll,
summoned
there's
mighty
so
currents,
many
creating a
corpses,
swirling
man.
prison about unsuspecting Ketch. Her spell caught the Ketch effectively, making Anastasia delighted with her magical achievement. Anastasia demanded Shuden swiftly collect the Ketch. As he rejoiced her
Who are you
successful
fighting?
demonstration, Shuden moved towards the spinning liquid prison, eagerly attempting securing their hard-earned dish. Shuden reached towards the caught catch, but Anastasia's unstable spell burst apart surprisingly. The explosion hurled Anastasia into salt water, making
Oh, you get
Shuden
caught.
stunned while Catch escaped freely. Recognizing risk immediately, Shuden abandoned everything else and carried Anastasia onto coast cautiously. Anastasia coughed weakly and fought airflow, prompting Shuden to urgently check her state. Shuden assisted expel swallowed salt water, patting Anastasia's back until her airflow slowly steadied. Anastasia stayed nauseous after swallowing salt water, as Shuden anxiously checked whether her condition better, explaining mystic exhaustion and hunger. Anastasia regained gradually until Shuden observed something surprising. Shuden noticed numerous shellfish covering a stone and promptly showed Anastasia the finding with excitement. Though the catch escaped, Anastasia appreciated Shuden's attempt, and they created abundant shellfish instead for their dish. Shuden lifted a shellfish piece towards Anastasia, showing assurance while providing unfamiliar food. Anastasia observed nervously as Shuden let fall little shell fragments across the prepared dish before. The teacher sampled the dish first, explaining crushed shell pieces stayed edible regardless of their texture. Anastasia hesitated as listening cautiously,
Ooh, bun
uncertain
bun.
whether his peculiar suggestion could truly labor. Shuden outlined the taste steadily, contrasting it to snacks, encouraging Anastasia to taste some. Anastasia
Damn
carefully
fly.
sampled Shuden's dish, studying its taste
Sure,
while
you die.
considering his peculiar cooking method. The unknown taste overwhelmed her at once, sparking a dramatic reaction while Shuden observed worriedly. He discovered Anastasia lacked shellfish practice, explaining her shock despite enjoying the taste. Anastasia outlined her woods upbringing, showing a limited diet centered on collected natural foods. Shuden considered on Anastasia's vulnerability, linking her restricted feeding habits to current struggles. Shuden discovered a leftover coconut, recognizing a further food source might aid Anastasia's nutritional condition. He offered coconut liquid enthusiastically,
Okay,
wishing
you wanna
its
fight?
contents might provide comfort and required nourishment. Anastasia tasted the beverage cautiously, next expressed delight while appreciating its refreshing natural taste. Discussing her background, she admitted extensive mystic roles left small experience with typical foods. She remembered studying sorcery within palace libraries, leftover isolated from broader experiences beyond walls. Shuden pledged Anastasia many enjoyable events beyond endurance, wishing to broaden her limited worldview. Anastasia hesitated, reminding Shuden regarding her royal roles and the ongoing war endangering countries. Despite responsibilities ahead, she silently acknowledged anticipation for those later events with Shuden. Examining the coconut, Anastasia noted its little size offered small nourishment for healing attempts. Shuden weighed her state gravely, searching for useful ways to increase Anastasia's food intake. Shuden raised tapioca surprisingly, making Anastasia puzzled while trying to understand his strange reference. He described a popular beverage concept, describing chewy pearls and drawing inspiration for provisions. Shuden suggested mixing snail flesh within coconut, believing the texture might improve consumption considerably. Anastasia heard quietly, struggling to follow Shuden's peculiar reasoning while gripping the coconut. Shuden demonstrated the notion practically, sparking the snail flesh to slide smoothly across liquid. Anastasia swallowed the coconut mixture carefully, next reacted sharply as in surprising texture startled her. Recovering gradually, she described coconut taste softened the snail taste, creating consumption simpler overall. Heartened by improvement, Anastasia agreed another serving while the campfire illuminated their environment silently. Shuden admired her attempt, relieved seeing renewed force and assurance returning through proper nourishment. Anastasia acknowledged Shuden's resourcefulness, recognizing useful insight could prove valuable beyond mystic expertise. Anastasia enjoyed the coconut mixture deeply, next recognized Shuden never sampled his own creation prior to. Heartened by her approval, Shuden agreed the coconut and chose to test it personally. The taste overwhelmed Shuden immediately, sparking a disastrous reaction while Anastasia observed quietly, completely shocked. Anastasia slept peacefully near Shuden, unaware a shocking revelation might shortly disturb her deeply. A familiar voice reached Anastasia, sparking confusion as she abruptly identified her mother's company. Her parent emerged briefly, revealing the Elven Empire's collapse and delivering destructive news surprisingly. Anastasia refused the statement promptly, struggling frantically to accept such a ruinous possibility. An enormous worm emerged before them, reinforcing the frightening reality after the Empire's downfall. Anastasia learned her disappearance reduced battlefield troops, allowing Dragon Ruler Naga overpowering advantages everywhere. Catching further devastation faulted on Naga, she panicked while frantically denying her mother's presence. A brutal blast ended the vision suddenly, and Anastasia awakened near the campfire airflow, recalling several days had passed without recovery. Anastasia
No, no,
considered
no, no.
Shuden's unexplained absence deeply,
Come
fearing
here.
her homeland's loss. Anastasia weighed escape possibilities and tried Shuden's direction immediately. Anastasia trailed damaged branches across the forest, hoping they might lead toward Shuden's location. Catching unfamiliar voices, she grew cautious, questioning whether others inhabited the isle. Hidden amid foliage, she noticed Shuden and noticed him cautiously from a distance. Noticing peculiar sorcery,
Oh, that's true.
Anastasia grew suspicious, questioning whether Shuden had concealed important truths.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Troubled by the possibility of
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
deception, she rushed forward wanting replies about latest events. Panicking from suspicion, Anastasia fled across the woods while Shuden pursued. Puzzled by accusations, Anastasia released lightning sorcery versus Shuden, attempting capture before obtaining replies regarding everything. Shuden endured the strike calmly, revealing surprising assurance that deepened Anastasia's rising unease. Noticing his smile, Anastasia hesitated briefly prior to Shuden abruptly shut his face completely. Shuden pinned her down swiftly, stopping opposition while she struggled frantically under him. Shuden silenced Anastasia promptly, shielding her as a strong company approached their position unnoticed. A colossal beast emerged close, startling Anastasia as Shuden kept defensive cover over her. Shuden described the isle contained dangerous beasts, clarifying the reason after his urgent actions. He outlined the creature's territorial conduct, warning that entering its domain provoked instant strikes. Anastasia recognized the beast species, as Shuden casually showed he had by then named it. Shuden pressed immediate retreat, thinking the monster might dismiss them once they exited territory. The beast abruptly charged, regardless, causing Shuden and Anastasia inside a further dangerous predicament immediately. Without delay, Shuden seized Anastasia and rolled aside repeatedly, narrowly avoiding the strike. Their escape ended with a severe fall, making Anastasia concerned about Shuden's condition deeply. The teacher reassured Anastasia swiftly, explaining he jumped away from a cliff and survived with her. Anastasia confronted Shuden straight away, resolved to uncover secrets after the strange sorcery she witnessed. Accusing him of deception, Anastasia requested replies regarding his identity and unachievable mystic abilities. She outlined a mighty fixing spell, arguing Shuden's earlier actions matched its characteristics. Shuden showed a smartphone, confusing Anastasia since its arrival resembled unfamiliar mystic artifacts. After catching the explanation, Anastasia recognized Shuden's gadget was technology rather than sorcery itself. Shuden demonstrated smartphone videos, assisting Anastasia understand previously mysteries without involving sorcery whatsoever, despite accounts. Anastasia stayed discouraged, struggling with her situation and unsure later prospects. Reflecting strongly, she determined she contributed small beyond awaiting recovery and completing obligations. Overcame by guilt, Anastasia faulted herself for hardships, wounds, and failures occurring about her. Shuden promptly refused her judgment, arguing Anastasia possessed abilities nobody else could provide. Shuden described his phone contained useful functions beyond communication, capturing Anastasia's full focus promptly. He showed endurance tools engulfed charge power, creating a serious limitation during island
Let's
life.
see.
Recognizing Anastasia's lightning magic renewed force, Shuden celebrated in surprising solution enthusiastically. Shuden displayed stored endurance guides, explaining the smartphone provided insight whenever uncertainty emerged. Understanding her unique utility, Anastasia agreed obligation for charging the smartphone whenever required.
Oh, hello.
While discussing smartphone charging assuredly, Shuden abruptly protected Anastasia from a dangerous dropping threat. A mysterious female emerged surprisingly, questioning Anastasia's lack of mystic response
Pokemon
during
community
danger.
game A wild
Recognizing
Frostmoth
the
appears
newcomer at
catch it
once,
using
Anastasia
Hope Catch.
froze in
Winners
shock as
revealed in
Worm Ruler Naga
90s.
showed herself. Shuden shields Anastasia as recognizing Worm Ruler Naga, confronting and surprising figure. Naga appears assuredly naked, towering prior to witnesses, her intimidating aura stirring uncertainty everywhere. Anastasia explains Naga's dragonkin heritage, describing mighty sorcery skills, as Shuden listens anxiously and studies her.
Oh, what the
Further
fuck?
details reveal Naga rules dragonkin power, regarding concerns as doubting repeated disturbances from troublesome youngsters. Anastasia clarifies dragonkin customs, making Shuden flustered as Naga's peculiar habits become clear. Shuden notices Anastasia's hurt neck, rising worried as urging treatment and proper clothing for Naga. Naga confirms her name, regarding complaints casually as Shuden examines Anastasia's state. He furiously accuses Naga of endangering Anastasia, thinking her reckless blow nearly showed fatal. Naga abruptly advances towards them, prompting Shuden to protect Anastasia while preparing protectively versus danger. Naga launches ahead strongly, startling onlookers as Shuden reacts immediately, expecting a further brutal confrontation. Naga grabs Anastasia playfully, doubting her absent sorcery, while Anastasia protests and struggles powerlessly. Shuden explains endurance matters. First, urging peace since conflict benefits nobody.
Pokemon community game Frostmoth escaped. No one caught it.
Viewing the elf princess as the woman's sole source of enjoyment. Curious about Anastasia's reduced state, Naga proposes warming up as demanding a further mystic contest. Disregarding objections completely, Naga lifts Anastasia strongly, making Shuden shouting frantically for restraint. Shuden steps ahead protectively, separating Naga from Anastasia as rejecting intimidation despite visible wounds. Naga queries his nerve, but Shuden steadily orders Anastasia, aside from impending danger. Angered by opposition, Naga abandons restraint fully and declares Shuden her instant target. Naga strikes ferociously, unleashing overpowering power while Shuden braces himself against destructive impact. Shuden lands a counterattack surprisingly, staggering Naga momentarily and disrupting her unceasing motion. Anastasia watches Shuden carefully as Naga becomes unsettled after being hit by a typical human. She queries Shuden's background, unable to understand how somebody challenged Naga effectively solely. Shuden recalls laboring inside a severe school where violence dominated daily existence and authority. Responsible for discipline, he faced risky pupils personally, relying upon power to maintain order. Wanting direction, Shuden learned severe measures stayed accepted during chaotic eras plagued by violence. Shuden reveals his severe background waiting firm, despite wounds while recalling unceasing disciplinary battles. Anastasia realizes he understands battle, although he dislikes violence and prefers stopping greater harm. Naga queries his reasoning, leftover unconvinced as Shuden refuses backing down away from confrontation. Excited by opposition, Naga announces
Okay.
preliminary measures and approaches Shuden with fresh enthusiasm. Declaring a warm-up, she charges hostilely towards Shuden, eager to keep their escalating combat.
Seafood.
Naga unleashes Wormclaw Burst, making destructive shockwaves as Shuden narrowly avoids straight damage. Shuden witnesses smashed terrain, struggling to comprehend the overpowering power generated by Naga strikes ceaselessly again, prompting Shuden to wonder whether Dragonkin possessed mystic skills. She breathes, flames surprisingly, shocking Shuden and showing her monstrous power exceeds predictions deeply. Delighted by opposition, Naga urges continuation as Shuden considers retreat versus her frightening strength. Shuden analyzes Naga's motions, explaining her reckless style differs deeply away from disciplined battle methods. Anastasia interprets the circumstances, suggesting Naga restrains herself since worry for her servant limits attempt. Naga furiously rejects the claim, declaring overpowering superiority as Shuden remains puzzled. Earth tremors spread about Shuden as Naga promises transformation, prompting him to maintain calm. Naga reveals a colossal dragon form, making Shuden shocked as the confrontation reaches a frightening climax. Shuden gazed in shock as Dragoness ruler Naga emerged, declaring people worthy sacrifices. Naga advanced assuredly, pledging devastation next, while Shuden braced himself and Anastasia observed anxiously. Expecting danger, Shuden reacted instantly, colliding versus Naga's strike and stopping momentum completely across sheer power.
Okay.
Anastasia describes people store mana internally, enabling transformations also across mystically deprived regions and harsh conditions. Mana depletion reduced Naga severely, stopping transformation skills, making her vulnerable. Naga requested replies about her weakness while Anastasia determined Shuden possessed sincere victory chances. Rejecting humiliation, Naga rejected human interference and lunged ahead aggressively, resolved to prove superiority. She released a fierce blow, challenging Shuden directly as relying solely upon leftover strength. Shuden barely responded prior to Naga's strike closed distance rapidly, causing immediate defensive. Their fists clashed again and again as Shuden recognized Naga's natural physical strength stayed overwhelmingly formidable. Shuden sensed danger immediately as Naga grabbed in chance, causing him into abrupt vulnerability again. Naga caught him tightly versus the chest, attempting command while he looked for escape routes. Exploiting motion, she hurled Shuden aside strongly, making distance and disrupting his balance.
Alright, let's see.
Anastasia checked Shuden swiftly, relieved he avoided grave wound despite bleeding away from his nose. Shuden rejected concerns casually, while Anastasia likened his endurance versus demanding endurance conditions endured. Shuden hit himself deliberately, shocking Anastasia as Naga grinned, recognizing a significant shift
Okay, we got a
promptly.
fire user.
Activating Mad Spirit Rising, he boosted physical skills across Ache, enduring impacts without hesitation. Naga welcomed his determination eagerly while Shuden readied draining leftover mana for combat. She struck once more, but Shuden focused briefly on her strange
That wood?
gesture amid battle. Shuden stopped strongly,
Water?
shattering wooden debris apart as Naga pressed ahead with unceasing aggression.
let's
Shuden
see.
warned Naga's worm claws stayed dangerous, while Anastasia realized typical defenses offered small protection. Shuden observed something approaching surprisingly, drawing
Okay,
attention
do we have a
aside from
miner
Naga's
that...
unceasing offensive pressure. Naga lunged assuredly, but Shuden grabbed the opportunity and seized the incoming item mid-air. Recognizing an elven sorcery blade, Shuden stopped Naga's claw prior to launching a counterattack swiftly. Shuden's punch connected firmly, making Naga shocked and speechless as motion shifted dramatically. Seizing the chance, Shuden drove a powerful punch forward, hitting Naga with overpowering power. Naga plunged backward from impact, shocked completely while Shuden stayed ready for opposition afterward. Validating victory, he proposed restraining unconscious Naga swiftly before she regained awareness. Surprisingly, confronted with Naga's state, Shuden hesitated awkwardly,
Ooh, she
unsure
got
the way
clobbered.
restraint should be handled. Anastasia observed his worry promptly, becoming irritated while interpreting his attention towards Naga. Shuden came back Anastasia's blade respectfully, recognizing its worth after relying upon improvised arms repeatedly. Anastasia questioned his assumptions steadily, explaining her silence never considered rage towards anyone. Gripping the blade cautiously, she revealed emotional reasons after keeping the treasured weapon close. Shudin listened gravely, while Anastasia outlined endurance, responsibility, and maintaining strength across
Botrix, thank you for the follow at Ricardo
Anastasia showed
Shitbeard.
her mother's talisman served as protection and last resort amid wartime difficulties.
Vader,
Anastasia entrusted her
Ellie,
mother's talisman
thank
blade
you very
to
much for
Shuden, thinking it
your
might improve their endurance. Shuden
love
questioned
and support
accepting
and
such
checking
work,
out the stream.
but Anastasia answered
Ricardo,
assuredly and placed faith
hello and
inside him.
welcome.
Anastasia described the blade could secure their later,
Both on
expressing
Blaze
unwavering
and
faith
on
in
Kick.
Shuden.
I hope
Shuden
everyone's
pledged
having a great, wonderful
cooperation
time.
and
Sorry if I
escape,
don't have any
accepting obligation
notifications
as
there on
reassuring Anastasia with
Blaze.
determination wholly.
Got no
Naga
freaking text
abruptly
to respond.
awakened, acknowledging Shuden's punch stayed memorable as interrupting their heartfelt exchange.
So I try to
Naga
look when I
admitted
can.
defeat gracefully, admired Shuden's strength. Next startled everyone by approaching him with confidence abruptly after waking. Smiling directly at Shuden, Naga bravely asked for bearing his child, making Anastasia stunned and speechless by the proposal.
What?
Anastasia froze in disbelief. Her gaze widened dramatically after catching Naga's surprising declaration towards Shuden. Naga proudly described Dragonkin traditions, while Anastasia responded noisily as Shuden withstood awkward confusion. Claiming loss showed Shuden's power, Naga justified selecting him according to Dragonkin customs and traditions. Anastasia refused Naga's reasoning, but Naga enthusiastically requested Shuden accept her prestigious offer. Shuden listed endurance difficulties, arguing childbirth and parenting stayed unrealistic under their conditions. Naga misunderstood Shuden's concerns, wholly demanding obedience as declaring her motives were unquestionably grave. Ignoring hesitation, she pinned Shuden assuredly as Anastasia observed nervously and fought processing events. She abruptly halted herself, admitting exhaustion reduced her determination and reconsidering instant pursuit entirely. Choosing practicality rather, Naga declared schemes for food, making Anastasia puzzled by changes. Prior to departing, she noticed Shuden speak, sparking her attention to shift towards him immediately. Shuden invited Naga to cooperate, proposing mutual backing as Anastasia silently noticed their interaction. He described their endurance chances improved jointly, noting a peculiar connection existed between them. Naga proudly declined companionship, insisting her status required independence before suddenly making their company. Anastasia remembered Naga's earlier strength. Recognizing her current condition differed deeply from predictions. Considering later dangers cautiously, Anastasia questioned whether magic and mana could somehow be renewed. Anastasia approached as Shuden proposed coming back campward, first prioritizing treatment for their wounds. Shuden cleaned Anastasia's injury using filtered liquid, explaining infection dangers where medical aid remained unavailable. Anastasia listened attentively, next accepted the boiled liquid, appreciating Shuden's cautious endurance knowledge and judgment. She assuredly claimed healing sorcery handled wounds, easily revealing limited understanding of typical medical practices. But Shuden treated her neck cautiously, sparking slight discomfort while Anastasia withstood steadily. Shuden applied disinfectant cautiously, startling Anastasia as intense stinging spread throughout her treated injury. While explaining disinfectant benefits, Shuden showed Naga's severed claw, startling Anastasia deeply amid treatment. Interested promptly, he borrowed the claw, thinking its power could become a useful implement. Anastasia described Naga's reduced blessings, noting mana depletion lowered defensive magic and physical enhancement. Discussing elven traits, Anastasia outlined innate blessings, granting protection, power, and various mystic skills. Anastasia demonstrated mana results using her locks, displaying older strands stayed stronger than newer growth. Shuden recognized Naga, probably reached later, explaining why mana depletion had affected her separately. Inspired abruptly, Shuden moved indoors, making Anastasia confused while pursuing a surprising idea. Merging Naga's claw with Anastasia's durable locks, Shuden suggested crafting effective fishing equipment jointly.
Omnirk, I just stopped in to shout out the fruit bat, now I am back off to bed.
Using peculiar supplies without
Alright.
hesitation. Shuden
You
tested
take care, have a good
crafted
night's
fishing gear
rest.
while Anastasia observed silently, reflecting upon latest events.
Thank you for
cautiously.
doing the
The
shout
elf
out.
princess asked his interest in Naga, suspecting he intended building friendship regardless of tensions. Shuden raised their peculiar connection, prompting Anastasia. Tell me where the freaks at.
Welcome to the stream, ladies.
Asked surprisingly about age. Anastasia showed her daze, next scolded Shuden for asking rudely. She described her effect over wartime affairs, as Shuden reconsidered beliefs about elven lifespans. Regardless of responsibilities and history, she acknowledged spending time with Naga stayed wholly unthinkable. As fishing, Shuden considered cautiously, doubting whether Anastasia's extraordinary claims might actually prove true. Accepting conditions briefly, Shuden remembered a familiar tale and chose cooperation over kept doubt. Shuden shared a story explaining foes survive jointly by cooperating versus dangers, endangering everyone equally. Anastasia heard silently as he proposed postponing conflicts until everyone escaped the
wait,
Isle
that's the
safely.
failure. Never mind.
Shuden emphasized teamwork's benefits, thinking combined strengths might deeply improve their chances of endurance. Testing his handmade
Got
gear,
that, got
Shuden hooked a catch effectively, astonishing Anastasia with instant results. With pride displaying the catch, he showed his notion worked, making Anastasia genuinely impressed. Using their successful catch, Shuden readied catch over a flame, creating a satisfying dish together. Anastasia enjoyed the cooked catch deeply, appreciating food quality despite their difficult conditions deeply. As gathering supplies, Shuden looked for useful debris, teaching Anastasia resourcefulness across practical examples. Shuden located valuable containers amid wreckage, exciting Anastasia as materials kept accumulating steadily. Reviewing progress steadily, he noted better conditions, while Anastasia appreciated their rising stability
Alright,
jointly.
now-
While heading towards fishing grounds, Shuden observed something peculiar ahead, interrupting
Put it
their
over here.
typical routine completely. They discovered Naga collapsed on the earth drained, making both Shuden and Anastasia stunned. Anastasia and Shuden find unconscious Naga on shore, recognizing her name. Shuden notices bleeding injuries across Naga's form, prompting worry as Anastasia watches quietly. Thinking treatment essential, Shuden decides bearing Naga campered promptly, and Anastasia agrees readily, despite uncertainty lingering. They place Naga upon woven bedding, examining wounds cautiously while preparing practical aid for healing attempts. Observing inflammation and fever signs, Shuden realizes Naga's injury remains grave, requiring pressing attention. Shuden realizes Naga's infection was able to become fatal. As Anastasia worries medicine remains wholly unavailable. Anastasia asks regarding assisting Naga, and Shuden insists they must attempt each feasible measure. She questions saving Naga despite hostility, while Shuden refuses discarding somebody meeting death solely. Shuden prepares treatment cautiously, boiling liquid and cloths first, aiming to disinfect injuries correctly. As applying
Pokemon
disinfectant,
community
Naga
game a wild
abruptly
Sir
reacts
fetched
violently,
appears catch it
startling
using
Shuden and
Poke
disrupting
Catch.
his medical
Winners
attempts.
revealed in 90s.
Anastasia offers assistance willingly, while Shuden struggles regarding Naga since Ache keeps provoking opposition. Shuden instructs Anastasia cautiously, assigning injury cleaning roles while requesting she restrain Naga rather. Naga thrashes fiercely amid care, nearly hitting Shuden as Anastasia anxiously watches unfolding chaos. Shuden reacts swiftly, seizing command prior to Naga's motions disrupt treatment and worsen injuries further. Hitting Naga steadily, he orders instant action, making an opportunity for treatment to keep. Naga breaks free abruptly, lunging aside, despite weakness, causing Shuden to pursue her promptly. Rejecting escape, Shuden intercepts Naga straightaway, grabbing her prior to infection-driven panic carries farther. Naga crashes inside Shuden hostilely, struggling wildly as fever clouds judgment and intensifies opposition. Anastasia urges composed, clutching materials nervously as Shuden maintains command throughout the dangerous fight. Fatigue eventually overcomes Naga, allowing Shuden to restrain her safely as care resumes. Shuden prepares disinfectant cautiously, noticing Naga's opposition fading as Anastasia worries regarding her condition. Naga abruptly awakens and lashes out violently, startling both partners prior to care to intercede. Despite weakness, she strikes fiercely, causing Shuden to defend himself versus unpredictable motions. Anastasia rushes ahead bravely, assisting
Pokemon
Naga
community
while
game
warning
Sir
Shuden
fetched
about fresh
escaped.
risk. The
No
wound
one
restrains
caught it.
Naga tightly, making a brief chance for Shuden to apply disinfectant. Shuden pours disinfectant completely onto Naga's injury, enduring screams while causing treatment across effectively. Their exhausting attempt succeeds, making Naga resting silently while the cleaned injury receives protection. Anastasia notes dwindling materials, showing merely one liquid bottle remains, despite Naga's fever. Rejecting despair, Shuden decides searching for liquid promptly, and Anastasia volunteers support without hesitation, recalling previously exploration. He recalls their discovered liquid source had by then dried up. Reviewing materials cautiously, Shuden discovers gathered bottles contain little water, alarming Anastasia considerably by then. Recalling previously attempts, they remember gathering fresh liquid amid fishing preparations and filling containers. Little catches provide food, but dwindling assets leave their overall situation increasingly difficult and unsure. Shuridan prioritizes Naga's healing, offering precious liquid despite shortages, as Anastasia observes. Anastasia worries Shuden neglects himself wholly, fearing fatigue could perhaps overcome him prior to Naga recovers. Shuden checks Naga's temperature cautiously, as Anastasia misunderstands his word and reacts with shock. Showing correctly, Shuden confirms Naga's temperature remains grave, explaining his assessment method clearly. Anastasia queries his mercy, questioning why he helps Naga regardless of previous hostility shown. Time passes without improvement, and Naga's temperature persists regardless of each care they attempted. Shuden concludes typical care cannot cure Naga, explaining antibiotics remain urgently essential currently. Shuden explains infection overwhelms Naga's form, as antibiotics usually prevent bacteria from worsening circumstances. Without medicine available, Naga must rely fully on natural healing, regardless of highly poor odds. Anastasia abruptly remembers a further feasible solution, offering Shuden renewed hope for saving Naga. She explains mystic protections usually resist disease, although Naga currently
High
lacks
quality
sufficient
bench,
mana.
medieval medicine bench.
Recognizing mana could restore defensive sorcery, Shuden sees a potential path towards curing Naga. Anastasia explains people lack sorcery power, while Naga requires external mana to restore defensive magic and fitness. Shuden eagerly accepts, but Anastasia warns transferring force converts life power and demands cautious thought prior to proceeding. Keeping contact for extended periods and repeated transfers becomes essential for care success versus the infection. Anastasia reveals fall risk and dwindling materials. Shuden yet considers sacrifice to rescue Naga from death. Anastasia, Shuden, and Naga confronted a critical crisis, recognizing their endurance chances were rapidly diminishing. Shuden evaluated resources cautiously, agreeing Anastasia's worry held merit since supporting everyone stayed difficult. He considered mystic conversion possibilities, thinking physical force could become sorcery, solving shortages. Anastasia addressed Shuden as he prompting reflection until a useful solution emerged inside his thoughts. He suggested desalination using salt water in buckets. Next, question methods for collecting vapor efficiently. Shuden inspected available tools cautiously. Next, realized their gathered materials by then enabled his plan. He described saltwater distillation simply, showing Anastasia how vapor could become drinkable liquid safely. Shuden repurposed chair legs as pipes, organizing components cautiously to guide vapor efficiently. He modified the chair and built all she jointly, completing a functional distillation apparatus effectively. Confident in his invention, he asked for salt water promptly as Anastasia hurried to assist promptly. Liquid condensed across Shuden's apparatus effectively, filling bottles gradually while showing the design functioned. Shuden examined gathered liquid carefully, estimating steady production and validating dependable results for survival. Anastasia tasted the liquid carefully as Shuden heartened her evaluation of the experiment. Responded with shock, Anastasia recognizing sincere freshwater and grasping Shuden's method
Okay,
achieved
it's
success.
this,
She admired the
this.
invention, while Shuden described resourceful thinking revealed hidden uses inside supplies. Shuden described endurance required adaptability, encouraging Anastasia to worth flexibility over rigid predictions always. Anastasia questioned food materials, while Shuden identified liquid issues ended, but nourishment remained uncertain. He suggested trapping prey for provisions. Next, urgently summoned Anastasia to discuss support. Shuden showed a scheme assisting Naga recover as gathering resources, requesting Anastasia's strength. Anastasia accepted reluctantly, pledging cooperation and spell cancellation, although concern remained regarding Naga's condition. Shuden collected all mentally, announcing a strategy meeting as preparing their next endurance objective. Anastasia tended Naga cautiously beside base, maintaining care while monitoring ongoing healing attempts. Shuden built traps and baskets diligently, setting gear throughout wilderness areas for gathering. Coming back from labor, he carried gathered resources while Anastasia stayed beside their campsite. Their dish succeeded wonderfully, and Anastasia enjoyed nutritious provisions supporting power and healing. Anastasia enjoyed the dish deeply, and Shuden felt heartened noticing her satisfied reaction afterward. Naga stayed unconscious as receiving nourishment, as Shuden and Anastasia kept supporting her healing. Shuden reviewed materials cautiously, validating successful liquid production and measuring resources for everyone. he noted improvements stayed feasible, although current freshwater output by then supported their needs. Shuden described completed traps and markers, anticipating captured prey soon across preparations by then made. Shuden noticed Naga's lingering fever, concluding stronger sorcery stayed essential despite gradual improvement signs. Anastasia readied a healing circle about Naga, while Shuden observed the ritual cautiously. She instructed Shuden regarding care procedures, explaining requirements prior to beginning mystic restoration attempts. Anastasia showed straight physical contact transferred sorcery most efficiently inside their current circumstances available. Focused solely on rescuing Naga, Shuden suppressing distractions as bearing out essential treatment. Shuden held Naga carefully, transferring force continuously while enduring discomfort to backing her healing. Anastasia performed mighty healing magic, channeling vast force towards Naga across an elaborate ritual. The spell kept steadily, as Anastasia concentrated strongly and maintained mystic flow without interruption. She considered uneasily, doubting unfamiliar emotions arising inside her despite completing demanding sorcery. Noticing Shuden assist Naga devotedly, Anastasia grew irritated and voiced dissatisfaction with his focus. Anastasia questioned Shuden's devotion, reflecting upon sacrifices he made guarding partners despite individual dangers. Recalling by generosity, she reaffirmed faith in Shuden, recognizing his dependable character and intentions. Morning reached as drained Shuden struggled shifting, feeling drained from extensive mystic transfer. Naga regained awareness surprisingly, making Shuden startled when she awakened directly near him, puzzled and flustered. She questioned circumstances while Shuden reacted nervously to her abrupt healing. Reduced Shuden recognized risk promptly, lacking strength to resist Naga's impulsive actions and advances. Naga ignored alerts completely, acting on uncertainty and lingering instincts as Shuden stayed overwhelmed. Naga stayed unusually attached towards Shuden, making him alarmed while recognizing his drained condition. Shuden recognized weakness stopped opposition, while Naga noticed him curiously without understanding circumstances fully. Anastasia came back bearing salt water, hearing Naga resting comfortably against Shuden. Despite confusion lingering, she asked their odd position, as Shuden concealed embarrassment and avoided detailed accounts. Lacking assurance physically, Anastasia reluctantly accepted attempting support, despite limited power available
Wisebot
herself.
6 viewers, -1, alarm clock 2 hours 34 minutes and 15 seconds.
Cautious optimism. Fatigue overcame him completely, and Anastasia observed his condition worsening, despite successful healing attempts. Shuden located he could barely move, recognizing mystic transfer had drained vast strength. Calling determination, he finally sat upright prior to Anastasia, although fatigue yet burdened him. Overcome by hunger, Shuden acknowledged miscalculation, as Anastasia offered retrieving caught prey herself. Shuden hesitated briefly, next agreed Anastasia's offer despite concerns about her security and abilities. Anastasia grabbed his bag assuredly, departing solely towards trap locations marked across terrain. Trailing Shuden's markers cautiously, Anastasia located traps positioned strategically and inspected them attentively. She accidentally
LionJex
emitted caught
18,
catch everywhere,
lurk.
becoming startled while
Kaito
struggling
Destiny
to find
LionJex
the result to
18,
continue.
LionJex
She searched
18,
surrounding areas
welcome to my
cautiously,
channel.
wishing to recover resources.
Frosty Tools
Looking
lurking
up
like a
the
cozy
lurk.
dragon, at LionJex 18. We appreciate the support, rest up and enjoy the chill vibes. At Kaito Destiny LionJex 18, LionJex 18, welcome to my channel.
Cooked the captured prey cautiously, making a substantial dish restoring depleted force. As feeding, he noticed Naga's improvement and expected complete healing very soon afterward. Anastasia considered thoughtfully, startled one healing ritual achieved results beyond her initial predictions. Shuden admitted helplessness regarding Naga's illness, as Anastasia listened silently and considered strongly. He thanked Anastasia sincerely,
Let's
crediting
see.
her attempts for overcoming difficulties
Much
and
for your
guarding all.
lurk. I hope you
Awakened
enjoy
later,
your
he
time.
recognizing considerable time had passed as recovering from grave fatigue. Naga abruptly
I'm probably going to
approached
switch over to
Anastasia
Arc
hostilely,
here in a
making both
bit.
startled while Shuden responded with alarm. Witnessing the confrontation escalate surprisingly, Shuden shouted Anastasia's name and moved towards them. Naga surprisingly threw a rabbit towards Anastasia, showing additional prey remained across the island. Anastasia questioned Naga's motives cautiously, unsure why she abruptly offered assistance without explanation. Naga described catching 2 rabbits, choosing sharing one stopped Shuden from leftover hungry.
Let's
He
see. We
tested
got
Anastasia
berries.
indirectly,
We got
suggesting their
wheat.
rivalry stayed
We
unresolved
got
despite
potato. We
latest
got
cooperation
carrots.
attempts. Shuden observed bleeding about Naga's throat, suspecting she had eaten prey and cooked herself. Shuden cautioned versus raw food consumption, while Naga described worms valued fresh organs above meals. Naga discovered scarce mana reduced natural protections, eventually grasping her lingering illness
I'll
and
deal with
vulnerability. Discussing wounds, she recognized typical prey should never threaten dragons under usual circumstances. Naga outlined battling a Quakehog solely suffering loss despite making the creature injured.
So now I need
Anastasia questioned Naga's work steadily.
certain type.
As Shuden located the hunted animal was female, Naga tested Anastasia assuredly, declaring motives to settle their rivalry once current matters finished. Shuden questioned Naga reconsideration, wishing she might abandon unnecessary strife and cooperate peacefully. Naga weighed his offer gravely, showing interest in joining their party for now. Shuden proposed fleeing jointly first, postponing disputes until everyone regained power and
Okay,
freedom.
now we'll get
Anastasia
some
questioned Naga's weakness,
nails
making
crafted here.
Shuden flustered as avoiding the true account completely. Naga surprisingly agreed cooperation, startling Shuden and Anastasia while easing tensions among former rivals. The elf princess deferred
The
judgment
elf
to the teacher,
princess and the
allowing Naga
dragon
freedom
one are
regarding the
all
suggested
gonna
alliance
be.
arrangement.
I
The
mean,
trio accepted temporarily, setting aside conflicts and focusing jointly on fleeing the Isle. Naga revealed personal motives plainly, wanting freedom first while expressing peculiar attachment towards Shuden. Anastasia responded with embarrassment and disbelief as Naga continued talking bravely without hesitation. Naga mocked Anastasia bravely, while Anastasia nervously described affection should precede any grave commitment. She suggested a ridiculous competition involving descendants, making Anastasia wholly shocked by suggestion. Anastasia and Naga contended deeply, while Shuden concerned their rising dispute might escalate. Naga rested uneasily on woven bedding as Shuden observed, noticing fatigue lingering. Anastasia listened silently as Shuden described spoiled shellfish caused sickness, although healing seemed encouraging. Hungry Naga requested food but rejected overeating shellfish, blaming weakness and cold unease for her condition. Recalling familiar events, Shuden trailed Naga beyond where she proudly declared hunting abilities with great assurance. Naga stopped abruptly while Shuden cautioned restraint, worried exertion might worsen healing. Naga ignored Shuden's warning, lunging inside salt water.
It's very
apparently
cute, isn't it?
demonstrating remarkable speed. Shuden observed
Very
astonished
cute.
as Naga emerged proudly, displaying a catch grabbed through pure physical ability. Gripping another catch, Naga
Okay,
noticed
we got
larger prey
that.
farther aside and immediately chased greater hunting success. She pursued increasingly enormous catch, excitement rising rapidly while determination overshadowed caution. Her strength abruptly faltered, making Naga collapse to shore while Shuden and Anastasia moved over concerned. Naga's reckless hunting eventually overcame her form, making her coughing violently while Shuden supported her. Anastasia shielded her throat, silently watching Naga's miserable condition, while worry replaced earlier amusement. Embarrassed, Naga observed strange looks, while Anastasia departed wanting freshly
Pokemon
cooked
community
materials.
game A Wild
Naga
Watchroll
questioned her
appears
weakness
catch it
bitterly,
using
frustrated
Poke
since
Catch.
extraordinary
Winners
power
revealed in
often
Okay,
had
90s.
command over
see.
stamina. Shuden reviewed materials, recognizing available catch, plants, crabs, and game stayed insufficient for everyone. While discussing Naga's condition, Anastasia
I
abruptly
will have
raised
to
alarm,
reorganize a
reporting grave
lot
trouble,
of this
endangering
later,
their
but
campsite. The party located scattered debris everywhere, hearing extensive damage across base grounds. Examining footprints cautiously, Shuden recognized a pig caused devastation, suggesting unknown activity across territory. Anastasia pressed instant departure, thinking leftover there invited danger and increased risks for everyone. Accepting her warning, Shuden chose relocating their base offered the safest reply under conditions. Inspecting ruined materials, Shuden learned harmed containers and destroyed bottles deeply declined their survival situation. Furious over trespass, Naga readied pursuit promptly, viewing the devastation as a straight challenge. Ignoring caution, she requested confrontation, convinced eliminating the culprit prevented further strikes versus base. Shuden considered, recognizing the boar's territory expanded steadily regardless of previous attempts avoiding encounters. The enormous boar emerged prior to them, causing Shuden, Anastasia, and Naga inside a tense standoff. Shuden examined the enormous boar cautiously, recognizing confrontation became unavoidable, despite avoiding its territory previously. Anastasia cautioned defeat meant death, while Naga stayed composed meeting the dangerous threat ahead. Remembering Quakehog dreaded
Pokemon
flame,
community game
Anastasia
Watchroll
proposed
escaped.
rekindling flames,
No one
giving
caught it.
Shuden a feasible strategy. Shuden hurriedly attempted preparations, struggling under pressure as Anastasia observed his attempts steadily. Noticing their difficulties, Naga seized responsibility assuredly, determined to demonstrate superior endurance skills herself. Resolved to aid, Naga rubbed sticks furiously, rejecting to accept loss before the Quakehog. Anastasia observed expressionlessly while Naga struggled,
Let's see.
realizing assurance solely could not create flames effectively. Naga persisted stubbornly near Shuden, draining herself further while frantically causing sparks from friction. Small smoke eventually emerged, prompting excitement from Naga, who immediately boasted about real flame. Disregarding Shuden's warning, Naga kept overexerting herself, driven wholly by pride and determination solely. Naga ignored fatigue once more, causing herself further until brutal coughing interrupted her reckless persistence. Yet delirious from overexertion, she with pride claimed success while accidentally making trouble about herself. Anastasia collected mystic force calmly, preparing a reliable flame source unlike Naga's chaotic attempts. A little fire emerged above the readied wood, drawing attention as Anastasia continued casting. Anastasia completed her spell assuredly, shaping fiery power inside a armament intended versus Quakehog.
Oh, I didn't realize where we had a glider.
Demonstrated Ignis Orb effectively, hitting a plant,
Let's
showing
see.
fire magic remained usable here. She described Isle sorcery borrowed existing elements, allowing practical spells without consuming extreme mana. Anastasia recognized Quakehog's weakness to flame, although confronting mighty monsters still carried significant danger. Naga admired Anastasia enthusiastically as Shuden listened cautiously, considering their chances versus Quakehog ahead. Eager for combat, Naga requested action, but Shuden prioritized preparing prior to risking a confrontation. As discussing strategy, Naga focused elsewhere, fiddling curiously as Anastasia heard near Shuden silently. Shuden showed his shaved beard, making Naga startled and momentarily incapable to recognize him at all. Anastasia admired the cleaner arrival, but Naga responded noisily, questioning her peculiar reaction and judgment entirely. Night reached, and the trio advanced jointly, launching their operation versus Quakehog with resolve and focus. Quakehog's harmed gaze sharpened abruptly, detecting movement across undergrowth. Naga stepped inside, view prior to the beast.
Okay, they all have
waiting
food.
assuredly despite danger
See what we need to
her.
upgrade.
Taunting its wounded pride, the dragoness provoked Quakehog
Medicine
deliberately,
workbench.
drawing an enraged charge towards herself without delay. Shuden carried Anastasia along, next realized vibrations approaching rapidly, and looked his attention with rising concern. As Quakehog closed in, Anastasia collected magic force, preparing backing while Shuden observed with renewed determination. 1 hour earlier, Shuden verified gathered supplies, while Anastasia evaluated preparations needed for their strategy. Anastasia examined the built site cautiously, assuring Shuden and Naga their arrangement stayed workable. Shuden described positions, assigning Naga baiting roles
Okay,
as
I
Anastasia
need to go
readied the
visit
decisive
one
spell.
person.
Anastasia outlined great limitations, explaining the spell engulfed power fully and permitted one release. She showed a further risk, requiring extensive preparation time and making herself wholly immobile afterward. Anastasia described success depended fully upon luring Quakehog precisely when her readied spell completed casting. She warned maintained sorcery engulfed power rapidly, making merely 3 minutes for execution. Naga questioned her obligation, as Shuden
Quite the
identified
boom
defeat
boom.
awaited if precious time disappeared completely. Anastasia estimated a skull blow might kill Quakehog, while formed impacts merely restrained movement.
There you go.
Regarding grander options, Anastasia emphasized this custom isle enchantment offered their strongest useful solution. Shuden agreed protection role near Anastasia, while Naga remained chosen bait versus Quakehog's pursuit. Anastasia began chanting immediately, focusing completely as mystic force collected steadily between her palms. The spell expanded violently, forming concentrated strength, while Anastasia maintained command despite growing effort. Naga raced ahead ceaselessly, drawing Quakehog closer as Shuden monitored advancing vibrations after that. Detecting risk abruptly, she reacted sharply during pursuit, recognizing a surprising threat emerging ahead. Naga stumbled surprisingly as Quakehog burst across debris after her, closing space with frightening speed. Angered further, she tested Quakehog directly, rejecting humiliation as continuing the dangerous chase along. Waiting anxiously, Shuden observed peculiar delays and asked why Naga abandoned their intended route. Fatigue overcame Anastasia slowly, her senses fading while struggling frantically to maintain spell stability. She abruptly collapsed forward, causing Shuden into action before their cautiously readied plan unraveled. Naga clashed straight away with Quakehog, grappling fiercely to halt his advance towards Anastasia's position. Anastasia completed her incantation, as Shuden frantically cautioned Naga to escape the impact. Naga stayed entangled with Quakehog as Anastasia emitted Ignis Orb towards their place. The spell hit Quakehog's skull precisely, erupting violently and shattering its skull at once wholly. Dust filled the war front as Shuden supported drained Anastasia, wishing their gamble succeeded. Smoke cleared, showing Quakehog alive, its armored skull enduring Anastasia's strongest strike without fall. Anastasia recognized the spell hit hardened protection, making Quakehog enraged rather than defeated wholly. Quakehog charged immediately towards them, while Shuden protected drained Anastasia from advancing danger. Accepting defeat, Shuden raised Anastasia and demanded retreat, discarding their collapsed hunting strategy. Bearing Anastasia slowed escape considerably, but Shuden moved forestward, wishing terrain hindered pursuit. Shuden fled bearing unconscious Anastasia, but Quakehog shattered Wood's obstacles ceaselessly and closed distance rapidly. Detecting risk, Anastasia awakened, reaching outward powerlessly while noticing Shuden's desperate expression clearly before her gaze. Rejecting surrender, Shuden charged Quakehog straight away, hitting fiercely and risking himself to protect Anastasia away from harm. Quakehog's strike sent Shuden falling aside, making Anastasia collapse solely while fear rapidly intensified. She observed Quakehog approaching ceaselessly, its strong footsteps shaking earth while escape remained impossible. Quakehog lowered its skull and charged directly, causing frightened Anastasia to confront imminent risk. Prior to Quakehog arrived at Anastasia, Naga intercepted fiercely, grabbing its snout and halting motion wholly. Naga announced Anastasia her prey, warning people aside while guarding her from Quakehog's threat. Naga slammed Quakehog downward, stunning the beast momentarily as Anastasia observed the fight unfold. Quakehog ignored her fully, concentrating on Anastasia solely as lingering wounds distorted its judgment. Anastasia recognized Quakehog resented her sorcery strike, creating herself the creature's primary target now. Shuden studied Quakehog's injuries cautiously, identifying weaknesses affecting balance, catching, vision, and charging
Damn it.
accuracy. Employing Quakehog's blindside, Shuden moved ahead decisively and stabbed deep inside his flank. Shuden targeted Quakehog's core area, thinking 4 anatomy similarities was able to reveal a fatal vulnerability. His desperate thrust dropped short, making Quakehog wounded but alive, while frustration rushed immediately. Quakehog reacted surprisingly, shifting direction and trapping Shuden beneath its enormous form rather, pinned under crushing weight. Shuden fought frantically as Quakehog pressed harder versus his form. Anastasia observed powerlessly as Shuden gasped for air, recognizing his condition was rapidly worsening. Anastasia frantically called for aid, while Naga struggled close as Shuden remained caught underneath. Despite fatigue and wounds, she forced herself upright, resolved to rescue Shuden somehow. Shuden resisted Quakehog's crushing pressure, bracing versus a plant as searching for chances. He drove his armament lower into Quakehog's form, finally reaching a vital area effectively. Quakehog staggered aside from Shuden, but lingering hatred kept Anastasia steadily inside its focus. After defeating Quakehog, Shuden checked himself while Anastasia sat silently, yet rattled by risk. Shuden reassured her gently, explaining the brutal beast was dead and endangering nobody any longer. Relief overcame Anastasia, and tears emerged as she acknowledged dread had engulfed her completely. Shuden admired Anastasia's attempts and comforted her kindly, earning gratitude and fresh assurance despite lingering injuries. While Shuden readied Quakehog flesh, impatient Naga requested food, shifting tensions towards recovery. Shuden roasted Quakehog tenderloin with mushrooms, preparing basic dish for partners. Naga eagerly sampled the skewers, savoring each bite eagerly prior to declaring the dish delicious and satisfying. As she devoured provisions lazily, Shuden offered thanks for Quakehog's sacrifice and nourishment to all present. Anastasia heard silently as Shuden expressed thanks, appreciating the gesture and shared endurance. Anastasia thanked Shuden for the dish, making him startled by her earnest reaction. Shuden and Anastasia enjoyed Quakehog flesh peacefully until rustling sounds abruptly drew their focus. A mysterious fiend female appeared from the forest, weakly approaching base while wanting food. Anastasia presented the newcomer as Melia Barnark, a fiend princess descended from the fiend ruler. Shuden remembered alerts describing fiends as dangerous manipulators responsible for numerous calamities across history. The dragoness opposed assisting Melia, arguing the stranger contributed no thing and had earned no reward. Melia rejected dangerous accusations, explaining hunger drove her work as requesting food and understanding rather. Amid discussion, Melia revealed magiclessness prevented independence, causing reliance upon people for immediate endurance. Melia pledged difficult labor without complaints, providing labor and dedication in exchange for shelter. Shuden weighed her proposal cautiously, while Anastasia acknowledged cooperation stayed crucial for surviving. After recognition, Malia gladly hugged Shuden, thanking everyone fondly while concealing subtle satisfaction beneath. Anastasia recounted Quakehog's loss fearfully as Naga focused feeding and considered later opportunities elsewhere. Amelia secretly reassured unseen partners, plotting healing while maintaining appearances near Shuden and partners. Shuden described their motions stayed restricted because a brutal stinging Mohawk pig controlled surrounding territory. After defeating it, Shuden recognized exploration could expand across Isle, showing opportunities and assets. Malia noted their party grew larger while harmed
What
equipment
the fuck is with
prevented
that Tuki
continued
Tuki
liquid
over there?
distillation attempts. Catching the report, Shuden announced gaining liquid remained their most important objective. Shuden intended locating island liquid sources, but flesh processing demanded attention since more remained awaiting consumption. Shuden admired their teamwork as Malia, Naga, and Anastasia collected jointly, preparing duties. Naga eagerly accepted exploration roles, thinking discovering liquid sources remained essential for everyone's continued endurance. Shuden warned her about hidden beasts, but she welcomed risk and tried challenges. Anastasia received jobs collecting firewood and distilled liquid, agreeing regardless of limited practice and skills. She concerned Shuden remained solely beside Miley, providing assistance while expressing concern about fiends. Anastasia described Miley's condition stayed fragile, led her volunteering lighter roles as recovering strength. Shuden proposed switching assignments as Malia and Anastasia agreed the arrangement without raising objections. Coming back labor resumed promptly as Shuden continued dismantling the beast, cautiously processing valuable remains. He instructed Anastasia amid butchering, teaching procedures as removing organs away from the enormous carcass. Anastasia observed a core injury, realizing a curse caused death where typical injuries failed. Shuden enthusiastically kept butchering, as Anastasia responded with surprise as organs emerged. Anastasia fought handling innards and odors, as Shuden cheerfully admired their size and weight. Shuden took out the core effectively, but Anastasia collapsed abruptly, despite following instructions carefully throughout. Melia reached bearing materials, as Shuden realized Anastasia fainted, choosing she required immediate rest. Labor advanced steadily with Melia assisting steadily, accepting supplies from Shuden without discomfort or hesitation. Shuden processed flesh cautiously, thinking stable food supplies and exploration might improve their situation greatly. Picturing success, he pictured calm days awaiting recovery, free from pressing endurance concerns. While laboring, he recalled endurance videos, wishing to recreate useful techniques and practical crafts. Thoughts drifted towards childhood interests, but Melia's company stopped Shuden from relaxing completely. Melia mocked Shuden's playful ambitions as noticing the core had been processed remarkably cleanly. Melia gladly admitted Shuden's recognition surprised her, since fiends usually faced prejudice from people. Shuden showed he taught students in Tokyo, while Melia discussed usual fears towards fiends. Melia weighed herself fortunate since Shuden agreed her without judgment despite their differences fully. Questioning fiend prejudice, Shuden learned lower causes remained beyond conflict between dragons and fiends. Melia described her father, mighty fiend Lord Barkark, emerged centuries ago and dominated
Pokemon community
Melia
game. A
described
wild
fiends'
clauncher
lost
appears.
supremacy
Catch
when
it
uniting
using
peoples
Poke
defeated
Catch.
Barkark,
Winners
ending his
revealed in
reign
90s.
swiftly. Describing history, she noted fiends reduced deeply and was able to no longer challenge rival powers. Melia emphasized modern fiends preferred peace, as Shuden recognized tensions involve complex historical injuries. Shuden considered on discrimination, understanding by invasions and individual circumstances, yet shaped relationships. Recalling his recognition, Melia admitted his kindness genuinely touched her core and emotions. Shuden rejected approval casually, but Melia sincerely expressed gratitude, seeking to thank him correctly. Melia next approached carefully, invoking a charm spell as pledging cooperation. She described succubus sorcery influenced desires, though its effectiveness had reduced deeply on the island. Melia observed Shuden lowering his guard, thinking the spell eventually influenced his thoughts and emotions. Encouraging honesty, Melia questioned Shuden to express his wishes, as he remembered her previously promise. Despite Melia's spell, Shuden refused intimacy, arguing physical fatigue made such actions unachievable presently. Melia agreed his account playfully, as intrusive ideas and embarrassment complicated Shuden's concentration.
What I
Shuden
need
admitted preferring
first
hobbies rather, picturing messy activities while Melia responded with visible uncertainty. Curious, Melia pressed further queries, sparking Shuden to grow rattled while considering individual interests. Recognizing his reply, Shuden approached Melia nervously as she answered with amused
Pokemon community
anticipation
game
and
Clauncher
curiosity.
escaped. No one caught
confidently
it.
mocked Shuden, thinking her charm succeeded while his opposition reduced considerably. Naga abruptly came back from exploration, interrupting the occasion and Mylia to hit Shuden. Mylia abruptly said sorry to him, claimed dizziness as Naga observed Anastasia sleeping peacefully and unaware. The Dragoness reported completing Isle reconnaissance, prompting Shuden to question her findings regarding terrain. She showed a little pond remained there, likely serving as the island's only reliable liquid source. Naga outlined the pond she located, explaining its liquid emerged filthy and unsuitable for consumption. Catching the report, Shuden recognized the pond offered small relief, because sipping remained impossible. Shuden examined a pond littered with floating animal corpses as Anastasia and Naga observed anxiously. Anastasia questioned whether the liquid stayed drinkable as Shuden weighed crude purification methods, recalling an extreme endurance technique reluctantly. Shuden refused the unpleasant idea because no suitable tube remained. Next observed scattered flesh fragments, indicating predation around and suspected a dangerous predator. Discussing possibilities, Shuden and Anastasia weighed contamination as insight about quakehogs showed creatures capable of using poison as a natural hunting adaptation. Examining signs, they determined poisoned liquid paralyzed thirsty animals, and a quakehog reshaped the ecosystem, completely sparking ecological collapse. Shuden described the quakehog's poison could devastate island ecology, warning that also limited environmental damage endangered everyone's endurance severely. Anastasia concerned about leftover freshwater sources, prompting Shuden to think silently while searching memory for overlooked hints elsewhere. Shuden remembered seeing banana leaves on the island earlier. Next examined a plant and verified its identity without hesitation through careful observation. He gathered liquid from the banana trunk, offered it to Anastasia, and offered a useful alternative to dangerous liquid sources. Anastasia located the liquid refreshing and thirst quenching, while Naga responded firmly to its bitter, grassy taste, making a brief contrast. Shuden described banana plants stored significant liquid inside the stems, demonstrating how drilling a cut trunk provided available liquid reserves. Remembering endurance knowledge, he noted plant moisture solely was insufficient, but it revealed additional methods for obtaining liquid beyond streams, leading Anastasia and Naga.
Okay, I get it. I'll use the green one. Don't want to use it.
Untouched fruits stayed available regardless of local wildlife, consuming many. Anastasia responded excitedly upon catching numerous coconuts still remained, while Shuden admitted previous searches shielded only a limited area. Wanting greater assets, he looked for a stick to knock down coconuts. As Naga questioned why climbing seemed unnecessary, Shuden warned that climbing plants carried wound risks, explaining safer techniques remained, though they required effort and careful command during ascent. Ignoring caution, Naga swiftly stepped the coconut plant herself and enthusiastically collected fruits, prompting Shuden to leave collection roles entirely. While returning towards base, Shuden considered that many island resources were by then exhausted and recalled several useful locations discovered earlier. To improve efficiency, he made basic stone blades as Mela managed saltwater distillation, handling the demanding heating process independently. Shuden continued dismantling harvested flesh as Anastasia cut portions inside thin strips, preparing materials for smoking and longer preservation. While butchering the beast, Shuden recognized much of its flesh was too tough for consumption. Although smoking preserved the usable portions, inspecting the smoking structure, he estimated the preserved flesh could maintain everyone for over a month, despite unsure later hunting. He determined food shortages were manageable for now, relying on coconuts and plant liquid. Although freshwater stayed the greatest concern, 2 weeks had passed without recovery, despite constant smoke signals, and Shuden silently concerned since clear skies showed no rainfall. Watching the faraway horizon, the party heartened Shuden to remain responsible and continue leading attempts to secure everyone's survival. As darkness approached the woods, Anastasia worried about visibility while Shuden observed Naga had not came back despite nearing dinner time by then. Abrupt scream echoed across the island, instantly drawing attention and alarming the party as they identified familiar distress. Realizing the voice belonged to Naga, Shuden moved towards the sound while Anastasia trailed closely across the darkening forest. They swiftly located Naga, and Shuden requested an explanation, expecting risk after catching such a desperate cry moments earlier. Rather of panic, Naga urgently seized Shuden and dragged him forward, insisting he follow immediately towards something important nearby. Following Naga's lead, the party reached the coast and noticed a faraway island where strange light flashed across the horizon. Shuden noticed the phenomenon cautiously, recognizing the glow resembled an aurora and suggesting the faraway landmass was surprisingly large. Anastasia described mystic phenomena needed mana, making the mysterious light peculiar, though she considered investigating the island despite uncertainty. Hope spread amid the party as Anastasia proposed usable magic might exist there, creating a feasible path home. Shuden weighed practical benefits while Anastasia concerned about her army, both recognizing the isle could contain valuable resources and replies. Mylia showing small interest in continuing discussion about the faraway island discovery, while Naga suddenly declared her hunger and prepared to leave. Shuden halted her departure, reminding Mylia they had by then investigated the crucial matter she desired everyone to witness firsthand. Rising excited, Naga urged the party towards base, revealing dinner included her favorite internal organs and demanding everyone hurry. The group's focus shifted wholly from exploration schemes as Naga enthusiastically prioritized feeding, encouraging everyone to satisfy hunger first. Returning jointly, they readied a large dish featuring preserved monster organs, turning dinner into a celebratory
Yeah, this
feast
thing
for
drifts.
endurance. While preparing dinner, Anastasia questioned feeding beast organs, though Naga insisted internal parts spoiled swiftly and should be engulfed first. Recalling the unpleasant butchering process, Anastasia fought with delay and questioned she could bring herself to taste the organs. Watching Naga enjoy the dish enthusiastically, Anastasia reconsidered her reluctance and questioned if the organs could perhaps actually taste acceptable. Naga eagerly demonstrated her approval by devouring a piece promptly, as Anastasia responded with overpowering shock and discomfort. After finally trying the food, Anastasia disliked its squishy texture intensely, while Naga guarded the taste and Shuden considered silently. Anastasia swiftly drank coconut liquid to remove the lingering taste, hearing relief immediately, while Naga observed her reaction curiously nearby. Naga sampled the coconut afterward, but responded terribly, spitting it out at once and doubting the way anyone was able to enjoy it. The strange contrast continued as Naga fought with the beverage, making Anastasia startled by her unusually intense response. Anastasia arguing Naga lacked refinement since she refused coconut liquid while praising beast organs. The demoness stayed quiet. Mylia quietly outlined Anastasia's peculiar tastes, astonishing everyone by contrasting them with her reputation as a warrior who crushed fiends. Mylia's comparison triggered memories of brutal warfare, recalling the way a sheltered royal could not once understand numerous deaths across battlefields. Naga eased after feeding heavily, boasting that overflowing power filled her form while Mylia listened without sharing the enthusiasm. Brimming with assurance and force, Naga challenged Mylia to a battle, turning the peaceful dish gathering into competition. Shuden rested as Naga assuredly tested Mylia. Inquisitive regarding her reputation, she requested battle. The dragoness stepped closer and admired Melee's power. Melia observed silently while Shuden identified the dragoness and reacted carefully. Melia attempted correcting a misunderstanding, but queries about
Sure, actually, I hired you.
strength interrupted. Naga heard deeply while uncertainty spread among them. Naga froze in surprise upon catching Melee's account. Her expression shifted promptly, showing disbelief as surprising information emerged. The demoness described she lacked mystic swordsmanship. She showed Twin Fiend's sister's specialties, prompting Anastasia and Naga to reconsider everything cautiously prior to making judgments. Naga rejected Melia's account and asked her skills. Anastasia outlined their separation, as Naga complained regarding enduring isolation wholly. The demoness described the accident that split their party. Naga and Anastasia heard, showing she survived several difficult days without partners. Melia admitted thereby hostility, but remembered laboring jointly. Shuden fought understanding why somebody once weighed in foe treated him kindly. The teacher concerned Naga could perhaps harm Melia. Naga rejected any intention, as Melia responded nervously and refused assumptions about her situation. Prior to anyone understood her intentions, Naga abruptly seized Shuden and dragged him close. The elf princess observed anxiously as uncertainty spread. Naga shifted closer to Shuden, taunting him as claiming improvement. Anastasia observed the situation promptly and moved ahead. The elf princess shouted for the dragoness to leave Shuden solely. She stretched both palms, putting herself among them while watching Naga cautiously. Melia located the situation funny. Naga abruptly reacted, realizing Shuden's form felt surprisingly firm, making her startled and completely distracted. Shuden swiftly clarified the misunderstanding and described the hardness came from an item concealed close his waist, not from himself. He revealed a special blade called Maiden's Mercy and likened its form versus Naga's earlier touch. The dragoness unmoved by the account. Shuden inspected Maiden's Mercy as Anastasia gazed blankly. Talk shifted towards the talisman's origin, making Shuden doubting its placement, flustered by the misunderstanding. Naga noisily announced she needed attempt. She moved aside, determined to release excess force across movement. Shuden looked his focus towards Mylia's state. Remembering Naga's peculiar conduct, He cautiously considered the results of her eating habits. Mylia silently thanked Shuden for his generosity and leaned versus him. Anastasia observed quietly, noticing their rising faith and comfort. Naga raced along the coast under the night sky. Back at base, the people rested peacefully about their temporary shelter. The teacher examined the drying leather and reviewed advancement. Pleased with the tanning process, he readied leftover steps. Checking the man's device, he recognized hours had passed. He trailed instructions effectively, next worried about charge power running critically low now. Anastasia neared bearing a coconut and summoned out to shoot and close the campfire, her bright coming momentarily. She came back the device entirely charged, astonishing Shuden with surprising results. Her mystic training had grew enough to restore electricity. Afterward, they discussed her rising mystic research and the charging skill. Shuden proposed rest, but Anastasia admitted she yet could not sleep correctly. Shuden asked whether arriving at the odd phenomenon could return everyone homeland. Anastasia weighed the possibility and remembered the peculiar event. Anastasia described natural and mystic events sometimes interact surprisingly. She outlined odd environmental changes and beast transformations. Shuden concluded that mystic events probably contained mana. If they arrived at such a place, everyone might regain sorcery and return homeland. As Shuden consumed away from a coconut, Anastasia questioned for his opinion. He stopped quietly, cautiously organizing his thoughts before responding. Shuden described the ocean's visible space employing Earth's curvature. The man estimated roughly 4.7 kilometers prior to objects disappeared away from sight. Shuden estimated a further isle rose roughly 10 kilometers aside. Employing elevation and visibility, he described how they noticed it from their position previously. He doubted the estimate immediately, admitted the faraway isle probably lacked resources, especially fresh liquid by now. Crossing the sea remained dangerous, but Shuden thought reaching the other island offered their best chance for endurance until rescue eventually reached there. The elf princess noted mana could perhaps exist beyond the liquid. Shuden weighed that possibility and outlined abundant assets. Shuden heartened Anastasia, stating renewed sorcery could provide a route home if discovered there.
Seriously? Just
The man
that?
pressed the woman to treat the expedition. Anastasia gladly agreed Shuden's scheme and imagined coming back home. Ideas of ongoing battles returned, reminding her duties. As weighing departure, Anastasia recognized she might not once meet Shuden again. The woman silently wished for an opportunity to repay his generosity. The teacher summoned the woman name, flustered. Anastasia faulted smoke irritation and excused herself as urging him towards rest. Departed solely, Shuden weighed improving his leather smoking process. Fatigue accumulated as dawn neared, creating rest seem increasingly essential for him. As sleep overtook the man, Shuden observed a odd dark vision. Puzzled by the abrupt image, he questioned what emerged prior to him. Shuden abruptly awoke within an odd vision. The dragoness, Malia, and Anastasia encircled him carefully, greeting him cheerfully. Malia gladly described they readied a special reward for Shuden. Stunned by the surprising situation, he promptly alarmed. Shuden recalled himself all she was merely a vision. Melia playfully contended that dreams were meant to be enjoyed without restraint, rather. Melia mocked Shuden about his self-command and proposed dreams considered hidden desires. Her confident attitude departed him, increasingly rattled and unsure. The several females
We'll get caught.
advantage and continued taunting him jointly. Shuden responded nervously.
Pokemon community game A Wild Menfo appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Puzzled and flustered. He requested an explanation for all she happening. Melia described she merely attempted keeping him warm amid sleep. Anastasia heard suspiciously as Shuden processed the misreading. Shuden shifted the subject and questioned regarding smoked flesh. Naga approached as base conversation slowly settled inside calmer discussion. Shuden rose and readied to retrieve the stored flesh away from his pocket. The elf princess and Naga observed carefully. Melia smiled knowingly as Anastasia gazed in doubt. Shuden stayed oblivious to their rising predictions and confusion about the situation entirely. Naga abruptly recognized what pressed versus him previously. Her visage twisted with surprise, and she screamed the finding noisily in horror. Shuden abruptly observed his absent pants and alarmed. Anastasia cried out in shame as an awkward quiet spread throughout. The dragoness rose motionless prior to Shuden. Her intimidating company overcame him completely, as strain rose sharply as she awaited his response. The teacher attempted calming Naga and backing aside. Naga advanced aggressively, next bluntly requested pregnancy, making him completely shocked. The dragoness announced she might seize whatever she desired. Anastasia protested promptly, arguing Shuden disliked such work and deserved consideration first. Anastasia lifted her palms and steadily opposed Naga's conduct. Resolved to protect Shuden, she readied employing her powers.
Pokemon community game
The elf
Menfo
princess
escaped.
stepped among the
No one
dragoness
caught
and
it.
Shuden, challenging her recklessness. Naga rejected the warning, as Shuden observed their argument uneasily close. The demoness silently smiled as observing the confrontation. She emerged confident, seemingly thinking events were progressing according to predictions about her. Anastasia contended that fiend conflicts might merely worsen their race's decline. Naga heard quietly as useful concerns replaced emotional reactions. Melia cautioned Naga about later penalties if strength came back. Shuden attempted stopping the dispute, wishing all might remain cooperative. Shuden suggested having offspring, rather of battling. His surprising suggestion stunned Mila completely, transforming the tense discussion inside uncertainty. Naga grew interested immediately, but he lifted a palm and asked for patience first for now. Shuden described worm customs where females choose partners. Shuden outlined a homeland ritual requiring battle prior to reproduction. He offered it as custom for determining suitability and fitness. The dragoness agreed its reasoning. Melia and Anastasia startled by his reasoning amid the peculiar discussion regarding reproduction. The dragoness summarized the circumstances assuredly. She announced that victory meant pregnancy. Adding mystic skill could measure physical power. Melia asked the way occurrences arrived at this point. Naga
Let's
agreed the
see.
proposal, while Shuden guided everyone towards shore for the intended contest. Shuden weighed Anastasia's skills and chose she should handle the duel. Melia cautioned him Naga stayed dangerous despite reduced power. Shuden described Anastasia's strongest sorcery needed preparation. Since practical battle requested instant action, those techniques offered small advantage. He considered on Naga's character and latest events. The man determined she relied heavily on power and preferred forceful solutions consistently. The dragoness assuredly readied herself for confrontation. Shuden understood persuasion might fail, thinking merely direct victory could shift her determination. The elf princess asked his decision, fearing unnecessary dangers. Shuden reassured everyone and agreed obligation, resolved to settle the circumstances personally himself. Shuden confronted Naga on the shore and set combat rules. Naga agreed promptly, understanding the contest might measure physical power. He admired Naga's enthusiasm as hiding his real motives. Internally, the man acknowledged inventing the custom specifically to affect her. Shuden studied Naga cautiously prior to battling. Recalling her fatigue and hunger, he recognized circumstances deeply favored his chances now. The duel started as Naga charged straight away towards him. Shuden lifted his guard assuredly, thinking victory stayed realistically achievable. Naga struck with notable speed regardless of her state. Shuden responded at once, while both fighters exchanged aggressive motions during chance clash. Naga fired unceasing punches toward Shuden. He withstood the assault cautiously, studying her motions while searching for weaknesses during battle. Regardless of lowered power, she struck ferociously
Okay,
and maintained
let's look
pressure.
for the eggs.
Shuden stayed focused, thinking experience versus human fighters could aid. Shuden triggered a mental skill built away from observing numerous delinquents. By analyzing battling styles, the man aimed to predict strikes. Blocking a mighty blow, he likened Naga's motions to familiar opponents. Recognizing patterns grew his assurance amid the exchange. Shuden remembered fighters known for long limbs and strong strikes. The group's similarities assisted the man categorize Naga's style and prepare counters. Shuden studied Naga's strikes cautiously and likened them with familiar fighters. Merging observations, he slowly knew her battle style. His assurance grew as patterns grew clearer.
Let's see.
The teacher mentally organized Naga's motions, allowing him to anticipate her work accurately. Naga fired a further fierce assault without delay, readied for the strike. Shuden responded immediately and positioned himself advantageously during battle. Using exact moment, Shuden diverted Naga's motion. Her charge faltered completely, and she plunged heavily inside the earth before spectators. Naga fought to grasp her abrupt loss. Shuden described he employed a throwing technique, exploiting her motion and reduced condition.
Okay,
Shuden
I need
announced Naga defeated and
to
described her state.
craft.
Dizzy from hitting her skull, she could no longer continue battling correctly. The elf princess checked if Shuden was hurt. Melia noticed quietly, as Shuden considered on the throw's effectiveness and Naga's stubbornness. The teacher talked assuredly with Anastasia. She recognized he possessed greater influence inside their party than she had previously assumed. Naga fought with unknown emotions following losing. Shuden neared steadily, offered her clothes, and attempted easing the awkward circumstances. Lying defeated, Naga acknowledged the outcome puzzled her deeply. Despite assurance in her power, fatigue and
Hello.
circumstances had
What are
reduced
you?
her. The dragoness asked her repeated defeats as struggling emotionally. Shuden heard silently as she surprisingly admitted losing could sometimes aid growth. Shuden heartened Naga and described her vulnerability. Relying merely on strength created strikes predictable, allowing opponents opportunities to exploit openings. He advised discovering a way from failures rather, of fearing them. Naga heard cautiously, recognizing improvement needed understanding mistakes and limitations. The teacher abruptly asked why he was mentoring Naga. The understanding amused him, but he continued providing direction regardless. Anyway, Naga questioned whether greater power stayed feasible. Shuden recommended moderation, as she admitted remaining near him might aid her improve. The dragoness acknowledged Shuden shifted her perspective. Flustered but genuine, she admitted nobody had ever made her reconsider strength before. Their conversation stopped when Naga felt abrupt chest ache. Puzzled, she complained, while Shuden struggled, recalling any wound sparking it. Anastasia showed experiencing comparable signs sometimes. She described the strange condition emerged merely after arriving on the island surprisingly. Milia heard with uncertainty as the people discussed options, rising worried. She questioned whether everyone had contracted a mild disease. Shuden secured food using quakog flesh, coconuts, and plants, easing endurance concerns as guiding them. The party advanced across dense vegetation, searching for protein sources and hints, testing discoveries hidden amid unfamiliar terrain. Milia smiled
Yep.
gratefully.
Shit has hit the fan.
Shuden's reliability. Next stumbled in a trap that prompted him to steady her before a wound occurred. He pace. Anastasia observed closely, annoyed by Naga's attachment. Next, nervously asked for Shiyuden's palm, fearing another fall during exploration, while hiding her jealousy. Shuden
You might as well
inspected
just get
scattered
captured,
fruit
man.
and a cut plant, identifying mangoes, and concluding somebody had harvested resources on the island before their coming. Shuden described that mangoes contained useful nutrients and fiber, helping endurance attempts, while Anastasia listened cautiously, learned
everyone?
about unfamiliar foods.
Good work.
Anastasia noticed evidence across
I
the
wanted
island
to capture
that
him so I
determined
could
one
get the
creature
food.
had engulfed many resources, fitting traces linked to the quakog. Shuden considered the isle's
Okay, let's
ecosystem
see what we
peculiar,
got.
recognizing the mighty quakog should not have survived long under such limited
Oh, I
conditions.
need to collect.
The party discussed the mystery further, determining the beast originated elsewhere, raising queries about how it reached the isle.
But this.
Shuden observed a strange structure attached to a plant, examined it closely, and recognized the object as a termite nest. Shuden identified the termite nest, recalling practical uses versus mosquitoes. Next, decided collecting samples could provide another helpful endurance resource. Curious, Shuden tasted part of the nest, explaining termites contained protein and force, while Anastasia observed his peculiar experiment carefully. Anastasia questioned feeding insects despite available flesh, but Shuden argued testing resources stayed worthwhile because opportunities should not be ignored. He admitted the taste seemed acceptable despite its appearance. Next, casually proposed Naga should try some prior to judging it. Naga furiously refused the suggestion, arguing dragons should not eat insects, while Anastasia silently revealed curiosity about tasting them herself. Malia eagerly agreed Shuden's offer, asking for a little taste, while Anastasia observed curiously as he passed over the termite nest. She swiftly swallowed the sample, next smiled confidently, making the people waiting for her honest reaction without revealing much immediately. Malia announced the taste surprisingly pleasant, though her flushed expression and sweating face proposed stronger emotions than her speech admitted. Anastasia gazed in amazement at Shuden's peculiar knowledge, while he casually described termites ranked amid the tastiest edible insects. Spotting a decayed plant, Shuden suspected larvae might be hidden within, next recommended searching it for another valuable endurance food. Melia grew interested in the larvae. Anastasia responded with shock, and Naga rejected the topic completely, hearing insects unworthy of attention. Shuden examined the rotten wood and verified larvae were present, explaining endurance guides outlined their flavor as creamy and nutty. Anastasia carefully asked for a portion and concluded little larvae seemed manageable. Excited by the finding, Shuden pressed instant testing. Searching lower inside the wood, Shuden uncovered an unusually large larva, leaving Anastasia completely shocked by its surprising size. Shuden weighed dividing the larva inside smaller pieces, but Anastasia hesitated, so he chose to consume the entire specimen himself. As Shuden tried the sizable larva, the liquid burst surprisingly across Anastasia's visage and Malia's chest, making both completely startled. Embarrassed by the accident, Shuden said sorry immediately, while Malia remained calm and proposed washing aside the mess at the shore. Anastasia next offered Shuden's harmed underwear, revealing she had discovered them and desired an explanation regarding their condition. Shuden described the underwear could no longer be worn, describing the way they had been cleaned cautiously and adapted as cloth. Anastasia stayed unconvinced, doubting why Shuden continued dressed in deteriorated clothing, prompting him to describe the waistband broke recently. Anastasia inspected the torn underwear closely and suspected sabotage, thinking the damage glanced deliberate rather than caused by typical wear. She remembered making briefly, next returning to find Malia leaning versus Shuden, linking the event to her suspicion. Contended the moment seemed suspicious, she noting the underwear faltered exactly when Naga approached, creating coincidence difficult to accept. Malia guarded herself steadily, claiming Anastasia treated her like the culprit as Shuden heard awkwardly to the accusation. Anastasia pressed Shuden to consider her theory seriously, but Malia insisted she only desired harmony and friendship inside the party. Shuden rejected Anastasia's suspicions as coincidence and pressed everyone to stop arguing, but his reply left her strongly hurt, rejecting to accept his decision. Anastasia stormed aside solely, while Malia advised Shuden to give her realm temporarily. Moving along the coast, Anastasia complained about Shuden's faith in Malia, ignoring her fatigue despite traveling for many hours. Separated from the party, she wandered near stony crags and continued brooding over the disagreement occupying her thoughts. She abruptly sensed mystic force about the cliffs, causing her frustration to fade as curiosity drew her attention elsewhere. Trailing the mystic company, Anastasia discovered a hidden grotto containing abandoned belongings, campfire remains, and clear signs of habitation. Examining colorful boxes and unknown objects, Anastasia recognized the items resembled human possessions Shuden had previously outlined to her. Malia reached searching for Anastasia. Next, both noticed a massive blade, which Anastasia immediately identified as the magic blade Ragnarok. She responded with suspicious excitement, suggesting her absent brother might have stayed there. As Anastasia questioned her abrupt enthusiasm, studying the cave cautiously, Anastasia determined somebody had lived there. Next accused Malia of creating the illusion barrier. Anastasia recognized the illusion barrier promptly, explaining frail mana created its construction flawed, allowing her to recognize the deception. Malia rejected responsibility and claimed ignorance, while Anastasia stayed unconvinced and chose the magic blade belonged with Shuden. Malia abruptly proposed Anastasia like Shuden, catching her off guard and shifting the conversation aside from the grotto's mystery. Grinning mischievously, she shoved Anastasia onto the earth. Next remarked that Shuden might not be arriving shortly. Malia showed she
What
had
is it?
averted Shuden
Oh,
elsewhere
you
while
meow
searching
meow.
for Anastasia. Next mocked that Anastasia received more attention from her. Anastasia studied Malia's abilities. Recognizing her mana command remained dangerous despite lacking battle magic suited for direct confrontation. Malia steadily noted Anastasia's vulnerability, as Anastasia readied herself carefully and evaluated whether the demoness intended hostility or intimidation. Covering one gaze, Malia addressed her absent brother assuredly, implying he observed everything and understood the situation by then. A dark aura erupted about Malia, startling Anastasia as the demoness underwent a dramatic transformation prior to her gaze. Wielding Ragnarok, the transformed Malia showed herself as the sorcery swordsman Ishwa, making Anastasia stunned by the revelation. Malia entirely transformed inside Ishwa, wielding the blade effortlessly, while Anastasia gazed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfamiliar power. Without hesitation, Ishwa swung Ragnar Fake and released a destructive blast, causing Anastasia backward as the strike shattered stone. Anastasia realized the blade chose specific masters, granting overpowering strength, while typical users could barely lift it or command its true might properly. Waiting after Anastasia, Ishwa lifted Ragnar
Pokemon
Fake
community
and readied
game A
another
Wild
strike,
Wooper appears.
declaring the
Catch it
weapon's true
using
power could
Poke
awaken
Catch.
completely
Winners revealed
before
in
the blow
90s.
landed. Shuden moved forward and seized Anastasia, pulling her aside as danger erupted about them and splintered. Ishwa pursued Shuden and Anastasia ceaselessly, swinging Ragnar Fake with lethal power, determined to strike despite their desperate attempt to escape. While chasing them, Ishwa sensed in surprising company ahead, sparking her charge to halt as something unusual entered view. Abruptly, Naga emerged before Ishwa, drawing her attention completely, while she tightened her hold and cautiously evaluated circumstances. Naga attacked first, but Ishwa stopped effortlessly with Ragnar Fake, left over puzzled because the creature's behavior seemed strangely unnatural. Shuden guarded Anastasia after him as Naga reached, while Ushwa confronted the beast and recognized Malia's
Wisebot 7 viewers, plus 1. Alarm clock 3 hours 25 minutes and 38 seconds.
His interference and maintained maintained a further matter required immediate attention first. Anastasia described Mylea and her brother Ishua shared one form, employing a special transformation skill that shifted identities completely. Shuden confronted Ashwa directly, realizing previous stories contained falsehoods, while noting both transformation formed a distinctly distinct personality and conduct. Naga recognized Ashwa as an foe targeting Anastasia. Next accused him of approaching their party only to eliminate them. Ishwa suggested joining troops versus Anastasia and Shuden.
Pokemon community game Wooper escaped. No one caught it.
Rejecting cooperation fully, Ishua lifted Ragnar Fake and announced everyone present his enemies, preparing to eliminate the whole party personally. Shuren lifted both palms and attempted negotiations, but immediately realized Ishua carried sincere killing intent and wanted battle instead. Meeting the threat, he remembered confronting a delinquent swordsman before, and remembered the decisive technique he used effectively next. That memory displayed Shuden steadily contacting officials, resolving the dangerous situation without violence despite meeting an armed opponent directly. Drawing from practice, he charged ahead while lecturing Ishwa that reckless fatal solved no thing, and only ruined lives meaninglessly. Naga lunged at Ishwa aggressively, regarding the transformed swordsman as a dangerous foe while Ishwa steadily stopped her assault. Their clash intensified rapidly, with Naga unleashing repeated strikes while Ishwa guarded easily, rejecting to yield any earth. She pressed ahead again, attempting another direct strike, but Ishwa reacted instantly and read her movements before impact reached. Ishwa countered with the exact strike, causing Naga to cough violently as the abrupt strike disrupted her momentum completely, recognizing a chance. Ishwa lifted Ragnar Fake overhead and prepared a decisive finishing strike while Naga struggled to recover swiftly. Shuden moved directly towards Ishwa, attempting to restrain him physically, but the transformed swordsman evaded capture across superior speed. Ishwa launched exact strikes without hesitation, causing Shuden onto defense while revealing battle skills far beyond Naga's aggressive style. Recognizing straight engagement was unachievable,
Okay.
Shuden searched frantically for a ranged option, wishing to disrupt Ishwa's rhythm somehow. Before forming a plan, he lost balance and plunged heavily, making himself revealed as Ishwa maintained complete command. Ishwa lifted Ragnar Fike above Shuden and claimed him as prey, preparing another strike while the caught male faced immediate danger. Cornered under Ragnar Fake, Shuden abruptly sprayed disinfectant into Ishua's face, interrupting the swordsman's strike and creating a brief chance. The splash struck Ishua's eye directly, causing intense ache and causing him backward while struggling against the surprising irritation. Seizing the opportunity, Shuden moved ahead and punched Ishua hard, determined to stop him before another strike could start. Ishua regained swiftly despite the strike, raising Ragnar Fake again, while Shuden recognized he had underestimated his opponent's resilience. Before Ishua could retaliate, Naga emerged after him and seized hold, creating a crucial chance to shift battle's flow. Naga grabbed the chance and struck Ishua hard, repaying his earlier strike while causing him into a vulnerable position. Celebrating noisily, she assisted restrain Ishua alongside Shuden, preventing further opposition and ending the dangerous confrontation effectively for now. Shuden bound Ishua securely and started doubting him, explaining he desired replies while ensuring Mylea could not escape responsibility. Ishwa showed transformations stopped straight communication, since one consciousness slept whenever the other personality controlled their shared form. Shuden asked for to speak with Myla rather, but Ishwa described switching voluntarily was unachievable because neither consciousness controlled transformations. Ishwa described transformations engulfed enormous mana reserves, leaving both siblings dependent on stored magical energy inside their shared form. He admitted repeated transformations drained his mana completely, stopping Melia's return, while Anastasia lacked insight regarding such peculiar magic. The teacher asked Ishwa's honesty and motives, noting there was no steady method available to verify any statement provided. Ishwa admitted their strike targeted wartime foes, explaining Ragnar Fake and depleted mana left him incapable to continue resisting. Accepting loss, he pledged cooperation, but Shuden remained cautious. Recognizing somebody with murderous intent required constant observation and suspicion. In past, Melia and Ashwa observed from afar, pleased their plan succeeded, thinking the encounter formed the perfect chance for action. They described their objective involved causing a reply, next instructed Melia to continue while she handled separate matters. Both launched forward across the air and released tremendous power, sending destructive force surging directly towards their intended target. A dazzling collision erupted between opposing troops, filling the area with overpowering light and making the outcome completely unclear. Ishua detected unprecedented sorcery power and urgently summoned for Malia, admitting she could no longer maintain command herself. Malia warned Ishua that defeat might expose her completely to the released magic, making their effort barely sustainable. Accepting the risk, the duo triggered a hidden fusion technique, merging their powers jointly as brilliant light engulfed everything. Malia awoke solely on the shore, puzzled and drained, coughing heavily while struggling to understand her current situation. Recognizing the fusion succeeded. Malia determined Ishua now shared the same form, next attempted contacting him mentally. Receiving no response, Malia concerned something went wrong, until a faraway explosion rang across the island and grabbed her attention. Malia discovered Shuden and Anastasia confronting a huge creature. Next observed secretly as Shuden exchanged powerful blows versus it. Observing from concealment, Malia observed the duo emerged settled, while Shuden and Anastasia seemed accustomed to surviving together by then. Malia questioned their relationship and questioned whether hostilities had finished, or if conditions simply forced temporary cooperation among them. Unsure regarding the circumstances, she chose to remain hidden until her brother awakened, cautiously avoiding interference with ongoing events. Recalling her own needs, she shifted focus towards hearing food, realizing endurance remained important despite the strange developments unfolding. Searching solely for food, Malia noticed a strange sound and questioned whether any edible fruit could still be found close. A wild boar emerged and gazed hostilely at Malia, while Oshua questioned why such a creature showed hostility towards her. Annoyed, she attempted casting sorcery versus the beast, but her spell failed completely, making her frustrated and vulnerable rather. The boars charged immediately, causing her to flee in panic as several beasts chased her ceaselessly through the area. Fleeing briefly, she discovered a mushroom and halted, next leaned against Ragnarok while trying frantically to recover her breath. Fleeing the chasing beasts, Malia tumbled inside a pitfall trap and plunged hard, dropping her composure during the surprising fall. Lying within the hole, she furiously requested Ishua awaken, furious that traps humiliated a member of her noble household. While recovering, she observed a sizable produce resting beside her, and immediately focused attention on the surprising discovery. Gripping the fruit, Malaya finally sensed Ishua responding, next scolded him for remaining unconscious inside their shared form. Ignoring Ishua's uncertainty, she proudly smashed the fruit versus Ragnarok. Pleased her basic method opened it effortlessly without attempt. Melia with pride showed Ishua belongings regained from the shore, claiming she cleverly discovered useful items hidden within abandoned luggage. As feeding cookies from the luggage, Melia described she learned some modern language across newspapers and incomplete written notes. Watching Shuden and Anastasia away from concealment, she asked why they stayed there and asked Ishua regarding the ongoing war. Melia described the elf princess and dragon princess had allied, while their troops remained marooned on the island jointly. Discussing Anastasia's stored mana, she suspected vulnerability away from overuse, acknowledged she had manipulated Quakehogs towards them repeatedly. Hidden close, Malia overheard Shuden's party celebrating victory and preparing future hunts, becoming excited by their surprising success. Malia weighed joining them, noting Shuden consistently exceeded predictions and handled situations distant improved than she predicted. Stepping ahead assuredly, she suggested infiltrating the party and destroying it internally, startling Shuden and Anastasia immediately. Back to present, Shuden still discussed with Anastasia and Naga across the island, while Ishua remained tied at the plant and noticed them in quiet. Recalling Mylia's warning, Ishua abandoned sabotage schemes. Choosing leftover hidden offered greater advantages until she understood everyone better. Melia described abundant mana preserved the fusion, as Shuden discovered separating Ishua now could permanently leave Melia turned. Ishua suggested hiding their condition and silently gathering mana, thinking unsuspecting opponents might approach confidently. Anastasia cautiously inspected Shuden's injured palm, promising only to verify his condition and ensure he remained safe despite latest battles. They discussed Ashua, agreeing
Cryogenic
to
coolant.
and
That's
choosing to
new.
keep him restrained temporarily until they understood his intentions. Preparing for
Ignites,
cooperation, the party
cement.
postponed making the isle. While Anastasia
Yeah, they
questioned
definitely
why
have
Shuden
changed
had
things up.
trailed
I need
Melia
20
and monitored her
cement.
movements so closely, Anastasia questioned Shuden's actions, noting suspicious incidents involving Melia, while questioning whether he detected risk prior to anyone else did. Shuden admitted Melia behaved strangely, but lacking decisive signs. He avoided accusations since targeting an innocent person could worsen all she. Rather, he silently observed Melia's behavior and searched for hints, choosing caution rather than causing conclusions without proper verification. Anastasia emphasized maintaining peace stayed essential despite difficult conditions, as Shuden acknowledged cooperation
Darkness and
offered their
Dragon.
finest chance for stability. When
Water and
Anastasia
dragon.
challenged his reluctance, Shuden described he preferred validating truths personally, refusing to judge people through assumptions alone. Shuden described his decisions arrived from an outsider's perspective, thinking everyone deserved a fair chance to escape jointly safely. He admitted arriving on the Isle left him frightened and overwhelmed. Next realized that enduring complete isolation might have been unbearable. Constant beast strikes and poor sleep steadily harmed his mental
Let's
state,
see.
making
Who
him struggling
is-
until circumstances gradually began improving. Anastasia heard silently as Shuden considered on their first meeting,
Wanting to come up here?
recognizing the
Okay.
importance their encounter gripped for him. Shuden showed Anastasia's company stopped his spirit from collapsing entirely, crediting her backing with saving both his hope and life. Shuden pledged he might protect Anastasia and ensure everyone escaped the island, making her speechless as she absorbed his heartfelt speech. Anastasia recalled, when Malia remarked that Anastasia liked Shuden, while the elf girl grew rattled and observed her racing heartbeat, she struggled to understand her emotions. Next,
Kissy.
gradually recognized those unfamiliar emotions towards Shuden might actually be love itself. Ishua peeked across the
Hey.
cabin door, noticed Malia within, welcomed her brother fondly while sitting confidently. She described that the room remained inside a vision shaped from Ishua's memories, prepared specifically for their discussion. Malia with pride displayed the way accurately the hut matched aged memories, pointing out details, including sheets Ishua once dampened and other forgotten traces. Exactly, despite Ishua's embarrassment. Malia laughed and continued taunting, praising her own cautious observations as demonstrating the recreated information. Turning grave, Ishua asked about next steps. Melia pressed him to establish groundwork and seize the present chance prior to chasing greater plans ahead. Melia assuredly suggested rebuilding faith with their former partners. She thought friendship could be renewed, offering Ishwa a practical path ahead. She described that leftover close might create chances. Since disguises were unachievable now, their harmed credibility needed direct attempt. Ishwa heard silently as Melia maintained her calm. Her resolved expression showed assurance, though his reaction proposed lingering uncertainty remained. The talk shifted towards conflict. Mylia envisioned overpowering victory, describing immense demonic troops advancing jointly and eliminating each remaining opponent. Warfront excitement spread across the collected fiends. Ishua's trembling palms drew attention, as Myli eagerly understood his strain of
Okay,
anticipation.
so
Waiting above the warfront, Melia admired Ishua's dreaded reputation. He assuredly
let's
predicted
see.
bloodshed ahead while immense forces collected under them, Ishua alarmed at becoming the foe once more. He seized his skull, struggling to accept the situation while Melia observed steadily. Overcame by anxiety, the swordsman begged the demonist to replace him. He acknowledged lacking assurance and dreaded meeting everyone personally there. Malia promptly grabbed him and scolded his vulnerability. She requested nerve, arguing he stop embarrassing the fiend race entirely. Ishua asked for direction across tiers. Malia rejected his worries, reminding him the prophecy favored fiends, and victory stayed inevitable. Malia described that two minds was able to coexist inside one form. Ishua heard cautiously, as recalling an aged poem and its meaning. Weighing the limited mana supply, Ishua recognized maintaining separate consciousnesses requested enormous force. The circumstances imposed severe useful limitations, rather. His mood visibly let fall as considering regarding separation. The demoness reassured him, reminding him their connection might not disappear wholly. Melia suggested basic communication rules and pressed Ishua to rebuild faith. She stayed confident, others was able to be persuaded once more. Abrupt noise interrupted the group's talk. Millet questioned Ishwa carefully, wanting confirmation while he responded with visible confusion rather. In present, Shuden abruptly stormed inside the vision realm. He shouted repeatedly, hitting Ishwa awake as the startled fiend fought to respond. Furious, the man requested the swordsman stop acting absent-minded. He maintained the fiend stay alert and visage reality rather of retreating. Tears shaped as Ishwa withstood the severe scolding. Recalling the man's position,
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Frigibax appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Shuden, Anastasia, and Naga, meeting an awkward gathering jointly quietly. Strong strain encircled the party. Ishwa recognized their hostility stayed strong, while everyone quietly remembered previous strikes and betrayals. Shuden gave Ishwa a severe penalty. Bound tightly, the fiend could merely consume amid meals and remain restrained otherwise. Ishwa heard to the account in doubt. The teacher cautioned that surviving on the Isle
Oh, I do need
Discussing later
oil.
schemes, Shuden chose Ishwa needed constant supervision. He intended to keep the sorcery blade close and watch cautiously. Observing the swordsman's look, Shuden identified complete submission. The look recalled him of troublesome fighters whose opposition had by then fell. Drawing from military practice, Shuden determined severe discipline worked finest. He likened Ishua's conduct to recruits responding improved under firm authority. The teacher suggested investigating the Demoness and Ishua's former base. Anastasia also desired to keep mapping the isle and gathering information. The swordsman noted Anastasia's peculiar quiet. The elf stayed withdrawn, still affected by latest events and lingering frustrations inside the party. The teacher described their foes had nearly killed them. Anastasia listened silently, while Malia agreed that Faith stayed difficult presently. The elf princess stubbornly refused her emotions internally. She again and again rejected any romantic interest, rejecting to acknowledge emotions directed toward Shuden. Questioned regarding her state,
Pokemon community
Anastasia
game for
swiftly devoted
Jybax
attention.
escaped.
She
No one
emphasized her
caught it.
military duties, arguing warfare mattered distant more currently. Anastasia gazed suspiciously as Shuden emerged worried. Noticing his poor appetite, a further partner asked if he felt unwell. The dragoness stayed unusually silent and withdrawn. Anastasia swiftly volunteered to investigate first, making Shuden unsure about everyone's conduct. Shuden rested in uncertainty near Ishua. Watching the people act strangely, he fought to grasp the awkward mood forming. Both individual quietly judged Shuden for distinct reasons. Their private complaints showed irritation, misunderstandings, and rising dissatisfaction.
Ford Crown Vic
towards him.
Kaito and all their
Ishua
baddies.
noticed the strain spreading
Kaito
from
Destiny
all,
Ford Crown Vic.
recognizing strife.
Ford
Hey,
Crown
Vic.
Vic. Welcome to my
Questioned
channel.
whether the party was starting
At
Welcome to
Kaito
the
Destiny
Fluffy
Ford
Madness.
Crown Vic.
by his
Ford Crown
counterpart
Vic.
attempts,
Welcome to
resolved
my
wait as
channel.
well. He observed surprising cooperation, questioning whether Malia's relationship scheme was succeeding. Resolved regardless of his fears,
Ford Crown
Ishua
Vic
pledged
Arc
to try
time.
his finest. The man questioned Malia to watch.
Art time? Yeah, I'm actually
Shuden asked
thinking
about
about
an
switching
aged
through
suitcase
here.
as inspected scattered belongings.
I
Recognizing
need to
Malia
check
had used the beginning of
location
the
here
shelter,
real quick.
Naga excitedly examined a snack
Hey, I
wrapper
said
with
come here.
lingering fragrance.
You need to get a
While
ride.
Shuden likened the packaging versus familiar modern products and silently considered its origin, reading the label. Shuden located an expiration date distant ahead,
here?
suggesting the preserved snack belonged to a distinct
Nope,
era
she
than
is
their
not. All right.
conditions, demonstrating a fire starter from the suitcase. Shuden produced flame at once, making Anastasia amazed by the effortless method. Shuden considered that simpler tools rescued precious attempt, though traditional techniques remained useful when resources
All right.
eventually disappeared.
We'll go do this.
Shuden accepted with Anastasia's view, next checked the suitcase contents, and discovered useful hygiene materials, making the party appreciate their fortune. Examining another package, Shuden realized it contained a female swimsuit, thinking such items might deeply improve cleanliness and comfort. Anastasia tried
Stream
wearing
elements.
arm
Hi
garment.
everyone. As a heads up, I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems. Kaito Destiny YBTZG06. Welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny YBTZG06. Welcome to my channel.
Concluding the scent and arrival matched previously. Recalling Malia's conduct, Ishua suspected she had eaten one sample. Next concealed her mistake since embarrassment outweighed her uncertainty. She then stunned question shocked Ishua wholly as he misunderstood the situation and assumed a highly unpleasant possibility regarding Malia. Anastasia interrupted.
And done.
She then steadily described.
Alright, I will take this away. The Griswold can get the hell out of the way.
She then cautiously
Come here, Zoe.
outlined
Come
the
here.
product's actual
Come to your
explaining
new
it
daddy.
stopped pregnancy and disease,
T-sphere of
but absorbed
envy.
unfamiliar knowledge.
Relic of
Stream
interest.
elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL.
I got leggy.
Later concerns. Shuden clarified the item stayed useful despite age, but Naga hostilely requested its removal, rejecting any misunderstanding about intentions. Treeing reassurance, Shuden described measures for coming days, sparking Ishua to question whether his attention centered. Shuden bluntly likened Ishua's misunderstanding to ignoring clear evidence, making him strongly embarrassed while concluding he lacked sensitivity. Bearing the suitcase along, the party resumed exploration jointly, while Shuden chatted casually and Anastasia listened with growing curiosity. While exploring the island's interior, Shuden inspected fallen vegetation closely, next abruptly identified something
Touch the little
important
man.
hidden among the dense growth. Trailing his finding, he went into a towering grove and immediately recognized bamboo. Realizing the resource could transform their plans, he described bamboo might deeply simplify construction attempts, providing suitable materials for crafting the boat he had envisioned. Heartened by the location, Shuden suggested relocating their base close, thinking the area offered advantages for building efficiently. Without wasting time, he tested the cane immediately, hitting a stalk and validating it could be harvested efficiently. Shuden tested the regained sorcery blade versus bamboo, while Oshua complained its former owner lacked strength worthy of wielding it. Interested by Shuden's success, Naga eagerly asked for a turn with the weapon, wishing personal experience might ease rising frustration. Watching Ishwa struggle, Shuden recognized physical strength mattered deeply, making him secretly thankful his practice provided useful advantages. Anastasia and Ishwa acknowledged Shuden's impressive build as he
Okay, let's see what we got here.
Identifying an improved location for transportation, Shuden suggested assembling the boat close the shore. Next assigned bamboo transport duties while keeping harvesting responsibilities for
I got
himself.
everything there.
Ishwa organized the labor assignments assuredly, while Shuden approved the arrangement since it allowed supervision of Ishwa amid bamboo cutting. Resolved to restore his reputation, Ishwa attempted bearing bamboo proudly, but immediately stumbled forward and plunged onto the pile. Struggling on the earth, Ishwa realized typical labor exhausted him swiftly, revealing how much he depended upon mystic power. Noticing his difficulty, Shuden sternly demanded Ishwa to carry smaller loads first, insisting reckless attempt might only worsen matters. Continuing his job cautiously, Ishwa transported a single bamboo pole and eventually reached Anastasia, who silently noticed his progress. Anastasia passed Ishwa a cane pole, provoking suspicion and irritation, while he understood the gesture as deliberate hostility rather. Naga finally came back, bearing supplies effortlessly, startling Ishwa, who immediately questioned why everyone had stayed waiting so long. Boasting confidently, Naga seized several bamboo poles and headed onward alone, leaving Ishwa stunned by the overpowering difference, completely puzzled. Ishwa moved toward Shuden wanting replies, while he angrily demanded to know why Ishwa disappeared earlier. Amid dinner, Shuden admired everyone's attempts, whereas Ishwa sat exhausted, realizing physical labor had shoved his beyond limits. While resting after labor, Shuden readied another dish enthusiastically, though Naga complained about smoked flesh, despite continuing discussions eagerly. Using collected ingredients, Shuden cooked wild boar flesh with leeks and seasoning, with pride presenting the completed dish to everyone. The dish exceeded predictions completely, making Naga delighted by the taste as Anastasia and Oshua admired Shuden's resourcefulness.
Okay, does that mean she gets to be over here now,
Shuden
or?
offered him a portion, acknowledging his contribution despite modest results away from labor. Accepting the food silently, Oshua trailed Shuden's advice
Aha,
to
she
cover
is.
power, preparing himself for demanding jobs awaiting everyone. Ishwa finally eased amid dinner, enjoying Shuden's cooking and feeling relieved after draining labor while appreciating a rare peaceful moment. His satisfaction vanished when insects emerged within the dish, and Shuden immediately observed his reaction while wondering about the cause. Thinking Ishwa shared Mani's adventurous tastes, Shuden enthusiastically offered cane worms, unaware she firmly disliked feeding insects entirely. Incapable to refuse the generous offer, Ishwa compelled himself to accept the worms, suspecting
Come on, fat man, be my shield.
Shuden described the insects, tasted surprisingly fine when readied correctly, encouraging Naga repeatedly while proudly presenting his lack of supply. As Shuden described their nutritional worth, Ishwa suffered through every bite.
Yeah, everyone else is gonna be a freaking one-hit kill.
Quietly. Melia greeted Ishwa within the vision cabin once more. She
Okay.
rested steadily on the bed, anticipating a further discussion
There
regarding
we
the
go.
situation. Without warning, the swordsman
Get me a Zoe.
in panic. His stunned reaction proposed something surprising had disrupted the dream's usual flow. Ishwa emerged overcame and distressed, arguing he could not endure the circumstances further. Worried, Melia promptly asked what had happened. A odd sphere manifested among
hungry?
the group. Melia
How are you
inspected it
hungry?
carefully as
There's
noting
plenty of
Ishwa
food
stayed
here.
unusually calm despite the bizarre phenomenon. Recognizing memories shaped vision appearances imperfectly, Melia determined the recreation differed from truth. The woman chose to use Ishwa's recollections rather. Shuden abruptly requested an account regarding the mysterious item. His intense expression stunned Miley, making her wholly puzzled and speechless. Trying to grasp, Melia asked him again and again. Once Shuden raised hearing it after loss, her uncertainty rapidly increased further. Learning the item originated from ingredients within peculiar cookies, Milia warned versus feeding them carelessly. Next, she noticed an unknown term. Following receiving an account, Melia determined it was an attachment related to male anatomy. Curiosity replaced uncertainty as the woman inspected. Shuden likened the item to Cain. Melia questioned what strange finding might emerge next, as people wished to end discussion. As discussing escape away from the isle, Melee glanced towards Shuden. His physical state grabbed her attention, prompting surprising admiration promptly. Malia plainly admired Shuden's strong
Ancient
build.
manuscript.
Her ideas focused fully on his power, showing fascination she struggled to conceal. Observing
Alright.
Malia's reaction,
We will
the swordsman
follow
asked the woman
game
motive.
there.
His suspicious tone highlighted the way peculiar her enthusiasm abruptly emerged. Flustered, Malia swiftly guarded herself. She maintained her interest came from seeking a stronger form, not individual attraction whatsoever. The discussion collapsed inside chaos when a vessel showed numerous worms. Shuden gazed in horror as everyone responded with surprise. The swordsman acknowledged he fought with human interaction. Isolated inside hostile environment, his assurance reduced as frustration over her situation grew. Mylea heard cautiously as Ishwa complained. She proposed basic defeat might be simpler, revealing Ishwa had reached
Alright,
exhaustion.
Ark
The
Survival.
talk looked
Send
grave. Mylea acknowledged that without
Hey,
earning
I
faith,
said
their
Ark
mission
Survival,
might fail,
damn it.
and each attempt become meaningless. Resolved to improve, Ishwa pledged greater attempt. Strange noises interrupted her declaration, drawing attention and making abrupt uncertainty close. The vision suddenly fell as Shuden shouted for Ishwa to awaken. Half asleep, he protested as he frantically compelled awareness. The party collected cane across the aisle. Ishwa carried supplies alongside people, while Shuden supervised the collection attempt cautiously. Their labor advanced easily. Shuden admired everyone's contribution. Next revealed plans to start constructing a boat using collected resources.
Wisebot White Medium Star New Category, Arc, Survival Ascended.
Thinking it offered their safest option, queries swiftly trailed. Concerns about paddling, dangerous ocean beings, and transportation capacity forced Shuden to clarify crucial details further. Anastasia suggested reaching wide liquid prior to boarding. Her suggestions startled Shuden, who questioned how everyone might avoid dropping. Anastasia concerned regarding those incapable to swim. Shuden proposed clinging to the vessel. Next checked who possessed paddling ability. The replies discouraged him promptly. Ishwa and Anastasia acknowledged their limitations, validating the party's lack of capable swimmers fully. Shuden stressed paddling stayed essential for endurance. Also limited skill could prove valuable amid emergencies or surprising ocean. Grabbing his advice gravely, Ishwa abruptly started removing clothing. His surprising actions startled Shuden, who requested an account at once. Ishwa steadily described he discarded unnecessary garments for paddling training. Amused by Shuden's reaction, he faulted his look rather. The swordsman observed Shuden staring surprisingly.
Alright.
Embarrassment spread across his
See.
visage as Shuden stayed distracted by unknown changes in appearance. Questioned by the people, Shuden described he had recreated Ishwa's swimsuit from memory, since he lacked suitable paddling clothes. Anastasia emerged dressed in a bathing suit as well. Stunned by its showing design, she complained noisily while everyone inspected it. Disregarding the argument, Shuden concentrated on practice. He described that understanding both persons' paddling skill remained the highest priority. The young princess acknowledged complete inexperience with paddling. Accustomed to relying on sorcery, she showed crossing liquid had never required training. Ishwa acknowledged he barely recalled typical paddling. Past journeys relied on overpowering power, making sincere liquid experience surprisingly limited. Naga assuredly claimed paddling arrived naturally. Meanwhile, Shuden instructed Ishwa and Anastasia to start with basic airflow exercises underwater. Shuden began a brief test, anticipating them to remain submerged for several seconds prior to coming back safely to the surface. The attempt faltered promptly. Anastasia and Ishwa
Well,
emerged cautious.
let's see how well
regarding
stuff here on
saltwater
Ark
entering their
goes.
gaze, ears, and mouths painfully.
Since we're going to have
Watching their
content
struggles,
creators
Shuden
against the
recognized
community,
practice might require
and
much greater attempt.
knowing how things
Naga
are
drifted
with
comfortably as the people
monarchy
continued
stuff,
discovering. Shuden
there's
described
probably
the
going to
comfort
be
in liquid
people doing
mattered prior to
inside
paddling lessons. He cautioned
stuff.
Anastasia that panic was able to become highly risky. Ishwa fought with airflow and stamina. Accustomed to relying on sorcery, he located typical paddling far more exhausting than expected. Resolved to improve, Ashwa examined Naga's motions carefully. He hoped cautious observation might aid him understand proper paddling techniques. Trying to imitate Naga promptly faltered. The dragon ruler sped across the liquid
Pokemon community game A
making
Wild
Oshwa unable
Tarantula
to
appears
follow.
catch it using Poke
As
Catch.
focusing on diving
Winners
training,
revealed in
Ishwa
90s.
drifted farther from coast. Recognizing his position, he attempted leftover composed and focused. While practicing solely, Ashwa walked towards coast beneath the liquid. Abruptly, the seafloor vanished beneath his soles, making panic rising rapidly. Unable to touch the floor anymore, Ashwa lost command and fell lower. He reached frantically upward, recognizing sincere danger encircled him. Ishwa slept peacefully until a child abruptly observed the drenched bedding. Puzzled by the loud accusation, he stayed buried under blankets quietly. The demoness pointed at the man mischievously as Ishwa jolted upright. Understanding struck at once, making him flustered and flustered.
I love it when the summer
She
break
moved
thing
throughout
just
the room,
loads in and
noisily
crashes.
reporting Ishua's accident. Ishua attempted stopping her, but motion beyond attracted attention rather. The door groaned wide, revealing 3 frightening figures waiting jointly. Their shadowed faces and stiff expressions promptly frightened all present. Dread overcame Myelia as she recoiled frantically. Confusing the visitors for beasts, she shouted alerts as trembling. Ishua screamed to Shuden, and the people abruptly seized him. The group's rough reaction sent bodies tumbling jointly, turning panic inside chaos. The swordsmen cried for Myelia and their parent. Uncertainty filled the room as everyone fought to understand the circumstances. Shuden observed Ishua lying under him surprisingly. Sweat shielded their faces
Pokemon
as
community game
understanding hit, making
Tarantula
both
escaped.
frozen in shock.
No one caught it.
Ishua regained awareness and fought to grasp occurrences. Brutal coughing trailed, causing him upright while memory stayed unclear. Anastasia and Naga gazed quietly at the situation prior to them. Both glanced shocked, watching the awkward misreading unfold wholly. The elf princess blushed as explaining Shuden's throat contact. She clarified it was emergency care meant to restore Ishua's airflow and awareness. The explanation showed Shuden's work trailed practical recovery methods rather than anything improper or strange. Shuden bore Ishua cautiously while the party readied to rest. He chose exploration should pause and focused on regarding Ishua's leftover wounds first. Anastasia observed Shuden away from a space and felt uneasy. A strange ache remained inside her chest, making her
Come on,
puzzled
Ark.
about its source entirely. Anastasia recalled herself Shuden merely provided life-saving support, also so she fought to dismiss her emotions. The elf princess picturing herself kissing with Shuden. The visions resurfaced clearly, and embarrassment remained as she struggled to dismiss it. Naga observed Anastasia's peculiar mood and stayed quiet. Meanwhile, Ishua stirred restlessly, displaying indications that his state was improving. Shuden checked Ishua cautiously and looked for wounds. Ishua answered weakly as enduring ache, showing he had not regained fully. Shuden inspected Ishua's wounded soul regardless of complaints. The care hurt deeply, sparking Ishua to shout and recoil instinctively. Ishua remembered dropping inside liquid during panic. His memories stayed fragmented. Although he finally recalled drowning prior to losing consciousness, Ishua abruptly recalled Shuden's life-saving recovery. Recognizing their lips had touched, he froze completely as embarrassment overcame his ideas. Shuden described the recovery steadily and praised Anastasia first. He recalled Ishua that all worked jointly to rescue him. The elf princess outlined discovering Ishua drowning and alerting Shuden promptly. Naga next bore him ashore, allowing recovery attempts without delay. Puzzled, Ishua asked why Shuden assisted him despite previous strife. Shuden heard silently as waiting for his response cautiously. Naga described endurance depended upon cooperation amid all present. She rejected hostility, although acknowledged that individual grudges could yet remain. Shuden stated that cooperation shifted all she among them.
Oh, gotta love
Why
it.
grudges should remain
Loading
buried as
in.
their shared fight continued.
And crash.
The man lifted in crucial question once more. The latest incident showed everyone depended upon both other for endurance and success. Watching straight away at Ishua, Shuden questioned for honesty. The man desired confirmation that the swordsman truly intended to stand alongside them. The teacher described the man's goal clearly and sincerely. He tried cooperation away from everyone and asked for that Oshwa avoid betrayal wholly. He pledged to fulfill his obligation as a grown-up. He vowed to aid Ishwa escape the isle despite of difficulties. Ishwa eventually agreed Shuden's sincerity and accepted to cooperate. Relieved by the reply, the teacher felt their relationship improved deeply. Shuden enthusiastically hugged Ishwa following catching his reply. The abrupt excitement overcame Ishwa, whose reduced state caused him to collapse. While Ishua regained, Shuden ready to dish beyond. He placed cane over the flame, drawing inquisitive attention from people. He described his cane cooking experiment assuredly. Serve as cookware as adding taste and convenience. The bamboo dish completed cooking. Anastasia displayed interest promptly, while Naga requested stronger flavors rather. Ishua inspected the dish inquisitively and asked regarding its contents. Shuden described it was broth readied away from available ingredients. Shuden with pride outlined gathering wild yams away from ruined territory. He identified familiar ingredients and felt pleased noticing useful assets once more. Naga tasted the broth carefully prior to reacting firmly. Regardless of absent ingredients, the taste impressed her distant more than expected. Pleased with the outcome, Shuden passed the container along. He heartened Ishwa to share the successful dish with all. Shuden abruptly declared Ishwa wished to thank all personally. The surprising declaration grabbed Ishwa wholly off guard and silent. Ishwa alarmed when Shuden raised, showing gratitude openly. Anastasia observed quietly while recognizing
I got a
Ishwa seemed
cutie
completely
being a grumble
unprepared
bot.
for that job.
Well, if you would clean
Anastasia
yourself
heartened proper
better,
manners
you won't have
regardless of
these little
Ishwa's
scab
delay.
parts on you.
She described that thanking somebody sincerely was simply respectful and expected conduct. Ishwa fought to collect nerve and
And he's
steady
just trying to help
himself.
clean these off
Anastasia
because
stayed
they look
firm,
a bit bad.
arguing he make greater attempt and visage everyone. With visible
Then
strain,
again,
Ishwa eventually
fingers are
thanked
bad.
Anastasia straight away. The elf princess answered politely, making both momentarily shocked by the exchange. Shuden noticed the interaction with pleasure and asked for more advancement. Although awkwardness stayed, the atmosphere felt somewhat less tense. Anastasia tasted the cane broth cautiously while Shuden observed. The taste startled her immediately, and she admired the dish enthusiastically. Inquisitive regarding Anastasia's reaction, Ishwa sampled the broth himself. He swiftly continued feeding, displaying distant greater interest than expected. The dragoness observed Ishwa's appetite and tested him playfully, rejecting loss. She agreed the unspoken competition and continued feeding confidently. The familiar taste stirred aged recollections inside Ishwa. He remembered broth from long ago and questioned whether smoked flesh once flavored it. Longing overcame Ishwa.
Here's
for
another
forgotten
fluffy
events returned.
baby
The
over
dish
by my
recalled him of faraway
feeties.
moments that had stayed buried deeply. Shuden silently observed Ishwa's emotional look without interrupting. Meanwhile, he offered additional servings.
And there's
as all
another
kept
big
enjoying
fluff
the
baby.
dish. Ishwa slept near Shuden, and people about a dying
Kaito
campfire,
Destiny's
but
Bidge
fragmented memories
05.
stirred his
Welcome
mind.
to my
In
channel.
the vision, Melia
At
leaned
Kaito
close,
Destiny's
summoned
Bidge
Ishwa
05.
affectionately,
Welcome to
treating him
my
react
channel.
instinctively prior to recognizing the familiar visage.
SB,
The swordsman
hello
awoke
and
indoors
welcome.
and confronted Mila straight away. When she observed his distraction, he described he had been recalling by events from previously days. Melia agreed the reply, next cheerfully asked regarding his findings. Her taunting attitude departed Ishwa flustered and visibly tense. As the swordsman hesitated, the demoness proposed repeating a previous activity. Her remark stunned him, making uncertainty and panic unresolved while he searched for speech. Shuden gazed ahead with a peculiar expression, sparking Melia to grow rattled. Ishwa observed her reaction as she fought, grasping it. The demoness and the swordsman trailed Shuden's gaze. Understanding gradually shaped among them, and both froze while examining the awkward situation. The demoness cautiously pieced jointly the positions involved. Understanding hit her wholly, making her silent as the embarrassing misunderstanding expanded. Horrified by Malia's judgment, Ishwa moved to deny her beliefs. Shuden stayed grabbed in
Fucking playlist.
The misreading eventually cleared when
That
Shuden
is
tried
the
to
most
Malia
mistaken
alarmed
thing.
over her mistake as Ishwa checked if he was unharmed. Ishwa described that Shuden survived since several partners assisted him. Malia heard carefully, relieved by the outcome but left over thoughtful. The demoness eagerly welcomed news regarding boarding a ship with people. Ishwa suggested eliminating everyone later, sparking her shock promptly. Ishwa questioned whether escape stayed feasible without relying wholly on people. Melia answered steadily, thinking circumstances could yet shift. Melia contended cooperation was essential for endurance. Ishwa reluctantly heard, as she emphasized fleeing first prior to considering
Since we're
any
on
other
our
conflicts.
now, let's go check on the
Ishwa
stuff.
agreed her reasoning and inspected their circumstances
Alright.
cautiously. He questioned whether victory stayed feasible once they regained power. The swordsman reassured him
No one's gonna like me.
difficulties withstood since their mother's passing.
That's what I got
A
planned.
recollection emerged away from youth. Young Oshwa hurried their parent towards the monument, listening to the
La,
Their
da,
parent
da,
laughed at the worry and recalled them a sunlight remained.
la, da, da, da.
Recalling the bustling town, the demoness recalled their mother's bright approval. Her approval delighted both offspring as they trailed carefully. The recollection kept at a butcher's stand. Ishwa excitedly asked for pork broth as their parent purchased ingredients with amusement. Their parent purchased pork as asking for extra flesh. The meat seller instructed Connie cautiously, trusting him to handle jobs. Connie assisted about the shop and shared the packaged flesh. Ishwa and Malia gladly agreed it as preparing games. The meat seller described that Connie was approaching maturity. With pride, he concentrated on teaching duties and useful skills. Watching the offspring jointly, their parent remarked that Ishwa and Malia remained energetic, despite days passing since relocation. Conversation looked grave as their parents showed the siblings were refugees. Hard life circumstances and poor nutrition influenced growth. The group's parents shared unavoidable since they were fiends. Melia agreed. Although she silently liked the village, Melia claimed she knew their mother's motives by now. Her blunt observations from Ishwa, who had wholly missed the reality. Recalling youth games, Melia remembered.
Alright, we're gonna have to go on a meat run.
Turning the occasion memorable. Melia concerned fiends might become scary beasts. Their parents immediately refused the dread, rejecting to let such doubts define them. Their parent comforted the siblings fondly, explaining she never regretted raising fiend offspring and cherished them no differently. Inquisitive regarding their father, Ishwa pressed for replies. Their parent acknowledged she knew almost no thing regarding his identity. She showed an odd encounter 15 days previously. Amid widespread despair, an incubus emerged inside a vision and seduced her. Their parent described she grew pregnant and fled home solely, flustered, recalling merely his notable appearance. Their parents steadily instructed Ishwa and Melia to conceal their fiend heritage. The siblings heard cautiously, grasping the risk involved. Melia pledged to protect the hidden regardless of the pump's nature. Their parents smiled, although worried remained full of reassurance. Sitting jointly with the card, the family embraced fondly. They thought their bond might endure, despite the difficulties ahead. The recollection shifted across calm days. Their parents worked diligently as guiding the siblings across typical moments in civility. Ishwa and Melia recalled traveling, discovering, and rising jointly. Their parents stayed a constant source of backing and comfort. Ishwa and Melia came back homeland bearing groceries, anticipating the usual evening. They summoned for their parent without receiving any response. Entering the room, the brother and sister located their parent resting motionless. Worry replaced excitement as they neared the bed carefully. Their unanswered cries showed a harsh reality. The memory shifted towards a grave where mourning silently engulfed the household. Neighbors offered comfort and useful backing amid the funeral. Melia thanked them politely as Ashwa stayed struggling with overpowering grief. Discovering their parent died peacefully at 75 brought small relief. The loss deepened Group's loneliness inside an indifferent realm. As visiting the village market, the swordsman and Melia encountered Connie surprisingly. Recognition spread swiftly as aged memories returned promptly. Connie recognized the brother and sister and asked their unchanged arrival. His observation revealed a hidden they cautiously concealed for days. Grabbed off guard, Demonis rejected Connie's suspicion as nonsense. She hurried Ishua aside prior to further queries formed trouble. Back homeland, the brother and sister discussed their circumstances gravely. Connie's finding endangered the calm existence they maintained there. Recalling their mother's grave close, Miley reached a harsh judgment. The woman pressed the swordsman to leave the village permanently. Ishua considered on their promise to keep shifting and hide their names. Whether calm settlement might ever become feasible. The brutal impact smashed the top. Prior to either sibling was able to react, attackers burst within and knocked them down at once. Armed soldiers encircled the house and declared accounts about a suspicious male and woman. Their investigation swiftly concentrated on the brother and sister, captured and bound. The swordsman and Milia confronted panic and uncertainty. Authorities demanded their identities confirmed, fixing the dark fate. Officials verified the captured pair-matched accounts away from villagers. Their chief promptly identified them as valuable targets valued investigating further. Bound openly, Oshwa and Melia stood unceasing penalty. Investigators determined the siblings possessed power far exceeding typical fiends. Scientists regarded the pair as uncommon opportunities. They intended experiments wishing to develop mighty military magic across study. Drained and hurt, Ishwa shattered down emotionally, longing for home and his parent, as Miley noticed his fog versus despair completely. Unaffected by their pain, the scientists rejected compassion. They demanded additional spells read regarding the pair as mere subjects. Milea withstood the strikes and ridiculed their
Kaito Destiny Edger _Rivka, welcome to my channel.
drawing focus aside from Ishwa homeland. Abrupt dark glow erupted across the chamber. The
At Kaito Destiny Edger _Rivka, welcome to my channel.
Hello and welcome.
evaluated the
Coffee
circumstances. Their
Madness.
investigation uncovered a surprising
We
finding
have
nearby
Arcs of Havel Ascended here. We're on the Monarchy Community server. I am in some
Pokemon Community
taken
Game
care
a
of
wild
here. We've
Pidove
got
appears catch it
dinos
using Poke
ready.
Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
He announced them Fiend Lord Barnark's offspring without doubt. The mysterious rescuer
Let's
pressed
see.
Ishwa and Melia to return to the Fiend realm. His speech tested all they thought. Recalling their mother's grave, the siblings agreed a harsh reality. They eventually admitted they were fiends, not people. Escorted inside a grand hall,
Oh, fuck's sake.
confronted mighty forms. Their coming attracted attention from each collected fiend. Fenrir offered the pair prior to the leader. She announced
these are the cryos I have already.
Lord's bloodline and destiny. Many fiends questioned the claim and asked their heritage. Debate spread rapidly as Aishwa and Malia withstood scrutiny quietly. Uncertainty spread across the court regarding their heritage. A challenge emerged, demanding proof they held the Fiend Lord's strength. The leader agreed the offer and established severe consequences. Success pledged status as defeat meant death for them. The swordsman and Malia were brought prior to a legendary blade. Numerous fiends observed carefully as the decisive trial began. Malia stepped ahead first and grasped the armament stemming. Disregarding dread, she committed herself despite unsure penalties ahead, observing silently. The leader rejected beliefs about bloodline inheritance. She thought true fiend lords emerged across strength solely. Fenrir recognized power groups were exploiting the pair. She concerned ambitious fiends, regarded them as tools for strength. Opposition
What just happened?
instant execution when the blade
Pokemon community game Pidove escaped. No one caught it.
Malia grabbed the blade herself. She struck a stone guardian fiercely and demanded Ishua aside. Malia smashed the enormous construct with overpowering power. The crowd erupted at once, thinking a new fiend lord emerged. Excited by the achievement, the demonist proclaimed Ishua the later fiend lord. She looked swiftly, checking whether he stayed secure. The collected fiends accepted Ishua as their later leader. Malia observed silently, while predictions and responsibilities abruptly surrounded them both. Ishwa refused the celebration and fought with his fresh name. He maintained they had lived separately and asked their later moments afterward. Malia reached bearing news from faraway battlefields. She showed rising strife and hinted that enemies were by then moving, displaying bleeding on her palm. Malia described an assassin had struck. The woman stayed composed and treated the incident.
Okay.
Assessing their reduced troops, Malia suggested a bold strategy. She proposed infiltrating enemy ranks and hitting surprisingly jointly. The swordsman acknowledged the group's position was worsening. Supporters were discarding their reasons, making their faction increasingly isolated and exposed to rivals.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to go get more meat here. That's not enough.
Without success shortly,
Already had one
strongest
accident,
marksman versus
things dying.
She heartened Ishwa regardless of the risk. She thought his destiny stayed unchanged and believed he could reverse all fate. The brother and sister discussed the group's last opportunity. Eliminating a major threat and the coming strike was able to restore their declining effect. The group's conversation
Alright, so quests are really not nothing right now. Let's see.
sparking Ishwa to react immediately with worry.
Go grab my gear.
Ishwa observed the restraints of listening. The surprising shift immediately grabbed his attention.
Also, let's check on the
Watching about cautiously, he discovered a magical blade lying beside an unconscious man. A risky opportunity abruptly emerged prior to him. Recollections, promises, and forecasts centered his thoughts. Determination came back as he arrived at towards the armament, despite uncertainty. Ishwa silently looked aside and gripped the blade. He hit her motives, preparing to act prior to anyone observed. Near him, she then stayed unconscious, close, gripping the armament tightly. Ishwa quietly considered his next move, a feasible escape. Shuden rested solely, studying latest events as gripping pipe. The man's look stayed grave. Ishwa neared silently and observed Shuden's state. Embarrassment shielded the demon's visage as hesitation grew prior to creating contact. Putting a palm on Shuden, Ishwa inspected him cautiously. Shuden answered steadily, thinking his physical state remained stable and showed small concern outwardly. Ishwa determined the state had passed and advised improved hydration. Shuden agreed the assessment without argument or opposition, providing only brief acknowledgement silently. As Shuden went aside, Ishwa's calm lapsed wholly. Overwhelmed by humiliation, the fiend quietly wished for death rather while tears gathered behind the gaze. Shuden collected everyone at the coast and went into the liquid. The party ready for practice, trailing his guidance across the calm sea. Ishwa and Anastasia shoved themselves underwater and fought deeply. Their motions grew frantic as they drained. Bob fell onto the sand, airflow heavily away from exertion. Shuden observed silently before returning attention towards another practical job awaiting him. Using his blade, Shuden sliced cane inside usable sections. He focused on efficiency, turning valuable supplies inside assets for construction labor. Naga rested quietly as observing the preparation attempts. Shuden summoned her name and asked for cane pulls, drawing her attention promptly. Naga stayed distracted while waiting near Shuden's labor area. He observed her peculiar conduct
Oh, wait.
Shuden's paddling instructions and thanked him. Shuden admired her gift, impressed by the way rapidly she discovered it. Shuden observed motion across the liquid and looked curiously. Oshua swam ahead with determination, pushing a cross serve towards it. Arriving at it, Oshua summoned out noisily and emerged awkwardly. Liquid splashed everywhere.
All right.
Shuden fought to understand the abrupt interruption. Shuden seized Oshua and corrected his paddling skill promptly. Anticipating criticism, Oshua grew nervous as listening to each word. He kept taunting Oshua regarding his poor form. A playful slap trailed, making the fiend confused while processing the surprising remark. Shuden admired Ishua's improvement and patted his skull fondly. Ishua froze in shock, silently accepting recognition for sincere advancement. Anastasia observed the interaction
Okay.
in space.
So I got too many of these
Paddling skill earned
here.
approval and attention from Shuden.
I need to get a few types of dinos.
Anastasia moved ahead with resolve. Naga noticed quietly while the elf announced renewed commitment toward practice.
I need to find a theory that is decent level.
Everyone collected.
I don't even know if I have a theory anymore after that one.
Naga rested near the fading flame. Shuden examined the beam structure.
I have no theory whatsoever.
Pleased with the results, he estimated the vessel might finish shortly.
I have a beaver,
Naga
right?
neared Shuden as he reviewed the completed vessel. He talked optimistically
Nope.
regarding making the yacht
Wisebot 4 viewers, -3, alarm clock 4 hours 17 minutes and 8 seconds.
He reacted before
Oh,
responding to
beaver.
a surprising question. Without warning, Naga fired a fierce strike towards Shuden. He recoiled in surprise, incapable to grasp her abrupt aggression. She kept charging ahead with intense resolve. Shuden asked her conduct.
Yeah, I'm not
again,
surprised.
but she displayed no sign of stopping. A further mighty blow.
People come and
plunged into
go, they
Shuden's
say they're
guard.
gonna be
Realizing her strength had
thieves.
shifted dramatically, he braced himself versus the strong power. Naga's unceasing assault compelled the teacher onto the defensive. Recognizing her transformed condition was risky, he looked urgently for weakness. A brief chance emerged amid their collision. Shuden responded promptly, attempting a counterattack prior to Naga could regain motion again.
Okay.
Naga
Grab
grabbed
that.
Shuden's clothing and reversed the circumstances at once. The surprising maneuver slammed him down, only disrupting his scheme. Lying shocked, Shuden fought to grasp what happened. Naga had somehow executed and moved forward skill distant beyond predictions. Naga pressed the strike without delay and hit once more, stunned by her adaptation. Shuden questioned how she read across all shields. The dragoness compelled Shuden
26,
to walk
32,
down steadily, struggling for air. He coughed violently as trying to grasp her work. Leaning closer, the woman gazed down at Shuden with peculiar intensity. Her expression stayed grave as liquid dripped from her form. Naga abruptly pressed her throat versus Shuden's and shared air. The surprising kissing stung both of them amid the struggle. The teacher recognized Naga was assisting him breathe underwater, puzzled and flustered. He questioned her intentions while she swiftly dragged back. Naga rose quietly with a stubborn look and avoided the count.
Okay, Megatherium, Anki,
Steady herself.
Nene.
Acknowledged odd ideas had engulfed her mind since witnessing artificial respiration. Inquisitive uncertainty drove her to test the notion personally.
Let's take the tech bricks with me and
Creating the circumstances herself. Her blunt reasoning departed
we'll take the
Shuden
pub.
shocked and strongly worried. Shuden promptly refused the absurd reasoning and scolded her harshly. Reflecting cautiously, he recognized Naga's conduct carried grave risks. Reviewing their previously battle, Shuden identified Naga's risky growth. Her obsession with strategy. Could she get defeated? He determined he required stronger physical condition
Okay.
promptly.
So let's take a look here.
Losing a further match versus Naga was able to create penalties he preferred avoiding. Resolved to grow stronger, the teacher trained deeply. As he exercising solely, he abruptly noticed something away from the bushes. Anastasia wandered across the darkness.
Okay, I need to kill a Karknos.
The previously incident stayed unresolved, making
Oh wait,
it easy.
here, let me get some food.
She observed their kissing earlier and grew worried. It too faded.
Kaito Destiny XVRJR20, welcome to my channel.
Nausea brushed her teeth as dark circles displayed. Recollections of Shuden and Naga's kissing
At Kaito Destiny XVRJR20, welcome to my channel.
observed her drained arrival and asked regarding her sleep. Anastasia avoided explaining her emotions, greeting him momentarily as hiding unease. Anastasia swiftly went aside, rejecting further discussion. Shuden observed her uncertainty, unaware she stayed bothered by witnessing intimate contact previously.
Got that
Reflecting
reset?
about Naga, who operated a mighty electric saw.
Oh, arrows.
Cutting clean as everyone noticed. The teacher admired Naga's power and skill with the machine. Anastasia heard silently, yet troubled, while Naga continued laboring. The teacher directed Anastasia their advancement, Shuden chose their paddling training before continuing remaining work. The party inspected the completed framework along the coast. Several bamboo sections drifted steadily, showing their attempts were producing results. Anastasia gazed at the vessel with worry. Although construction moved forward swiftly,
Coordinates
she
locked.
dreaded her poor
Time to
paddling
teleport.
skills might delay departure. Anastasia struggled during paddling training despite waiting in shallow. Frustration increased as basic floating felt surprisingly hard for her. As Shuden inspected the vessel thoughtfully, Anastasia hesitated close. She weighed asking something crucial but lacked nerve to start. Anastasia observed Shuden's grave look and misunderstood his focus. Thinking escape mattered deeply to him, she grew increasingly uneasy. Shuden stayed absorbed in idea, studying the vessel cautiously. Rather of strategy,
I have
however, the
no
man
one on my
concentrated
list
fully
for
on choosing its
street
name.
art.
Anastasia's belief smashed when Shuden talked. Prior to she could react further, a further voice summoned for Shuden's focus.
me.
Ishua discovered a paddling method by instinct.
It was the
keeping his gull
Pepsi.
above liquid across rapid movements. Shuden identified the skill promptly. Shuden admired Ishua's advancement amid training. The group's conversation shifted inside playful taunting when Ishua addressed him simply as human. Annoyed by the remark, the swordsman cautioned Shudeen versus repeating it. Shudeen rather proposed a proper title among teacher and pupil. The teacher described
Oh!
pupils should respectfully call their instructor sensei. Ishua hesitated momentarily, weighing the unknown term prior to responding. Ishua silently summoned Shuden instructor at last. Catching it, Shuden responded with amusement. Hearing the circumstances strangely familiar and satisfying, Shuden noticed
Oh,
that
did he
pupils
shoot?
in Japan. While Ishua stayed silent, puzzled why Shuden stared at him strongly. The teacher
Why is that
Ishua's
right on the spawn location?
Watching from a space, Anastasia noticed quietly as keeping her thoughts hidden.
Wow.
Kept without success for Anastasia, noticing all
Yeah, let's do this.
and dreaded becoming a burden. The elf princess
Wow.
imagined people departing jointly without her. The possibility filled her with anxiety as uncertainty kept rising stronger. Troubling ideas filled her thoughts.
Sweetie, what is it?
Pictured being left after completely, sparking
You get
panic
so
as
vocal with
uncertainty
your mailing, I'm worried.
Anastasia shoved herself ceaselessly during
I don't think I need to take you in.
The woman declined, accepting her current limitations. Weaknesses solely. Shuden gently gripped Anastasia's shoulder, catching her attention prior to fatigue decline.
Gotta love it when there's a fucking acro or something right by a death spot. Go
The
for
teacher
it.
advised the elf princess to stop
Okay,
causing
why is there
herself
like no wildlife?
She silently called him Master Shuden, revealing faith she rarely expressed. Shuden was in a different dish. Anastasia discovered he had observed her attempt throughout 2 draining hours. The teacher supported the elf princess in the liquid, floating posture. Nervous but willing, she trailed instructions cautiously. The elf princess
Anybody want some KFC?
she moved cautiously, though embarrassment and strain still affected her concentration. The teacher directed her focus towards the sky above. Gazing silently at the moon. Their conversation shifted away from practice to Anastasia described that flying high stopped her away from appreciating her needs. Recalling her by, Anastasia admitted sorcery had mainly served her. Responsibilities departed small opportunity to steadily enjoy calm sights. Regardless of encouraging relaxation, Anastasia declined easing her attempts. She stayed resolved to finish practice and avoid delaying all. Anastasia maintained on improving swiftly regardless of difficulties. The teacher explaining that
Pokemon community game A Wild Pupitar appears. Catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Releasing backing momentarily, he displayed that she was independently. The elf princess rejoiced too early and resumed unnecessary motions. Shuden described those work disrupted balance, creating floating much harder than essential. Trailing Shuden's she eased her form correctly. With newfound understanding, she readied to train floating employing correct skill. Anastasia trailed Shuden's instructions and eased correctly. Slowly, her form stayed afloat, allowing her to practice successful floating independently. Overjoyed by the woman's achievement, the woman with pride informed Shuden. Her excitement lasted briefly prior to an incoming wave hit surprisingly from after. The abrupt impact shoved Anastasia towards Shuden. He grabbed her securely, stopping panic while she stayed pressed versus him, gripped inside Shuden's arms. Anastasia grew rattled. His concern verified her emotion. fitting suspicions she had quietly carried by then. As we look back, she remembered Shuden and Naga meeting prior to. Contrasting memories cautiously, she started doubting their relationship again. Anastasia considered on Naga and Shuden's previously kissing. Although jealousy remained, she recalled herself their relationship was not her worry. Gathering nerve under the moonlit sky.
Okay, I'll keep this.
Anastasia
This.
folded Shuden before making.
This.
Her emotions
Oh,
overflowed.
Pokemon community game Pupitar escaped. No one caught it.
Nervously neared
Okay.
Shuden and attempted showing her
We'll get
emotions.
close.
Embarrassment overcame her, sparking repeated stuttering prior to completing any idea. Gathering nerve, Anastasia eventually admired Shuden's reliability. Shuden listened cautiously, thinking she desired to discuss something much more crucial. Shuden attempted a reply but fought hearing speech. Anastasia observed anxiously, wishing her intended meaning had arrived at him correctly. Misreading wholly, Shuden determined Anastasia desired him chosen as captain. His confident reply promptly departed Anastasia puzzled and speechless. Shuden eagerly agreed what he thought was backing. Anastasia was able to merely stare in doubt as the conversation derailed fully. Anastasia detected nerve and tried talking bravely.
Okay, that should hold it.
Interrupted her again, causing him further
Gonna squirm around.
incapable to describe
See
the
what I
feelings to postpone the talk. She pledged to reveal all she once did if Evan would reach their destination jointly. The teacher agreed the woman request without pressing further. Anastasia felt relieved. Although her emotions stayed unresolved and hard to express, watching towards the faraway aisle, Anastasia strengthened her determination. She thought arriving at that clarified her emotions. The conversation finished, and focus came back to measures. Shuden examined the raft cautiously while Anastasia observed beside him silently. The cane vessel was eventually complete. Shuden and the people collected along the coast.
Dude, seriously, there's like no dinos here. What the fuck?
Anastasia observed Shuden's worried expression and questioned regarding it. Naga stayed confident, thinking the vessel could cross the sea safely. Rather than responding promptly, Shuden stepped on board. He cautiously examined the structure as admiring its arrival and construction. The vessel moved directly on the list without sinking. Everyone's favorite Shuden felt relieved and strongly impressed. Waiting to try to top the vessel, Shuden rejoiced at the completion. The achievement brought him excitement as Naga observed the way from other side. The party tested the completed vessel jointly. As all discussed its ability, Shuden felt proud noticing their attempt succeed. He described that oars might be essential to travel. Naga contended her power solely
Where's the
to make
corpse?
vessel faster, catching differing opinions. The teacher suggested choosing a captain. He emphasized cooperation, thinking coordination mattered more than basic skill solely. He questioned for nominations away from the party. Anastasia promptly recommended him, displaying assurance in his judgment and leadership skills. Naga understood the talk separately and promoted her.
Oh, I knew this was gonna happen. The frickin' glitchy ass shit.
Officially started. Naga assuredly announced herself captain without delay. Anastasia glanced startled as the discussion shifted aside from Shuden completely. Prior to the Dragoness was able to settle the matter, Shuden interrupted. He responded firmly, drawing everyone's attention towards his surprising response. Shuden described that leadership needed obligation beyond power. A captain must make hard decisions and direct people across uncertainty. Continuing his explanation, Anastasia heard him considering leadership. He chose the party should organize materials first prior to beginning their voyage. Shuden kept teaching endurance skills in the liquid. Anastasia and Ashwa practiced cautiously as to understand sea conditions.
Yeah, this was mostly a meat run anyways right now, but I will tame stuff as I see fit.
Effectively stepped toward the raft again. Pleased with their improvements,
And I will grab...
convinced him measures were nearly complete.
Nice.
The party enjoyed a larger dish than usual prior to departure. Amid dinner, Shuden declared a crucial decision for all. Shuden might start the trailing day, focused on the faraway isle waiting across the ocean. Naga eagerly imagined coming back homeland and recovering her power. Anastasia described that stronger
Did I hear
missions
Juraboa?
perhaps restore their lost powers.
Wow, there's an actual Juraboa on
She
here.
outlined later schemes. She boasted regarding regaining peak state once encircled by abundant mana once more. Her enthusiasm escalated inside outrageous declarations regarding raising a numerous offspring. Her comments departed Shuden, early shocked and silent momentarily. Flustered by the talk, Anastasia regarding the topic. Naga promptly tested her, rejecting promptly forgot previous arguments.
No, 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 no. You're supposed to.
Dinner eventually started.
Game.
Collected about the flame. The party shared the drew ease as measures neared completion. All enjoyed the dish with sincere pleasure.
He just
Smiles
needs one more bite.
on their faces, replacing strain built amid latest preparations. Ishua silently noticed the conversation was feeding. Watching the people interact,
Or a few more bites.
comfortable and agreed inside the party. Departure day eventually reached throughout the aisle. While watching the sea
That much.
cautiously. Malia talked regarding uncertainty beyond the ocean. They accepted chances might appear amid the risky.
Hey, it's something. Something to tame just to cause chaos.
Ashwa reported favorable weather circumstances and proposed the voyage should start shortly. Watching across the liquid, Ashwa considered unfeasible future conflicts. He weighed leftover after rather than boarding the vessel. Shayuden refused the notion and
Let's
pressed
see.
Ashwa
It's
to join.
over.
Limited assets on the Isle made remaining on trip practical. Shayuden halted Ashwa from making solely and insisted he travel with everyone first, pledging practical survival lessons. The swordsman agreed a fire starter. Shuden warned that independence needed skills, preparation, and steady resources for long-term endurance attempts, solely with his ideas. Ishwa recalled guarding Miria. He strengthened his resolve and quietly reaffirmed that objective, despite uncertainty regarding later events. Anastasia summoned to Shuden as last materials were secured on board the raft. Departure measures had officially finished, and the voyage was able to start. The teacher thanked the Isle for sheltering them across hardship. The party considered briefly prior to pushing forward towards an uncertain journey ahead. The vessel launched across wide waters bearing everyone jointly. Making the abandoned isle after, their long-awaited expedition finally began. Shuden and partners tense versus the vessel pole. Exhaustion weighed heavily. The faraway isle stayed visible ahead across waters. Shuden let fall a packed sack onto the vessel and grabbed his air. He proposed a short break as assessing their leftover strength cautiously. The man checked materials and offered smoked flesh and coconut juice. Anastasia heard silently as he described their provisions stayed sufficient for the journey. Naga refused the dry smoked flesh, promptly showing obvious displeasure. Shuden noted their catch stores stayed plentiful, reducing concerns regarding provisions reserves ahead. Heartened by their situation, Shuden seized fishing gear and suggested gathering more assets. Anastasia and Naga observed him prepare.
There we go.
The elf princess recognized the teacher had steadily expanded the raft structure. Additional platforms, storage realm, and functions grew endurance chances. She admired the vessel's development as weighing later
hello.
possibilities. Oshua listened near Shuden, although his explanation...
Alright, let's see.
The teacher with pride showed a banner displaying the raft's name. The man described it combined parts of their names inside one title. He eagerly treated the named vessel as a believed partner. Naga rejoiced a successful catch as Anastasia responded with awkward quiet. So across the ocean as circumstances shifted slowly. Anastasia summoned to Shuden, who stayed composed and monitored the wind. Anastasia observed dark clouds collected above the destination isle. The teacher described weather patterns, was able to create localized storms. Shuden kept describing the way mountains compelled damp air upward. Anastasia heard cautiously as understanding the peculiar clouds surrounding that region. Thinking their coming was close, Shuden heartened everyone on board. Abruptly, a colossal form burst from the ocean beside the raft. The enormous creature rushed by with tremendous power and splash. Shuden froze in surprise while Anastasia struggled versus brutal surf. As the disturbance subsided, Shuden requested an account promptly. Naga identified the attacker at once and recognized him. Emerged from the ocean straight away after him. The creature's abrupt arrival verified the risky source of disturbance. The vessel lurched violently as all fought to maintain balance. Shuden demanded instant escape. Strong impact on the vessel from after without warning. Shuden plunged down difficult and momentarily lost command amid chaos. Anastasia and Naga landed throughout Shuden as coughing saltwater began. The impact left everyone drenched, rattled, and disoriented on board. Naga faulted erupted with anger. Shuden at once accepted as she vowed retaliation versus him. Naga fired herself towards the craft and charged away. She shoved his face rapidly and confronted the ocean beast.
Hey, be very careful. There's an acro nearby.
Steadily ready retaliation. The Kraken hesitated momentarily
Be safe.
as her power started. Naga tore several tentacles apart and furiously requested submission. Pieces scattered across the liquid while the beast suffered strong damage. Naga glared at the wounded beast, anticipating victory promptly.
Can't see
Rather,
shit.
severed tentacles started rising back, revealing a peculiar ability. The regenerated limbs renewed the Kraken state almost at once. Naga moved forward.
Alright,
realizing
yeah,
tentacles
I
might
need
not
my
suffice.
vision here.
The Kraken's tentacles bound tightly
Or hurt
about
my
Naga and
frickin'
restricted
eyes.
her motions. She fought fiercely underwater, but stayed caught by power. Noticing Naga endangered, Shuden dove towards the beast.
Sorry, but I know my viewers will want to see
Attempted freeing him regardless of risk. He again and again stabbed the tentacle,
blindsided.
striking it. The strikes reduced its hold and formed an opening. The dragoness observed Shuden risking herself for her recovery. His intervention shocked her momentarily and interrupted her furious fight. Both emerged, gasping for air following fleeing the restraints. Anastasia checked Shuden's state as Naga observed him in quiet. The teacher halted Naga's reckless charge and asked her objective. He pressed her to focus on defeating the beast efficiently, rather. Naga heard as Shuden described victory needed understanding the foe. His advice recalled her that power solely was insufficient. He agreed the lesson and asked for direction promptly. He stressed their disadvantage at ocean as the vessel raced along. A further strike struck the vessel and disrupted their motion. Shuden fought to maintain command as Anastasia observed anxiously close. Recognizing the risk, the dragoness chose to act personally. She declared she might fly above and pull the vessel ahead. The dragoness announced she had collected enough mana for transformation. Anastasia questioned her reserves, but Naga stayed wholly confident nevertheless. A bright light abruptly enveloped Naga prior to all on board. Shuden and Anastasia observed carefully as the transformation process started. Odd markings across Naga's corresponded with the ship. Flying but located the wings were undersized. Anastasia questioned the outcome as Naga gazed in disbelief.
Alright, let's see, what do we got here?
Intervened and pressed.
Daily restart incoming.
Events unfolded at once. Naga inside the air. Ishua questioned Naga's huge mana reserves as Naga rejected the worried casually. She agreed the surprising wings and readied herself for combat ahead. Naga launched ahead above the surf, resolved to exploit her newly created power. Shuden, Anastasia, and Ashwa observed the way of the vessel.
It is that time, yeah.
Why, hello there.
Across rough waters.
Hello.
Shuden, Anastasia, and Ishua noticed land. Airflow heavily, Shuden observed the lurking.
Is there any safety in this place yet?
Realizing constant pressure endangered their chances of escape, Anastasia observed Naga's speed dropping and summoned attention to it. As Shuden learned her mana reserves would be far too swift.
Fucking terrorist bird!
Naga had been maintaining the transformed state at a time unachievable, but she kept pulling forward, determined to reach coast before exhaustion forced her ship. The vessel was preparing everyone for the risk.
Okay, if it eats narcs,
Losing her mobility,
that thing should be crashed out.
and showed a risky plan, reminding Shuden about the spell she once used versus Quakehawk effectively. She described how concentrated mystic elements could be compressed inside a single point, transforming this first blow into an effective strike. Anastasia suggested
Why are there so many of these terrorists?
while Shuden contemplated whether controlling his path was feasible, breaking down the process, she described lightning weapon as possessing of destructive power, requiring only few dangerous and complex studying smartphone charge patterns, making Shuden startled at her explanation, developing greatly.
Pokemon community game A Wild Skuntank appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Hey, Amanda!
Kaito Destiny Mundler Shadow, welcome to my channel.
Gonna get
At
to a
Kaito
safe
Destiny
spot
Mundler
here.
Shadow, welcome to my channel.
Ow!
The party advanced towards the reef despite collision risks, knowing defeat might leave them exposed, immobile, and unable to fight. Shuden reassured everyone the gamble might succeed, explaining his assurance arrived from trusting Anastasia's conditions.
Where's the other little Nazi?
But Shuden recalled her that
Fuck you!
also when outcomes failed
God
initially,
damn, I hate those
acknowledging
things.
uncertainty, he accepted that surprising complications always appear, but dread alone could not justify his
Okay, I gotta get back to base. I gotta get back to base.
expressed faith in his partners, thinking their combined strengths was able to overcome the threat confronting them. Shuden pledged full backing for the
Coordinates
scheme,
locked.
willing to risk
Time to
themselves
teleport.
since cooperation remained their strongest weapon versus danger. Anastasia silently bowed to keep Shuden alive, while Shuden lightened the mood by declaring the vessel a believed partner. Thunderclouds collected above the coast as the raft pressed along, bearing the party toward the hazardous reef planned. Anastasia directed Naga towards the thunderclouds, but the dragoness responded abruptly as something surprising interfered with movement.
Pokemon community game Skuntunk escaped. No one caught it.
Ishwa alarmed as they searched for the reason. A mighty current erupted under them, lifting Shuden and Anastasia upward while the chasing squid emerged from the ocean. The
Teleporting
squid
always
strike
makes
launched
me a bit dizzy.
Anastasia inside the air.
Shut up, Helena.
Shuden and Ishwa to
Amanda, I will give you a shout out here in a moment. I have to rush though.
Noticing Anastasia
I'm in a hurry.
Ishwa moved without hesitation, drawing his magic blade and preparing a counterattack versus the advancing enemy. Ishwa slashed across surrounding tentacles, clearing realm about the party while Shuden struggled against restraints and Naga remained engaged. Shuden grabbed Anastasia safely, despite the chaos, checking her condition as guarding her from further harm amid turmoil. Ishwa described the squid's form resisted typical
Actually,
strikes,
I think I'll just
leaving
let
Shuden
it stay right here.
Anastasia's planned magic.
I can hide out at somebody else's base.
Ishwa agreed responsibility for defending versus tentacles, while Shuden focused on supporting Anastasia as the battered
Kaito Destiny HMXLP20, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny HMXLP20, welcome to my channel.
Shuden heartened Anastasia to dismiss distractions and continue casting.
I might be able to make it, but knowing how Arc is, I might get rubber banded and whatnot. So I'll take my chances and hide here.
The unstable ride formed another surprise.
Just temporary.
Repeated crashes throughout the reef compelled Anastasia to fight with her clothing and balance simultaneously, complicating preparation for the enchantment.
Don't think-
Another brutal impact threw Anastasia
Who's this
backward
person?
onto Shuden.
This tribe.
while Ashwa
Up
observed
in smoke.
powerlessly
Yeah,
as
they
the
haven't been
unstable
on.
raft lurched across rocks. The impact departed, Anastasia sprawled over Shuden, delaying her concentration as the surrounding waters churned with rising risk. A colossal squid
There.
abruptly burst
I'm
from
gonna
the
just
ocean
toss
before
everything
them,
onto
causing
it.
Shuden to confront the monster at close range. Shuden responded with surprise, but Naga welcomed the arrival, resolved to settle matters directly with the persistent creature.
Stream Elements. Hi everyone, as a heads up I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
Squid's enormous face and staggering the creature momentarily. Seizing the chance, Anastasia completed her spell, summoning thunder from above and directing divine judgment towards the warfront. A colossal lightning strike plunged into the squid,
Alright.
engulfing its form in dazzling force as Anastasia unleashed heavenly bolt. Naga boasted noisily.
A lot of weird random names showing up, which makes me think.
Kaito Destiny, so too
Are
Mundler
these actually
Shadow.
people, or are they
Stream
bots?
Elements.
over
Look, it's
here,
Mundler Shadow.
and look,
They
we
were
have
playing
new
Last
pillows.
Pirate.
We have
Die together.
The tribe
Go check them
Bam.
out and give them some
now.
fluffy
Look
cheers
at
and support.
those.
Flip off
Mundler
pillows,
Shadow,
only
URL.
$99.99.
$99.99.
Get yours while supplies last.
$99.99.
Tightly to floating debris while surf scattered wreckage.
Aha.
Shuden looked for frantic
Stream Elements. Feel free to come and
Oh,
join the
Amanda.
fun for crazy adventures through the worlds.
Shuden noticed
URL.
Naga struggling in the liquid and moved toward her
99.99.
before she fell beneath rough waves. Naga regained awareness. and
Amanda
grunted weakly,
lewd for
making Shuden startled by her condition as he dragged her closer across liquid. Noticing her exhaustion,
Okay.
Shuden agreed a cloth bundle from Naga and listened cautiously while she described its practical purpose.
Alright, well, guessing with the server going down for a moment, let's see, do daily restart. But that also means, let's see, announcements. They are supposed to increase the stats and stuff, aren't they? Okay. Let's see, Monday, the 24th. Yep, control server. Rates will be upped to help with this, but you'll be able to use all you've earned through the season and enjoy setting light to it. Final bell rules, yeah, we already know rules. We already know what is not allowed. No tech, no paleo mods, no flyers of any kind, small or large, which, well, we know. No C4, no rockets, no turrets. So guns are fine. I need me a fab and a long neck. Alright, I'm gonna be BRB. I'm gonna warm up some food here. Enjoy the clips, enjoy the madness. If you try to use redeems, I do not have that set up on this BRB screen.
The chameleon is pissed. It is raging pissed. I got one shot at.
Hello there, cactus.
The fuck?
Hello there, Kaito. Oh. Hello there, Kaito. I'm just about to end. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh shit. You pocket. I'm glad to hear. It's kind of disarming. He's jumping on me! Stop! You violated the law! Dude, stop sucking the helium that hard!
Oh, Manda, as a heads up, I was playing Power World with randomizer.
At the same time.
It is very chaotic.
Take aim and fire. It's like, the little numbers are calculating in my head. It's like, now.
Alright, let's warm this up.
Oh, the finals. That's
Take
what
it out of the way.
Thank you for coming by, Legion.
Twitch.tv/flow of Yava. Lazy Waters said,
My day's been okay
Fortnite
thus
sounds
far.
like an acid trip. Like, how do you explain to someone Master Chief killed John Cena with a 12-gauge
I'm
shotgun?
glad you did.
Yes, yes. Oh, someone clip that, please. That came out perfect. I mean, look at this. This is nice. This is very nice.
Don't.
But
Yeah,
the first
you
impression
can't
is this. This is
Ross
basically
is
what we get to stare at when we walked in through that door.
Cake, everybody, cake.
They want us to look at the cake. They want us to look at the cake. Somebody's clipping this, by the way. Somebody's clipping this. And look. Look.
I have no idea why it's cutting off on the clips like that. The sound of me sleeping threw my alarm on stream. I was back in my old house.
It's upsetting. Think
Oh,
about
thank goodness I can get my bag.
already.
Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Oh. Oh.
Not for a lot of
Oh, I made
things we could be
Oh,
thinking
fuck you, lightning.
of. Just one day, let's
Fuck
all
you.
think about love.
Run.
Okay.
Run away.
And running their streams.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
the captain's cake. Please, please, for the love of goodness.
Okay, I think I have a target.
Hello?
Hope? No, I've been hoping. Everything's better now that everything's out in the open.
I want my mommy, I want my mommy, I want my fluffy mommy.
An awful lot of awful things we could be thinking of.
Oh yeah. How is your destiny?
Controversial. How you feel about Rose? Think about how. Think about us and
I
who you
tried
can
to
think
sneak
about
past the
now.
fucker.
Well then.
Every single fucking time that any type of thing that comes out of Kaito's mouth
About
he
love.
would just, people would be like laughing at one point and then just be like, oh, what?
Fuck you, Xenomorphs!
Gonna die here. Not war. Think about fighting. We wish we were inviting. But that's core. You can think about bubble needs so that they don't be hurt they can't be hurt anymore. About Roy. Think about plane. You can think about
Here, let me check the server.
You can think about rain. There's an awful lot of awful things we could be thinking of.
Oh, fuck.
But for just one day, let's only think about.
Yes! Oh! Fuck you, Ibis! Yeah! Oh yeah!
He finally beat the bitch. Target.
Ah! After 30 tries, you're dead, bitch.
But yeah, no. When I took the
Come on, drop the shield, drop the shield, drop the shield, drop the shield. No,
See,
drop
that
the
shield's
shield.
so stupid. Come on.
Bye, Stronz's Velo.
Oh wait,
Wait.
we won!
We killed that motherfucker!
Yes!
Wait,
Yeah!
it says -9. What is that?
Oh, go, Stronz!
Did it give us pity time?
I think it did.
Like seriously?
Oh, fuck yeah, Stronz.
Ugh.
Lieutenant Weston, the captain's waiting for you on the bridge.
Oh! Who wants dessert? Or got killed by a duck.
I just died.
To a duck.
Pokemon community game A wild
got
Drampa
killed
appears
by a
catch it
duck.
using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Ow.
Pokemon community game Drampa escaped. No one caught it. Kaito Destiny Ghostly Widow, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Ghostly Widow, welcome to my channel.
Preparing to teleport.
Den secured the bundle about himself and shoved forward, bearing Naga across strong currents until danger appeared directly ahead. A floating structure bearing Dana model drifted into view, sparking Shuden to pause while Naga observed something peculiar after him. Shuden identified the Dana model flag and broke inside tears, realizing the vessel had carried them across disaster and unceasing seas. The exhausted survivors collapsed across the shoreline jointly, thankful to reach solid earth while surf retreated behind their
Teleporting
scattered
always
bodies.
makes me a bit
Shuden
dizzy.
slowly sat upright, validating everyone had survived the ordeal. Next emitted a weary breath as strain finally eased. Meeting the marooned Denege model, Shuden quietly considered on its sacrifice, understanding how the damaged vessel preserved their lives. Still rattled, he expressed gratitude toward Denege, next swiftly checked his companions, seeking reassurance that nobody suffered serious injuries. The strange fluid left Naga completely immobilized and reduced Anastasia as well, as Shuden recognized the creature carried lingering results. Shuden noted Ishwa stayed mostly unaffected, since small fluid reached him, creating him the only companion capable of moving freely. Without warning, Ishwa stepped ahead and pointed his blade directly at Shuden, creating immediate strain across the exhausted party. Recognizing the figure, Shuden gazed in uncertainty and called Ishwa's name, uncertain why his companion abruptly adopted such conduct. The disguised figure showed herself as Mylia rather, shocking Shuden completely, while Anastasia admired the deception and identified her voice. Shuden observed in confusion as Ishwa and Melia appeared to alternate command, while Melia said sorry and described their desperate situation. Melia showed she and Ishwa had shared the identical form from the beginning, conserving mana as secretly waiting for opportunity. Disregarding Anastasia's helpless state, Melia steadily chose her as the first target, intending to finish matters prior to opposition emerged. Shuden forced himself ahead and pleaded with Melia to spare Anastasia, rejecting to remain, yet despite his reduced condition. Melia observed Shuden resisted paralysis improved than expected. Next determined he avoided much exposure to the creature's strange fluid. Anastasia frantically warned Shuden to escape as Melia instructed Ishwa ready to strike, thinking eliminating him first might prevent interference completely. Ishwa lifted his weapon above Shuden, while Anastasia observed helplessly, fearing the strike might land before anyone could react. The fatal strike not once arrived. Melia abruptly hesitated, struggling internally, as Ishwa resisted and declined, harming their instructor. Ishwa's effect grew, urging the Demonist to reconsider. He described cooperation had proven valuable and shifted his grasping deeply, using the brief chance. Shuden suggested setting violence aside temporarily, wishing both sides could labor together and escape safely. Shuden's offer shocked the Demonist. Ishwa emerged supportive, but she rejected cooperation promptly and questioned whether such faith made sense. Melia furiously argued their endurance depended on defeating enemies, arguing fiends remained hunted everywhere and could never secure safety otherwise. Ishwa tested Melia's reasoning, reminding her of shared experiences.
Wisebot 10 viewers, plus 6, alarm clock 5 hours 8 minutes and 31 seconds.
As the elf princess stayed listening, the pair determined coexistence remained impossible despite fine intentions. Urging everyone to recognize reality, the truth made Anastasia shocked. Ishwa frantically tried stopping Melia, but she refused his interference completely, and declared she might personally finish the strike. The fight for command intensified within their shared form, as Ishwa pleaded repeatedly while Myla fought fiercely to dominate. Their strife suddenly stopped. A weapon stumbled from grasp, making Shuden and Anastasia staring quietly at this surprising development. Ishwa finally created command, but confusion replaced assurance as he examined himself and sensed something fundamentally different had occurred. Understanding hit at once, staring downward in doubt, Ishwa located the shared form had somehow divided inside two separate individuals.
Pokemon community game A wild Fanpy appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s. Pokemon community game Fanpy escaped. No one caught it.
Purple flag snapping in a salty gale. I'm the one who ordered them to hoist the sail. My cargo hold is packed with stolen gold. I take what I want, or so I've been told. I ain't a man, I ain't a normal beast. I'm the meanest terror from the west to the east. Got fur of grey and a scar across my eye when I give an order. There ain't no doubt. Raise up your mugs to the golden stare. Show it out your throat, so you better beware. With the cutlass in a paw and a pistol at her side, she's the fiercest terror on the ocean tide. Drink up, you dogs, and roar to the skies. Long live the wolf of the yellow eyes. Last week a shadow rose up from the deep, a massive scaled worm waking from its sleep, crashing the waves, smashing up my wood. My voice backed away, but I held fast and stood. I drew out my steel with a deafening howl, leaped from the rigging with a bloody growl. I hacked through the meat, I tore out its heart, ripped the damn sea worm completely apart. Raise up your mugs to the golden stare. She'll rip out your throat, so you better beware. With the cutlass in her paw,
Preparing to teleport.
pistol at her side, she's the fiercest terror on the ocean tide. Drink up, you dogs, and roar to the skies. Long live the wolf of the yellow eyes.
Teleport now.
Now we're anchored in port with barrels of rum.
Levels confirmed. Teleport complete.
Spilling good ale by the light of the moon. I'll slam I'll fight for sailors and leave 'em a scar. Coins
Pokemon community game A Wild Kadabra appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Pokemon community game
Rare stands
Kadabra
before an endless
escaped.
skeleton army,
No one caught
freshly
it.
announced as a newborn demon lord, and declares the time has finally come to face the humans. Standing beside her monstrous companions, including a towering dragon and a massive white wolf, Rare's group now stands at war with the entire human race. Surrounded by countless skeleton soldiers raising weapons under pouring rain, Rare smiles with blood on her face, asking if everyone is ready to fight. Long before that moment, an ordinary girl named Leah lives quietly at home, surrounded by companion robots. In a world reliant on virtual reality, while browsing through her options one evening, Leah discovers early access to an open beta for a brand new MMORPG called Boot Hour, Shoot Curse. As her full body scan finishes inside the tunnel, Leah learns the game resembles an ordinary fantasy RPG, yet has no levels or professions. After selecting the elf race, Leah watches her available points shrink from automatic traits like albinism and reduced beauty, registering herself under the name Rare. Studying her character screen further, Rare notices certain drawback traits, such as poor eyesight and albinism, actually grant bonus experience points, instead of pure weakness. Deciding to lean fully into the disadvantage, Rare happily accepts her flawed build, ending up with a total of 110 available experience points. She learns most players spawn inside human-controlled nations, immediately facing a subjugation force if they choose monstrous races like goblins or skeletons instead. To avoid that danger entirely, Rare discovers a separate spawning location hidden deep within monster territory, far away from human eyes and human weapons. Emerging inside a narrow stone cave, clearly built for skeletons, Rare realizes her albinism at least protects her from sunburn, despite her poor eyesight. Confused after finishing an unusually long tutorial, Rare learns the system treats players and NPCs identically, showing no distinction between monsters and non-player characters. Touching the cave wall thoughtfully, Rare wonders if this system design encourages players to treat NPCs with consideration, instead of killing them without reason. Hearing distant voices nearby, Rare quietly spies on a group of cat-like beastkin sharing a meal, until one announces she must relieve herself nearby. Startled by Rare's sudden appearance near the tree, the beastkin girl reacts instantly, striking out in alarm the moment she notices the unfamiliar figure. Taking advantage of her opponent's hesitation, Rare presses the attack aggressively, insisting that any shaken enemy must be finished off without holding back at all.
Kaito Destiny Crockett Man, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Crockett Man, welcome to my channel.
Rare and the beastkin, furious over her friend being harmed, another beastkin girl named Marion charges forward, calling Rare a bastard while unleashing a burst of magical energy. Despite Marion's desperate attack, Rare overpowers her completely, gripping her tightly as the violent clash ends decisively in the elf's favor once again. Rare exhales in relief, noting that her weak status still worked fine as a newbie, thanks to martial arts she had learned back home. Lying on the ground after acquiring 300 experience points, Rare watches the beastkin leader stir, wondering aloud if these small fries were bandits. Rare realizes that killed NPCs apparently never respawn again, deciding these bandit girls could still prove useful instead of being discarded entirely. Introducing herself calmly as Rare, an elf, she asks the fallen beastkin girl who her leader is, offering to let that leader speak first. Carrie snaps back rudely, questioning Rare's manners, only for Rare to counter sharply, asking if her mother never taught her to speak properly either. Carrie apologizes, admitting her parents never taught her proper speech, so Rare suggests using a gentler phrase and switching to the word you instead. Rare asks Carrie why she and her friends are living out here, warning that cooperating now would spare her from further unnecessary trouble later. Carrie explains their village had fallen into ruin from the spreading monster territory, so the adults decided to sell the children, forcing them to flee. To survive afterward, Carrie admits they resorted to stealing from nearby villages, killing anyone who noticed them in order to stay alive themselves. Roaming the forest for 5 years while avoiding other people's eyes, the group finally stumbled upon this very cave just that same morning. Rare admits she expected a sad story, marveling internally at how such a detailed background could exist for what seemed like a simple NPC. Watching normal townsfolk elsewhere, Rare wonders if this world truly counts as an AI simulator anymore, deciding to focus her attention on these girls. First, Rare tells Carrie she understands their circumstances and that they had done their best, admitting it would feel wasteful to kill them purely for experience points. She warns Carrie firmly that continuing their current lifestyle would eventually cost them everything. Leaving the stunned Beastkin girls silent under her serious gaze, Rare asks if they truly never considered another path, growing alarmed when Carrie reveals they have nowhere else to sleep in any village. Carrie explains that as bandits, they cannot live among ordinary people, prompting Rare to offer teaching them how the world and experience system actually works. Hers later, the girls praise Rare enthusiastically, amazed by her strength and kindness, remarking that the explanation alone somehow took a full 5 hours. Surrounded by the delighted Beastkin girls, Rare shrugs off their praise, insisting she simply enjoys explaining things and isn't particularly kind at all. Carrie shares that back in the village, she used to get beaten for asking questions she didn't understand. Unlike Rare's patient explanations, convinced now of her kindness, the girls nod along as one begs Rare, addressing her respectfully as Miss Rare of the elf race. Carrie begs Rare to become their boss, but an error message appears, stating the required subordinate skill has not been learned yet. Startled by this response, Rare wonders if she can even tame a humanoid NPC, since Carrie technically isn't classified as a monster. Rare asks herself whether any other player since the closed beta has ever heard of a skill capable of taming, guessing only a handful would know. Carrie assumes the silence means rejection, but Rare clarifies she doesn't mind becoming their boss. She just needs time to think something through. Noticing Carrie forgot to eat, Rare gently reminds her before opening up her own skill list to search for possible answers. Scanning through the massive skill tree, Rare admits she cannot find the subordinate skill listed anywhere within her current available options. Rare theorizes the taming skill might only appear after combining other skills with similar manipulative effects on an opponent's will. She considers whether mental magic could be the key, since that tree eventually unlocks a control skill after acquiring Stupefy, Charm, and Fear. However, Rare realizes reaching control through the mental magic tree would cost at least 150 experience points at minimum. She also considers Necromancy, Discipline, and Summon as strong alternatives, though none of those 3 skills actually contain any skill tree inside them. Thinking further about the word subordinate, Rare wonders if Necromancy's ability to bind souls might relate to it directly instead. Yet Necromancy also lacks its own skill tree, leaving Discipline, Summon, and Alchemy looking related but equally unclear in their true purpose. Deciding to test her theory directly, Rare reaches out and acquires Summon, Discipline, and Necromancy all at once, spending 60 experience points total, staying calm despite the uncertainty. Rare reasons that being a specialized mental magician still holds value, even if her guess turns out wrong. Calculating further, she realizes adding control on top of Stupefy, Charm, and Fear would grant all 4 skills for exactly 150 points. A hidden skill called Bind Soul suddenly appears within Necromancy, revealing that certain skills require specific unlock conditions to become visible. Realizing this pattern, Rare concludes that whatever she truly needs is probably locked behind yet another hidden skill somewhere nearby. A new skill called Contract appears under Summon, letting her forge pacts with summoned souls, hinting that something bigger might unlock next. Moments later, the subordinate skill finally appears beneath Discipline, and Rare triumphantly declares she has found exactly what she needed. A prompt confirms that Carrie can now be tamed, and Rare smiles confidently before pressing yes without any hesitation at all. Carrie watches nervously as Rare finally returns, who smiles warmly and apologizes for keeping her waiting through such a lengthy explanation process. Rare confidently declares that given the immense experience cost involved, she must certainly be the only player currently possessing this rare taming skill. Grinning wickedly down at Carrie, Rare announces that from this moment forward, she is truly their boss.
both in name and reality, surrounded by her newly tamed
Teleport
beastkin subordinates.
now.
Rare leads the group forward together, ready to explore whatever challenges await them next.
Coordinates confirmed.
Smiling confidently
Teleport
with her hidden
complete.
skill finally secured, Rare declares it is time to begin, asking her new companions if they're ready to go. With her subordinate skill fully activated, Rare had bound every bandit before her, and the system flashed confirmation that the named enemy group now lay defeated. Strange new sensations flooded through the Cat Sisters as stolen memories surfaced, revealing just how formidable the bosses they once feared had truly been. What should we even do from here? Carrie wondered aloud, while beside her Rare quietly weighed how she might gauge the real strength of her subordinates. Beneath darkening trees, the group wandered together, laughter rising as the girls compared how soft and shiny their fur had grown since meeting Rare. Confusion crossed one girl's face when she asked about the sudden hunting trip, until her companion reminded her that Rare had ordered it earlier. Without warning, Carrie barked a command to halt, her instincts flaring dangerously as Rare, still thinking, considered whether raising intelligence might sharpen her tactics. Blood and wolves lingered heavy in the air, Carrie admitted, and though Riley proposed striking first, a calm refusal settled the matter instead. Towering suddenly above them, a massive white wolf revealed itself, and Rare's shocked cry rang out just as the pack realized their position had been found. "Every own go," Carrie shouted as the beast lunged forward, and determination sharpened across every face while old battle instincts kicked back into motion. Steel gripped firmly in hand, Carrie, their fierce melee leader, vowed that this fight against the wolf would end swiftly under her blade. Meanwhile, Remy readied her bow, her hybrid combat
The Palace of Wisdom stood inside Alexa, a human kingdom in the world of Wise Saloon, when bandits suddenly attacked its walls. Terrified priests screamed that the palace knights were useless until someone spotted a strange flag belonging to the mercenary group Elwyn. Merida, the bloodthirsty demon leading the strongest mercenary group of her race, tore through soldiers while Albert watched in stunned silence. She grabbed Albert without warning, praising his cute face and calling him the priest.
The story is about a dungeon that suddenly appeared in the yard of a 40-year-old guy named Kazuhiko, Ezoe's house, where he ran a consulting business. As it turns out, this dungeon leads to the downfall of the world, so Kazuhiko decided to start a new enterprise called Dungeon Busters. In the Tokyo metropolitan city, Edogawa Ward, Kazuhiko can be seen slurping his delicious ramen. After he finishes his meal, he thanks the owner for his service and leaves for work. He has a meeting with Mr. Sasaki Shoji at 1 p.m. and then a meeting with Mr. Kurokawa Kogyo at 3 p.m. in Shinagawa. As Kazuhiko checks his schedule for the day, he gets a call from someone. Kazuhiko decides to pick up the call and thanks the person for the other day. He schedules his next meeting and gets going. 10 years ago, Kazuhiko quit his job after becoming a certified business consultant and labor attorney. Ever since, he has been working in Edogawa, Koto, and Chiba as a consultant for insurance companies, training lecturer, and so on. While walking, Kazuhiko is notified about some company canceling the meeting and thinks he will have to get in touch with another company now. Kazuhiko doesn't intend to get married and lives in a 30-year-old house in the Shikabane district of Edogawa, which is an isolated island on land. Both his parents are no longer in this world with him, and he has no siblings. There are relatives a few miles away who occasionally come to visit him. He lives a carefree life where he gets to work 1 day off, 2 days work, and then 2 days off. Kazuhiko walks past a shop where he encounters Molki. He gets a call from Mr. Yuzi with plenty of service on hand. He looks at his watch, realizing he has plenty of time on his hand right now. With that, he decides to have one drink. After a tiring day full of work, Kazuhiko finally comes back home. He opens the door, gets inside, and shuts the door behind him. He takes off his shoes and decides to wash his face. After that, he cooks a delicious meal to end the day. As he is about to dig in, Kazuhiko hears a loud noise, with everything shaking. Once everything is calm, he wonders if it was an earthquake. Kazuhiko decides to check the news, which is all about tomorrow's weather. He couldn't find any news about the shaking, so he decided to call it a day, assuming he had plenty of drinks today. The next day, Kazuhiko decides to do some laundry when he sees a big hole in the yard. He wonders how come he never saw this hole before. Kazuhiko decides to look around, wondering if the hole is caused by some meteorite. However, upon further analysis, he realizes that the hole is a basement leading somewhere.
Pokemon community game A Wild Budo appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
That said, Kazuhiko descends down the old stone stairs, wondering what was the basement used for. The air is flowing through the basement. Kazuhiko wonders if the basement cracked open due to yesterday's earthquake. He would like to steer clear of any trouble in the neighborhood over this. He realizes that directionally, the length of the stairway extends to the neighbor's eaves. He decides to find out how far the basement goes. As he descends down the stairs, he finds a huge door. Upon opening, Kazuhiko thinks that this is quite a large basement. He could probably use it for stuff if he could get it in shape, but first he will need to inform the authorities about it. He looks around to find more doors, and thinks that by the looks of it, it is either shelter from the time of opposition or a military facility. He observes one of the gate but finds no keyhole, making him wonder if this door will even open. Kazuhiko uses his flash to look at the door. When the door confirms him as the first contactor, activate the dungeon system in accordance with the world law, and 1 orbital revolution remains, until the dungeons are activated. Shocked, Kazuhiko wonders where did this voice come from. Just then, the gate talks about a character card, Ane, the female ninja. It says that increased cards capacity, skill slots, and skill selection will be offered as rewards. The unique ability card Gocha has been set up. Again, shocked and confused, Kazuhiko asks if the gate was mentioning some female ninja card, but before he could understand
Pokemon
anything,
community
the
game
dungeon
Budo
roulette
escaped.
finishes along with the
No one
coordinate
caught
fixation.
it.
It announces the name of the dungeon, Abyss, difficulty level A, drop reward A, and acquisition factor level A. The dungeon is looking forward for Kazuhiko's progress towards a new era, and with that, a female ninja comes out of nowhere wishing Kazuhiko best of luck. She asks if Kazuhiko is her host. She calls him Master, shocking Kazuhiko. Kazuhiko tries to calm down while wondering what has happened. What is going on? Is he being accosted by a glamorous ninja lady? The ninja girl says that she can feel his dirty gaze on her. She says she is his servant. She completely belongs to him. Kazuhiko asks her to introduce herself. The ninja girl apologizes for not introducing herself earlier. She says her name is Akane and welcomes him in the difficulty, a dungeon, the Abyss. She suggests salvaging the world together. Akane says she is the manifestation of one of the 180 pillars built into the dungeon system. She has been tasked with welcoming the first person to enter the dungeon and crown them as its master. This body of hers, every inch of it will become the master's possession. Consequently, she has been trained in and have mastered all the arts of entertaining her master, and she can do whatever Kazuhiko asks her to do. She looks at him and realizes that he appears a bit angry. Akane says she can help Kazuhiko to calm down. Kazuhiko apologizes to Akane, stating he is still very confused. He says he is aware that it was very bad for their first meeting and he is very sorry for that. He asks her to give him a minute. Kazuhiko steps forward towards Akane while trying to lay it all out for just a second. He has stumbled upon an underground space that came out of nowhere. He heard an unknown voice spout unintelligible gibberish, found some shiny cards, and now this mysterious beauty.
Sorry about that being mute for so long, folks. I've been coughing up something bad. Crockett Man, hello and welcome. The Widow, hello and welcome.
Because there is no point in thinking about it. For unpredictable situations
Actually, I didn't announce that
as much
for people
information as possible. With that, Kazuhiko asks Akane that earlier, a mysterious voice said something about a dungeon system. He asks Akane if she knows what it means. Akane smiles, stating the dungeon system refers to one of the ruling bodies of the universe, the absolute law. Just as water flows from a higher plane into the bellow below, the dungeon system is the one that governs all, so please treat it as such. She adds that in the upcoming years, 666 dungeons will be created in this world. Each appearance will be random, appearing in 66 to 67 places at a time, which is repeated tenfold. Kazuhiko says he does remember the voice saying one more revolution is left. He then proceeds to ask the next question. He says that when he thinks of it, he always imagined a dungeon being a massive cave-like burrow, where countless ferocious monsters and beasts reside. He asks Akane what she thinks of his idea of a dungeon. Akane says he is correct. To be more accurate, it is like a different kind of domain compared to Yuzuhiko's. Akane explains that the dungeons have a ranking system from F to S, and their distribution goes like for S there are only 7 in total. A's cover about 10%. Dungeons from B to D make up more than 70% of the dungeon population. The dungeon ranking determines a number of factors like their overall difficulty, the kind of monsters it has, and the quality of the rewards. Kazuhiko asks about the rewards to which Akane certainly include things like water, food, and money. Its reward comprises things this world needs the most, and in the advanced civilization they live in today, money often is the reward for their troubles. Kazuhiko asks if he can just fill in his pockets here. Akane agrees, saying for that reason he must train to get stronger in order to have an equal footing against the monsters. She adds that the tools foreign to the dungeon are not allowed inside, so it would be impossible for anyone outside to attempt to destroy the dungeon. Kazuhiko asks how is he supposed to compete with the monsters. Then, Akane tells Kazuhiko that he has been graced with the dungeon system, so he is eligible to obtain its perks. She opens the status sheet and tells Kazuhiko that he can view all his initial status. One of his benefits is that his card-holding limit in the dungeon is infinite. Usually only 2 or 3 skill slots are available. However, Master is capable of using 6 slots, which is incredible. Kazuhiko asks if the outside tools are not allowed inside the dungeon. They then must rely on the combat skills. He asks if that is how this will work. Akane replies to Kazuhiko saying once he is inside the dungeon, he can also obtain cards for magical feats and more. She asks if he would like to perform a dive, but Kazuhiko says not yet and he needs to prepare for some essential things before diving first. He asks Akane to save this for later, until they get back to his place first. Akane says she only exists within the confines of the dungeon. If she were to go outside, she would return to her card floor. Kazuhiko asks Akane to return back to her card floor, then as he still has some business to do. Akane agrees and asks him to call her by her name. Kazuhiko also asks Akane to call him by his name and not Master, Lord, etc. He asks her to refer to his status board as well. Upon checking the status board, Kazuhiko is in shock as he has a F rank, the lowest rank that ever existed. Akane goes back to her card floor. Kazuhiko picks up the card thinking so this card will pop out. Akane, that is the only plausible explanation he could think of. He wonders what is he supposed to do now. He goes back to his place and rests a little. He goes around with his normal routine. After completing all the chores, he thinks about the hole that appeared in the garden, and the girl that appeared from a card. He thinks that it all feels like a dream, making him wonder what is real anymore. Kazuhiko checks his phone.
Oh, damn, where's all the frickin' life around here?
Then there are 2 new cases the day after that. He looks at the watch wondering how should he spend the day today. Just then, he is shocked to see that the time on his watch and the phone are different. Kazuhiko realizes that he was wearing the watch when he entered the dungeon, while he left his phone in the living room. He talked to Akane for about 20 minutes or so, but according to his phone, it says only about a few minutes have passed. He wonders if the watch is broke, but he comes to the conclusion somehow that the watch is run differently. He takes out his 2 watches and the phone, thinking the time on his phone and the watch he is wearing is different. Based on that, he is going to start testing his hypothesis. He thinks that the time must flow differently between here and inside the dungeon. His phone displays the time now as 10 in the morning, but the watch he wore shows that nearly 30 minutes have already passed. With that, Kazuhiko attaches a thread on the other watch and hands it in the dungeon. Like that, he can find out whether or not there is a difference in time. He decides to begin his test and drop the watch with the string in the dungeon for about a minute. Then he will compare the time with the watch he is wearing. He wonders how could just 1 minute really differ from one another. If it does differ, what could be the possible applications of it? When Kazuhiko lowers the watch in the dungeon, he is shook to his core. The second hand is suddenly moving like crazy. He decides to put the watch a little deeper into the dungeon. After a minute, he takes out the watch to see the results. It turns out only a minute has passed on the watch that was outside the dungeon. However, the one he lowered into the dungeon entrance has passed 2 hours. He thinks that the clock hand earlier spun around so fast. Time in the dungeon flows much faster compared to the outside world. Assuming that's the direction the clock is going, he decides to ask Akane about it. So after some time, Kazuhiko goes back in the dungeon and asks Akane about the time difference. Akane responds by saying here on the first level is what is called a safe zone. Time passes at 144 times the rate than it does at Earth. To put it simply, a person can spend 6 days inside the dungeon, but return to the surface and find only an hour has passed. Kazuhiko realizes that this place is the old world. Akane adds that the dungeon and the surface don't share the same passage of time. It is an entirely different space and is also a single individual life form in itself. The whole concept is something immeasurable by human knowledge. Kazuhiko says at first he thought the dungeon was some sort of a shelter, but it turns out this place is situated in an entirely different space. Akane agrees and says she hopes her answers are significant, and that he will spend his time as he pleases. She adds that this is a safe zone, as monsters are not able to infiltrate it. Kazuhiko didn't know about the concept of a safe zone, or that the monsters could not come here. Akane says unless Kazuhiko chooses to go further inside, there won't be any monsters here. Therefore, there won't be any problems at all if he spends all his days exploring the depths of depravity. Or that is just one way to spend his time. Kazuhiko says that this dungeon, which popped out of nowhere in his garden, as of now, no one really knows about it except him. He asks Akane what she meant by save the world earlier. Akane explains that if humanity is unable to defeat 666 dungeons in the span of 10 years, if a dungeon can't be conquered, monsters will proceed to cascade out. A great monster stampede will occur, and it will envelop and devour the entirety of this world. Worried, Kazuhiko asks Akane if this all had been averted, if he hadn't stumbled across this. Akane says certainly it would look that way, as he was deemed the first contact by the dungeon system. But there's nothing to be done but to lament over what has already happened. She says it wouldn't be a problem if he defeats all the dungeons by the 11th year. With that, she asks what will be Kazuhiko's next move. The fate of the world rests on Kazuhiko's actions, and misstep and it could be destroyed. Kazuhiko stands there in front of Akane, asking himself what would be his play. Akane says that the monster stampede simply means that all the monsters from the uncleared dungeons will rush out all at once in a never-ending tide. She asks once more how will Kazuhiko deal with this since everything is in his hands now. Trembling with shock, Kazuhiko asks for assurance from Akane if monsters will spill out and destroy Hiko World, if the dungeons won't be conquered within the next 11 years. Akane agrees, saying she doesn't really know how, because her memories have been erased, but she doesn't know that countless civilizations have been wiped out before. Kazuhiko thinks that he needs to calm down and think about what to do next, since running away is not an option. He wonders how should he solve this problem. Should he call the police or the government? Would they believe him? Even if they believed him, many people would have realized that the world might end relatively soon if he tried to live while ignoring the fact that he was the person who triggered the whole phenomenon. He'd think all the stress and guilt would crush him. If that is the case, he will have to take ownership. He tells Akane that he needs to verify that he was in fact the first contact. He also needs to find the other dungeons. He doesn't know how he will be able to find them all, but first he needs to remodel the dungeon. He will call it Dungeon DIY. With that, Hiko gets out of the dungeon and begins his dungeon DIY. He puts some nails around it, and then goes out to buy some stuff, and people notice him being busy today. Kazuhiko apologizes to his neighbors for the noise. He lies that recently he had a bad experience with a raccoon. Yamada is amazed by Kazuhiko's skills and says she might ask him to fix his wardrobe next time. He looks at Yamada with a smile while trembling from fear inside. If he doesn't conquer the 666 dungeons, Monster Stampede will begin. Now that the dungeon system has started, humanity is one step closer to complete annihilation. He goes back to the yard since the first dungeon opened up in his backyard, and the entrance to the dungeon is on his property. That means it is still his until he surrenders it to the police.
Give me that meat! Give me that meat! Give me that sweet, sweet fry me meat!
Get ready. He spent the last 2 days creating a DIY dungeon. With that, he goes inside and summons Akane. He never thought that his first command would be a foot massage. Akane agrees without any hesitation to give a foot massage since he saved her. Kazuhiko has managed to cover the entrance with a plastic trap, but he hasn't finished the desk over there. As Akane massages Kazuhiko's foot, she says she never thought that he would turn the safe space into an office. None of his previous masters did something like this. Kazuhiko says he thought a bed would be good to rest on before going into the dungeon. Once Akane is done with the foot massage, she asks Kazuhiko to ask her for more stuff. She says she can make him feel fulfilled and happy with her hands and stuff.
Jeez!
Kazuhiko simply declines the offer, stating he will ask for it later. Kazuhiko is a bit embarrassed. He asked for a foot massage to test her ability, and was pleasantly surprised. A beautiful female nearly tasked as the dungeon guide who has the skill of satisfying anyone. It might be even better if he was interested more. Kazuhiko says he feels more relaxing. Akane asks what should they plan on doing next, as she wants to be prepared. Kazuhiko says since the dungeon appeared on his property, only he is allowed to enter. and that includes this room. He says she can make it look however she likes. Akane agrees and they decide to change the room a bit. Kazuhiko says it might look even better if she put up some nice wallpapers. He would also feel comfortable with some laminated floors and a sofa. Akane asks Kazuhiko if he would even bring a sofa here. He agrees, saying it would be nice if she could also relax a bit. Akane is impressed by Kazuhiko's concern. She comes closer to him and says she can't believe he would go that far for her. She is moved to tears, but Kazuhiko isn't impressed by her beauty at all. Without flinching a little, he says he is glad she liked it, but he needs to get back to work now, and she is quite a distraction.
Pokemon community game A Wild Vanilla. It appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Kazuhiko thinks that Akane looks mad before she leaves. It will be impossible for him to conquer 666 dungeons on his own. He will need a reliable group of friends that can help him. However, notifying the public about a possible mass extinction would just create chaos. The emergence of the dungeons every month is going to cause mayhem on a global scale. He guesses he needs to make his move at just the right time. He believes that this safe zone is essential.
Haven't seen
so
any
he will make
alphas
this
either.
the space for aiming at
We
the
going
dungeons.
exploring?
With that said, Kazuhiko brings
We
all
are
his
exploring
essentials in the
Elena.
safe zone. Cut-resistant vest, long sleeve shirt, cut-resistant trousers,
Teleport
goggles,
ready.
military gloves, dust-proof mask, safety boots, helmet, flashlight, shock-proof wristwatch, waterproof travel bag, and whatnot. He believes he has everything he needs to explore the dungeon. Akane asks Kazuhiko if he has something he can use as a tool to compete with the monsters. Kazuhiko says the tools are the cards, so he won't be carrying any additional weight. He says he also wanted to bring a gas mask, but apparently he can do so without knowing what gas it would be.
Here we go.
Akane says she will take care of that. She adds that the air inside of the dungeon is generally non-poisonous. Some traps use poison gas, but the gas will naturally dissipate if he simply waits a little. Kazuhiko wears his goggle, and with that, he and Akane decide to begin the dungeon exploration.
Here we
The
are,
two go inside
right
the
on
dungeon
target.
when Kazuhiko says it is brighter than
Pokemon
he had expected.
community game
The air
Vanilla. It
feels so
escaped.
clean, he doesn't
No
even
one
need a
caught it.
mask. But Akane tells him that it is because he is near the safe zone. It is also why there aren't any monsters here. As they are walking, Kazuhiko notices Akane. He thinks that she is very good looking. Ever since their first meeting, she has been really polite, very dedicated, and makes him feel assured. He wonders what would happen if he asked her to wear heels. Just then, Akane stops him so she can feel his gaze all over her. Kazuhiko apologizes, saying he is a bit distracted. Akane says he can think whatever he wants, as it is fine by her. Kazuhiko says he expected to find monsters sooner, so he is a little disappointed. Akane says in most cases, the monsters that appear on the first floor are weak enough for humans to defeat with their bare hands. That said, this is an A-rank dungeon, so there is really no telling what might occur. Kazuhiko says he will be careful. He adds that they should start mapping out the area as well, but Akane says that won't be necessary since she is the legendary farmer. Akane, there is no way you can get lost. He says he can feel monsters drawing close and asks Kazuhiko to prepare him. With that said, they encounter their first monster, a goblin. Akane explains that goblins are one of the weaker types of monsters in the dungeons. They are only the size of a small child and can be found alone or in groups. Kazuhiko agrees, saying the goblins are very small, only 1 meter tall at most. He asks if they take advantage of that to get closer or sneak aim. Before Akane could respond, a goblin marches at him and chews on his arms. Kazuhiko throws the goblin away, but he has already been injured. He realizes that the goblin is as strong as a dog when it bites. He believes he can certainly handle this, and with that he beats the goblin with his bare hands. Once the goblin is gone, a coin of 500 is left on the floor. Surprised, Kazuhiko wonders if the goblin has dropped money. Akane congratulates Kazuhiko, saying it seems like this dungeon is the type that drops money. That is the reward for defeating monsters. She asks how it feels to unearth a dungeon monster. Kazuhiko stares at Akane a bit, then says for the first time, it felt surprisingly good to unearth his first monster. Akane is glad to hear that. She further explains that in most dungeons, the first floor is designed to be the easiest to lure monsters. Normally that means bugs or slimes that can be unearthed by a single swing of your foot, but this is an A-rank dungeon, so it is thrown right from the very start. She compliments Kazuhiko and says he is a lot stronger than she thought. She is quite impressed that he unearthed that goblin with just one punch. Kazuhiko says it is all thanks to these little beauties that he is wearing. Akane asks if that is a pair of brass knuckles, but Kazuhiko says he calls them a tool to protect his fingers, and the dungeon agrees since they have been classed as armor and not tools. He believes that he can handle this. Akane is happy to know that he found a loophole. She expects no less from him. They decide to keep going further and keep unearthing more goblins along their way. 3 hours later, they are done with the goblin, apparently. Akane asks Kazuhiko what he thinks about the first floor since they have seen most of the first floor.
Gold
He asks
Leopard
if he would
Kaito,
like
what
to go
up?
back and get some rest.
Kaito Destiny Gold
Hey,
Leopard,
Gold.
welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
It was easier than he had expected. The first floor of the alien's dungeon, like this, was 800 meters long, and had midnight passages. The far right behind the stairs leading to the second
I'm doing a lot of arcing, you know, resources. Currently on a meat run right now.
Wisebot 10 viewers, alarm clock 6 hours 13 seconds.
Another possible reward for defeating the monster. With this, he can summon goblins inside the dungeon. Kazuhiko says that from what he has learned, it is possible to get up to 2 cards for every 100 months on Earth. So he's got exactly 10 cards right now. Suddenly, the status window appears, making Kazuhiko wonder why it appeared out of nowhere. He finds a card gacha in the status window, and wonders if he can pull gacha with just 10 monster cards. He questions what would happen if Akane was used for gacha. Akane looks at Kazuhiko, asking if he wouldn't sacrifice her just to pull some random skill. Kazuhiko apologizes and says he was just thinking out loud. He would never let her go unless he was conquered or conquers the entire dungeon. Akane is very pleased with his words. Kazuhiko says that the average drop rate for cards is about 2 to 3%, so to get 10 more cards he will have to unearth 500 goblins. He wonders what should he do next. Should he just touch the screen with these cards and decide to do it? And within a matter of a few seconds, the screen begins to change. After the screen complete modification, Kazuhiko finds that there are 4 gacha categories: character, tool, equipment, and item. He wonders if he can use the tools and equipment he gets from the gacha. Akane agrees, saying that if he wants to bring them to the surface, he will have to make them materialize here in the dungeon first. Kazuhiko is a bit surprised to hear this. He clicks on one of the categories of gacha and a card appears with it. Kazuhiko finds it a waste of time as the card says C, which is wrong. He wonders if there are also UC, RSR, UR, and LR, rare, ultra rare, and legendary. Akane explains that this is a poison. He can drink it like cold medicine, and it can also heal scratches and bruises in the blink of an eye. She asks Kazuhiko not to be discouraged, since he only got a common card on his first try. She adds that he doesn't need any poison or scratches. All he needs to do is ask her, and she will be glad to work the scratches. Kazuhiko looks at Akane and gets shy. He reminds her not to be so close to him. He is a man after all. He feels something and blushes. Akane says she has been noticing his raging desire for a while, and asks him not to hold back anymore. She asks him to be free and fulfill all his desires. Kazuhiko moves Akane from his way. He then tells her that he is still in F rank, and he is competing with his bare hands. He asks her to hold on until he can get a little bit stronger, which makes Akane smile. She asks him to make sure he reserves some time for her soon, until one of them is unearthed, so no matter what happens, she will always be by his side. In the last few days, Kazuhiko has defeated 500 goblins, and has dropped 5,53,500 yen coins. In total, that is 2,76,500 yen. Kazuhiko looks at the money and wonders if he considers this...
Gold Leopard our game pass expired Saturday, so I had wait until I get my earnings from McDonald's, so this morning when I redid the game pass. I wish just go back 19.99 with unlimited game pass.
Oh yeah, they ain't gonna. They're too money grubby. That's why I do the whole PC thing.
With that, Kazuhiko decides to
never get a membership for a thing you already buy, because it's like, oh, you want to pay? Well, too bad, you need a membership. It's like,
upon asking, she explains that
no, I can just play without a membership. So fuck you, Xbox.
If he absorbs
Fuck you,
the smoke
Steam.
into his body and trains his body,
You
he will experience dramatic
PlayStation.
growth. It will increase muscle strength, reflex
If
speed,
I own it,
cell
I should be
regeneration.
free to play it.
Kazuhiko says he feels a change
No matter
in the
what.
quality of his muscles while clenching his wrist. He says that if he looks too skinny, he won't look dignified as a consultant. He decides to leave for work while Akane wishes him the best of luck for the trip. Outside, Kazuhiko meets with his childhood friend Idiomoto. Idiomoto asks Kazuhoki if he has lost some weight, to which Kazuhiko says he has been doing a bit of exercising. Idiomoto says he envies him for becoming slimmer. They had discussed something earlier, so Kazuhiko gave Idiomoto the training plans and Kara grant application forms. He says with this, the subsidies should be granted. Idiomoto says these sure are the complaints from smoking from the part-timers. He would recommend separating smoking areas in the restaurants. Kazuhiko likes the idea and decides to hold a meeting with the next manager to discuss it. After that, Idiomoto offers Kazuhiko to become one of their executives. He says he can trust him with the management. Kazuhiko says he is glad to hear the offer, but he prefers to be a lone wolf. Hamato says that he would rely on him again if needed to, which Kazuhiko gladly agrees. Later he comes back from work and does some work. Kazuhiko thinks that doing the best in the dungeon is efficient. He wonders if he should put a bed in here too, having an item box like in a light novel would be nice too. Just then Akane interrupts him, stating he already has that by appearing from behind. Kazuhiko asks Akane not to appear from behind him. Akane is explaining something when Kazuhiko gazes at Akane. She realizes what is happening. She starts to move closer to Kazuhiko. She sits on the lap, to which Kazuhiko says if she keeps inviting him like this, he might end up losing it all. Akane replies saying it would make her happy. She adds that she has been waiting for his kindness. She has been aching. Struggling to control himself, Kazuhiko asks Akane to get off. He has finished his work, so that is all for today. After that, they discuss the light novel. Kazuhiko explains to Akane about the light novel that he can draw 11 times for every 10 gacha draws. Kazuhiko says he will try to gather enough goblin cards for 10 draws. Akane says he will get 1 card for every 50 goblins, and he needs 10 cards to draw once. Then he will have to unearth 5,000 goblins. She asks if he would be fine with that. Kazuhiko says he is fine, since at this pace he can unearth 100 goblins in 2 hours. To unearth 5,000 goblins will require 100 hours. He will take a 30-minute break every 4 hours, and get 8 hours of sleep every 18 hours. This means that the time spent competing is 16 hours, so he will have to do it 6 times. He does some more crazy maths, and concludes that he needs to spend 148 hours inside the dungeon. Taking a shower and recharging his phone along the way should be doable in 4 hours above ground. Akane confirms if Kazuhiko is going to keep unearthing goblins for 148 hours. Kazuhiko agrees, saying they need to experiment and determine how often he ranks up. The efficiency of the extermination is important after all. He has brought towels and an air mattress, so they should start testing it right away. Akane agrees, and with that the two set off to go inside the dungeon and unearth as many goblins as possible. Kazuhiko tries out some aiming ways and realizes that while running, when he adds a kick and a punch, the goblin flows quite far, and these two aiming techniques are the quickest way to defeat them. He decides to try 4 sets of this. After some more beating, it takes 110 minutes for Kazuhiko to defeat the goblins. He realizes that he has gotten a bit faster at this. As expected, after unearthing 100 goblins, 2 cards drop, but still, no rank up. He wonders how many more goblins he needs to defeat so that he can rank up. Kazuhiko repeats the same process, while Akane looks at the card wondering if Kazuhiko is unearthing 100 goblins in 2 hours. Then he is going to repeat this process 500 times. This is the first time she has seen someone think about efficiency in theory while aiming. To achieve his goal, he executes, verifies, and improves. She has never had a mazer like this before. Once Kazuhiko is done with unearthing the goblins for the time, he decides to have a meal with Akane. Akane is more than delighted, as she never thought she would be able to eat. Kazuhiko explains that these days there is a wide selection of survival food, and they taste great. While eating, he wonders why the card drop rate hasn't changed today either. He thinks he should probably do a few more rounds. Kazuhiko tells Akane that after they eat the food, he will take the 8-hour break, and once he is back above ground, he will take a bath. The two go back to the dungeon to unearth some more goblin. As Kazuhiko is beating a goblin, it flies far away with just 1 punch. Shocked, he tells Akane about it. Just then, his status window pops up, which shows his rank has been upgraded to E. Akane congratulates Kazuhiko for the success. He asks about the term empty on the window. Akane explains that in the first place, skills are acquired from skill orbs obtained in the dungeon, or through many years of experience. She says seeing empty lists is a first for her. Kazuhiko is a bit concerned, but decides to check his skills later. He adds that now that he has reached the E rank, he will have to do the calculations again. This irritates Akane, and she asks if they can tell him more. And like that, the two go back to the safe zone. Akane asks Kazuhiko if he is
Come on.
agrees.
Kill the runner.
He will be resting for the
I will
day.
take its babies.
Kazuhiko says he will have a look at his new empty skill slot. Akane sits closer to where Kazuhiko is lying down on the sofa. She takes his head and puts it on her lap. He then asks if his new skill slot will come up with random. Kazuhiko agrees and tries to focus on the status screen, but cannot do it because Akane is blocking his sight. So Akane looks it on Kazuhiko's behalf. She tells Kazuhiko that stuff like swordsmanship, spearmanship, and martial arts have appeared in the empty skill slot. Kazuhiko says he thinks he can choose any skill from these. He looks around the skills when he realizes that these skills are available only after he meets certain conditions.
Pokemon community
If he touches
game
it
A
with
Wild
his finger,
Shinx,
a
F,
description
appears
just
catch
like
it
in a game
using
that explains
Poke
the
Catch,
rules.
winners
Akane
revealed in
asks if he would
90s.
like to try out martial arts. She says that combat has been primarily focused on physical aiming so far. With martial arts, he can make use of his experience. Kazuhiko agrees, saying it is true, but it is off the table. He says he will have to deal with 666 dungeons all over the world. The key isn't his strength, but the power of the group. What he needs is 6 skill that can form and unite a group. Akane is happy to see that Kazuhiko is considering the future as well. Kazuhiko suggests finding out what other skills are available, since each must have its traits. Later he goes back to his house and takes a long heated shower. As he is about to finish showering, Kazuhiko thinks that by showering above ground and sleeping in the dungeon, he will have to get used to managing time. And since there is no sunlight, he will have to think about nutrition. As he is planning what to do next, the doorbell rings. He goes to check on the door to find a cute girl standing in front of him. It turns out to be the girl for her part-time job. The girl comes inside the house. She asks about the more than usual garbage. She also points out that there are so many pre-made meals. She says that it is bad for his health if he doesn't eat well. Kazuhiko apologizes to the girl named Mari Kintushi. She is his relative, and after her parents divorced 3 years ago, she moved back to her hometown in Edagawa City. Since Mari returned, she has been coming over once a week to do errands as a part-time job. Kazuhiko
Pokemon
tells
community
Mari that
game
there are some
Shinx,
circumstances
F, escaped.
he asks
No
her
one
about
caught
the
it.
details. Mary says she isn't going to tell Mom about this. Kazuhiko looks at his watch, realizing there is a problem. He was planning on going back into the dungeon, but he can't exactly enter. Now that Mary's here, he believes he will have to put today's testing on the shelf. Mary stares at Kazuhiko and asks if he has lost weight since he looks slimmer. Taken aback by the sudden question, Kazuhiko says he is the same as ever. He says he has started a new job which pays better, so he will increase her pay as well. Mari is happy to hear that since they have a school trip in October, so she is grateful her pay will increase. Mari's family has been in a difficult financial situation since the divorce. The best Kazuhiko can do as a relative is increase her allowance like this. He asks Mari about her grandma, to which she replies saying Grandma doesn't seem to be doing well. She probably needs to be hospitalized, but that costs money. Her mom is also having a hard time, so she was thinking about quitting high school for work. Kazuhiko doesn't like this idea of Mari. He says she should properly finish high school and go to school. He says he will manage the money somehow. He says he will have to talk to her mom, Shiori, about this. Mari thanks Kazuhiko for his help. She adds that her mom, Shiori, feels bad since she is relying on him so much. To ease them at once, Kazuhiko says he wants Mari to help him with his new job. It won't take long, and it would put her mom at ease as well. Mari asks if it is some naughty job. Annoyed, Kazuhiko calls Mari an idiot and asks what she thinks he does for a living. He asks Mari not to overthink since he will support her. Mari is more than happy and thanks Kazuhiko for his help. After Mari completes the work for the day, Kazuhiko appreciates Mari for her job and gives her 8,000 to 10,000 yen as her increased pay. With Mari leaving to go back home, Kazuhiko thinks he will tell Mari when the time is right. The next day, Kazuhiko is training himself. Yesterday, he got a UC card from the tool gacha, so today he decides to use the steel spear he got. Akane asks if Kazuhiko completed yesterday's work, to which he agrees, saying he got some ideas on how to use the knife from the dungeon, and he is thinking of practicing his tool with the time he has left today. With that, he goes inside the dungeon's first floor and unleashes the goblins like usual. Just that this time, he is using the tool he got from the gacha. Akane asks Kazuhiko how is his spear going. Kazuhiko says he is getting the hang of using it with both, in one hand, He has hunted all the goblins and suggests going to the second floor. And like that, the two go to the second floor for the very first time. Kazuhiko says it feels like monsters can appear right away once he descends to the second floor. He asks if there is no safe zone here. Akane replies saying she thinks there should be one somewhere on the second floor, and there should also be a teleportation array back to the first floor. Kazuhiko looks around the second floor and says it looks like a light novel, but a maze on the second floor as expected of an A-rank dungeon. However, it is meaningless in front of Akane. As they are walking forward, Kazuhiko encounters his first monster from the second floor, which turns out to be a D-rank monster, Orc. Kazuhiko is a bit surprised to see a new monster already coming their way. Akane is also shocked to see a D-rank monster appear on the second floor. She tries to protect Kazuhiko and asks him to run away while the Orc marches at them. She calls the Orc a filthy creature and comes forward to beat it. With just a few slashes, the Orc is unleashed, leaving behind a 1,000 yen bill. Akane tells Kazuhiko that this is unexpected. She had expected E-rank monsters to appear, but for a D-rank Orc to appear, she thinks they should go back to the first floor and think of a plan. Kazuhiko finds it the perfect situation to test the difference between the gacha. Akane doesn't like this idea, and she states the Orcs are dangerous. They have great physical strength and can easily unearth a human, but Kazuhiko says that Orcs seem to drop 1,000 yen bills. If he hunts 100 of them, that is 100,000 yen, and continuously competing with them will make him stronger as well, so he will do it. They come across yet another gigantic Orc. Kazuhiko thinks he has a spear that is almost 3 meters long. First he will stab the Orc's guts and then aim for its head. However, to his surprise, the Orc punches him in the face, making him fly away while Akane stands there in shock. She quickly runs to check up on Kazuhiko. She takes out a potion and gives it to him. Quickly, Kazuhiko recovers and asks Akane if she gave him some potions. Akane agrees and apologizes for using 2 of them. Kazuhiko says she saved him, so it was the right decision. He says he chose the wrong tool as he lost consciousness in an instant. After mustering up the courage, he decides to complete what the Orc aims. Kazuhiko comes forward and aims for an Orc. A club is the way. When the Orc aims, they put their weight on their knees, which means he can crush their knees. Kazuhiko assures himself that there is nothing to be afraid of. As expected, the Orc bends down to aim at Kazuhiko, putting all his weight on his knees. When it is his weakening, Kazuhiko unearths the Orc. After that, they go back to the first floor, safe zone. Akane and Kazuhiko discuss that to defeat a D-rank Orc on the first try. At this rate, they can move on to the third floor soon. Let's just forget that he got bodied just now. Akane says she doesn't want to go through today's experience again. She asks Kazuhiko not to overexert himself. Kazuhiko agrees and decides to stay on the second floor for a while, and he will advance to D rank. Akane says Kazuhiko is finally challenging the limits of human potential. Kazuhiko asks if the F rank is for ordinary people, and E rank for the athletes, and D rank is for peerless competitors and legendary warriors. He adds that ever since reaching E rank, he can defeat goblins in one shot, but Orcs are tough. He will need to strengthen his body with supplements and strengthen his brain. He decides to aim for a rank up and then move on to the next stage. After some more practicing, Akane asks Kazuhiko if he is still going to work above ground, since they have defeated 6,000 goblins at this point, and they have saved quite a lot of money. Kazuhiko agrees, saying this world is an information society. If he has a lot of money, the government will check its sources. To use the money from the dungeon, it is better to continue working during the day. But yes, the amount of money has gotten quite big. He wonders if he should consult Iwamoto about it. With that, he goes to see his childhood friend again. Iwamoto says that regarding the exchange, there is no problem, and it saves them some trouble too, and a real estate company, he thinks. He says a company they do business with is also working out a land sale, but that will cost him money. Kazuhito says he doesn't mind that. Instead, he is willing to buy all the land in cash in a lump sum. Iwamoto says for that reason he called him out of nowhere. It is quite a positive story. He asks Kazuhiko that it is not some problematic money which Kazuhiko denies. He asks what would Iwamoto do with money flowing out of it. Iwamoto says that is not something Kazuhiko would say. He says if it were him, he would first check if the money was real, then whether it is real or not, he would inform inform the police. If he couldn't report it to the police, he would ignore it, and if he needed the money, he would just consider it as income. However, it is hard to spend if it is in the hundreds of millions of yen. Kazuhiko also agrees with Iwamoto's statement. Iwamoto says he has a contact in the field. He adds he will tell Kazuhiko just because he is his childhood friend. He states that by circulating it in private virtual currency markets thousands of times, they make it untraceable. Eventually, they transfer it to bank accounts as consulting fees. This whole thing is called money laundering, and some people in Japan are familiar with this method. Kazuhiko thanks his friend and says he will look into it next time. Meanwhile, he also keeps thinking that it is not something praiseworthy, but if things continue like this, the world will end in 10 years. To avoid that, he will do anything. With that said, Kazuhiko meets with some people for the contract. He gives them a bag to which the other person asks for 10% commission, if it is more than 100 million yen. He says the rest will be laundered and transferred from multiple companies. Kazuhiko asks if it will be fine if the paper companies are exposed, but the guy says there is no problem in that area. He then decides to meet after a month. With that, Kazuhiko realizes that there is no turning back now. He needs to brace himself. In New York, some policemen are investigating some reports when they encounter an opening to the earth. It seems like another dungeon has come out. In the White House, the President Ronald Howard is talking about America being put first in everything. He says he has heard some fools are aiming at their beloved nation. Just then, Howard tells the president that they are being aimed at Earth. Two unknown caves with different time flows have appeared in their country. He adds that they are still investigating, but reports have been coming in that unknown creatures have appeared. The president asks about how the time flows differently. The guy says approximately 140 minutes or so, but they yet have to measure it precisely. President Ronald says that America must not be scared and warned by any kind of danger. They must investigate these occurrences.
Yeah, why did they do this?
On the other hand, in Tokyo, somewhere in Osaka,
Ready when you
Umeda,
are.
a guy and a girl are busy talking in the car. Just then, yet another hole emerges from the ground as the two talk about not
Teleport
sleeping
ready.
tonight. In Nagatacho, a
Nope,
picture
that's
of
the
a
wrong one.
monster is shown, and
Okay.
some ask what they think about it. They think it is some cover of a manga. It looks like something from a light novel. They are shaken to know that something like this was seen in the real world. A guy explains that last week, a sinkhole appeared in an underground parking lot in Ueda, Osaka. Two police officers who rushed to the scene were aimed at the creature in the photo. One of the policemen was unearthed in the line of duty, and the other was seriously injured.
Teleport
Moreover, the day
now.
before yesterday, riot police tried to enter, but their tools turned into cards, and they were aimed by the same creature, resulting in injuries. People wonder if it is some kind of opposition by the extremists, but the other guy says that there is no movement
Teleport
from any
complete.
religious or leftist groups. Even if it were, what would be the meaning of such a large-scale operation? They asked if there was any movement from overseas. One of the men says that the inquiries from the USA report show similar strange caves appearing in New York and Chicago. No damage has been confirmed yet, like in Japan. The main lead asks if there is anything from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but the people tell him there is nothing yet being reported regarding the issue.
Coordinates
They
locked.
decide to
Time
check
to
with the
teleport.
ASEAN Association of Southeast Asian Countries. Meanwhile, the 98th-generation Prime Minister, Seiichiro Urabe, is also discussing how to proceed with caution in this situation. He says that if this is some opposition, it would be a global opposition organization they are unaware of. The problem is that nothing is known. If it is some unknown
let's
natural
see.
disaster, chaos will be inevitable. He suggests hurrying up and reporting this problem to the United Nations. On the other hand, in Tokyo, Edagawa Kazuhiko is listening to the news, which says that in the current situation, they are coordinating with ASEAN countries to investigate further. Additionally, in response to this confusion, the government is taking some actions. Kazuhiko says it seems there are people being unearthed. The whole world is in a state of panic. With the appearance of the dungeons, some people are demanding to be let in, even though it is very dangerous. Akane says such fools have to learn the hard way. They won't be any help to Kazuhiko at all. Kazuhiko says what he is looking for are comrades who vow to conquer the dungeons together with him. Members of the Dungeon Conquest Specialized Company are what he is thinking about building. Akana asks if they should start gathering comrades right away. Kazuhiko suggests seeing how the world reacts first. In the Dungeon Busters, they need people with a steadfast mind, comrades who can compete not just for themselves, but for others as well. Mari's mother's name is Shiori Tanuki. She was born and raised in Osugi Edogawa-ku in a happy family. The turning point in her life was when she was about to have a baby, Mari, while she was in high school. She married her boyfriend at the time, but they got separated soon after. She has to raise Mari on her own. In the midst of that, his second cousin Kazuhiko visited and asked if Mari could work part-time at his place. Kazuhiko, who was 6 years older than her, hired Mari, who was in middle school, for 30,000 yen a month. Since then, 3 years have passed. Mari comes back home from Kazuhiko's place. Shiori asks Mari if she was polite while working, to which Mari agrees. She also tells Shiori that Kazuhiko raised her pay. She adds that Kazuhiko says he will introduce her to a job where she can earn even more. Shiori asks if the job is not strange, which might involve filming and all, but Mari replies saying Kazuhiko says it isn't like that. He said that he will show her the place next time. Shiori says they will talk about this later. She asks Mari to have a bath first. On the other hand, Kazuhiko confirms the contract and decides to relax a bit. He has also confirmed the 3 million yen in cash. He will transfer the 270 million yen after the 10% to the specified account. He does some last confirmation using his laptop and decides to call it a day. Laying down, Kazuhiko thinks that after taxes, the amount will be half of 270 million yen. He realizes that he will need some more funding. With that, he goes out to run some errands after some time. As he is driving, something comes in front of his car. Concerned, Kazuhiko wonders if something got injured or something. However, as he comes out of the car, he realizes that a new dungeon has been formed on the road to Osaka. The second wave has finally come. People question what this hole is. They ask others to hurry up and call the police.
Pokemon
Kazuhiko
community
goes
game
closer
a
to the
wild
dungeon
Rufflet
and checks
appears
the time
catch
on
it
the
using
watch. The
Poke
dungeon has
Catch.
been confirmed
Winners
on the
revealed in
Yokohama
90s.
Road. A girl says that if this is a dungeon, the flow of time should be different. She tells Kazuhiko that if he dives in a little, he will come out right away. Kazuhiko looks at the stone dungeon, wondering how different it would be from Abyss. Kazuhiko goes inside and then looks back to realize that people are waiting. For others, it must look like he went down in an instant. He looks around the dungeon's safe zone. He goes forward and opens the door, wondering what will appear in front of him. To his surprise, he sees a rabbit standing in front of him on the other side of the door. Initially, Kazuhiko cannot understand this since rabbits are cute, but when that rabbit yells like crazy, Kazuhiko says that is how it should be. He beats the rabbit and defeats it in an instant. However, he gets confused since no money is dropped this time. Instead, a gem can be seen lying on the floor. He takes the stone with him and decides to ask Akane about it. With that, he goes back outside where people asked when he came back. As expected, it seems to people on the surface that he returned in an instant. Kazuhiko assures people saying there doesn't seem to be any danger as long as someone doesn't enter. But people start yelling and saying that this is probably the same dungeon as the one that appeared in the Umeda parking lot a month ago. Kazuhiko says as long as no one gets too close, they will be. He then asks someone asks who is Kazuhiko to give him orders like this, but Kazuhiko says he is the one responsible for eradicating the dungeon that appears. He takes out his
Pokemon
card
community
and lets the
game
world know
Rufflet
that he is the
escaped.
owner of the dungeon
No one
busters.
caught it.
Kazuhiko goes back to the abyss and shows the stone to Akane. Akane explains that this is a magic stone that is simply crystallized magic power. Usually magic can only be used by those with talent, but anyone can use magic by using a magic tool that uses magic stones. Dungeons rewards are what a world needs the most. Earth doesn't use magic, so it is strange for magic stones to appear. Kazuhiko says magic stones must be essential in civilizations that develop magical technologies. However, he wonders why have they appeared here on Earth, which has developed scientific technology. Akane asks Kazuhiko what the people of this country and the world need the most.
Oh, all the sand turned black.
With that, they go to the third floor of the dungeon.
Oh, there's the graphics for you. Always fucking up.
B-rank monsters. Skeleton Knight. Akane is pleased to see how efficiently Kazuhiko is completing. She says the Skeleton Knights carry swords and are always in groups of 4, so he needs to be careful not to get surrounded by them. They are weaker than an orc, but worth 4,000 yen. She says their choice of tool works in Kazuhiko's favor. Until he encounters orcs again, she thinks that he won't have to worry much. Kazuhiko defeats the Skeleton Knights and earns the rewards. He says it is going better than he expected. He decides to add weights while hunting from tomorrow. He will put some strain on himself and rank up. The simultaneous worldwide dungeon manifestation phenomenon is the name given by scholars to the phenomenon in which dungeons all over the world at once. The UN held numerous
Sweetie,
general
you're
meetings,
yourself.
and governments of various countries were busy
I get rid of
responding.
these things
Some
on
are
ya.
that their country has 25 dungeons within its borders. They need financial proportion to the number of dungeons. But the other person says that this is because their country has a large territory and population. He asks if the country can manage things with its funds. The ambassador of the United States of America asks everyone to stop talking. She says their country is concerned about the bias of where the dungeons appear. Compared to America, the People's Republic of China has many dungeons. Shouldn't they consider that it is proportional to the population and not the land? Another ambassador says that their country is smaller than Japan, but dungeons appeared in 2 places, Manila and the capital. He thinks that the American ambassador is correct. Their country does not want to bear any more security risks. To combat the dungeons, they demand the withdrawal of troops deployed at national borders and seas from all UN member countries. The China's ambassador asks the other ambassadors not to be absurd, since the South China Sea is their territorial waters. If they want them to pull back, they should recognize their sovereignty. Another ambassador also argues that if they withdraw their troops from the borders, they might be invaded from the north. For security, they must leave at least a minimum amount of troops. One of the ambassadors gets angry and asks everyone not to be absurd. Dungeons are appearing in their country as well. Now is the time for cooperation and lifting the sanctions against their country. Someone silences everyone and says they must take immediate action against the current situation. Meanwhile, in the U.S. White House, someone informs the president that the demands regarding the disclosure of information about dungeons are growing stronger every day. There have been demonstrations in Chicago. The Dow Jones average has plummeted, and at this rate, Congress will have no choice but to act. But President Ronald is confused about the tools turning into cards as soon as they enter the dungeon. He asks who would believe such a thing. He would prefer blowing up the entire dungeon. He says that the Speaker of the House of Representatives is understanding, but the Democratic Party members are not uniting. Even if their country discloses information, he wonders if the public would believe it. It would become a diplomatic issue. The guy suggests announcing it jointly with other world leaders at the group table conference.
Okay,
Dungeon
well,
countermeasures will likely be on the agenda at the
I don't have to worry about
upcoming
making a grinder now.
They should disclose the information about the dungeons in a joint statement by the developed countries. The president likes the idea and asks the guy to contact Seichiro right now. Meanwhile, Kazuhiko is busy competing with the Skeleton Knights all on his own. He takes 300 Skeleton Knights all
Oh
together.
hell no, we ain't doing this
Asks him to
shit.
be
Where
careful
are
to
the
not get
babies? Where are the
surrounded.
babies?
He unearths 45 Skeleton Knights in 45 minutes. He hopes that this will earn him a lot. He says that at this rate, with the current cycle, it is 1.6 million yen. That is 36 million yen in 1 day of Earth time. Akane says he will have to defeat 200,000 Skeleton Knights in 6 days. She asks how much he plans to complete. Just then, a notification voice comes out of nowhere and congratulates Kazuhiko for the racial limit break confirmation. As the first to achieve this feat, a legendary card, Cheeky Emily, will be presented. It then asks Kazuhiko to aim for an existence limit break. Shocked, he asks what is existence limit break, and wonder if this is Akane's voice. Soon, a new cute girl pops out of the card. The girl, Emily, asks what are they doing, peeking into someone's privacy. This Emily is one of the great 108 pillars, a genius magician. Emily asks Kazuhiko and Akane to be grateful, as normally she would make them address her with Sama, but she will make a special exception and allow them to call her Emily. Kazuhiko thinks that sometimes there are people like this, people who are only good at asserting themselves but don't communicate well, who only make the atmosphere in the company worse. Akane introduces herself to Emily, stating she is a female ninja. She says she is looking forward to working with her, but Emily doesn't like this. She says it is quite bold to be summoning
Sleeping
another of
bag
the
was
108
destroyed,
pillars
most
beside
likely,
her. Emily stares at
swamp
Akane,
area.
to which
Computer
Akane
area
asks
had
what is
sleeping
wrong.
bags.
Emily confirms Akane's name. She points at Akane and disrespects her with her words. She points out Akane's outfit and the belt she is wearing. She asks if Akane has been trying to get close to Kazuhiko. She says she has got nervous to be stealing Kazuhiko before Emily. She lets Akane know that from now on she will be in charge. She laughs, saying the master seems dull anyway, so they all should just obey her. Annoyed, Kazuhiko grabs Emily and asks Akane to keep an eye out for monsters. He says he is going to discipline Emily. Smiling, Emily asks Kazuhiko to punish Emily thoroughly to her heart's content. Worried, Emily now asks Akane to help her. Kazuhiko throws Emily on the ground, and then says she is nothing but all talk and no substance, just a loudmouth with a strong ego. They don't need allies like that when the world is at stake. He gives her 3 options. Either she unearths herself here, changes her attitude, or chooses another master. But Emily asks Kazuhiko not to get so hyped up. Kazuhiko says Akane calls him Kazuhiko. He tells Emily that she can call him by his name like Akane, or call him master. He won't allow any other names. Annoyed, Emily asks Kazuhiko who he thinks he is. Kazuhiko gets angry at her. He says he will have to teach her some manners. With that, he beats Emily, making her cry. He then asks if she has calmed down. He says he doesn't mind her being cheeky, but he won't tolerate her disrespecting him in Akane. Emily calms down a little. Kazuhiko then explains to Emily that in 10 years the word will be destroyed. To prevent that, he will need her power. She really can't stand having him as her master. She can return to her card. She is free to choose another master. He will even help her find one. With tears in her eyes, Emily says she will compete next to Kazuhiko. After all, she is a top-tier legendary rare card. Kazuhiko says he will be looking forward to working with her. With that, Kazuhiko wrote some stuff on the board. Akane asks about it, to which Kazuhiko says he was going to explain the dungeons they have gone through so far. He says 98 days have passed since the dungeon system was activated. The second wave of the cluster phenomenon has passed, and more than 130 dungeons should have appeared. Shocked, Emily asks what he means by should, has not confirmed it. Kazuhiko says that the number of dungeons reported by the UN is 36, including there are like over 130. Akane asks what is he going to do now since he said he needs allies. Emily says she would prefer to work with other character cards over humans. Kazuhiko says for now, he plans to make their next ally a human. There are 3 reasons. First, he thinks the dungeon will soon be open to the public. Second, he wants to observe what happens when people other than himself enter the dungeon. Finally, to get the world to recognize the Dungeon Busters organization, he needs to increase the number of allies. Emily says she doesn't get it, but she doesn't mind if that is what Master wants. She asks when will he start the organization itself. Kazuhiko says he will start it after he is done meeting, confusing him. In the Nagoya G7 conference hall, President Ronald says that America has confirmed that the black stones produced by the dungeons can split water to produce hydrogen. These stones will create demand for hydrogen power generation systems and trigger a new energy revolution. Furthermore, they propose the simultaneous global release of this information and the establishment of a dungeon management organization under the United Nations. Now is the time for all countries around the world to work together. The ambassador of Japan fully supports the words of the president. But a woman asks what is exactly meant by a dungeon management organization. The president says that individual countries can't handle the dungeon alone. They must cooperate on a global scale. In their country, monsters are strong, and special forces are struggling. It means establishing a new profession specialized in exploring the dungeons, and having an international organization manage it. They wondered if dungeon explorers would be the new profession. Private sector involvement will be essential for this new profession. Not only black stones, but unknown medicines and technologies may also be uncovered. They wonder if there is an English term that captures the essence of such an unknown explorer, perhaps Indiana Jones. But one of them says it is an adventurer. And like that, a new profession called Dungeon Adventurer is established. And soon, the news can also be heard everywhere in the world. It has been decided to establish the Dungeon Adventurer organizations within the United Nations. While exploring the dungeons, adventurers will collect special materials called black stones and cards. Adventurers may be recruited from the general public. Further discussions are scheduled to take place regarding the implementation of a selection process to identify individuals with abilities. Kazuhiko already knew that the dungeons would be open to the private sector, but it was happening sooner than he expected. Still, it will take time for the United Nations to take action, so it will probably be a while before it is operational. He decides to start gathering up a team now. Later that day, Shiori and Mari come in with some boxes. Shiori praises Kazuhiko, stating it is a lovely place. She says it is very unlikely for him to move houses so suddenly like this. Mari notices a stab-proof vest and a stab-proof shirt and asks Kazuhiko what he has been up to. Kazuhiko says he wanted to talk about it with you today. With that, he takes them to the dungeon, Abyss. He says this place is one of the dungeons currently causing a stir around the world. He brought them here using an ability called teleportation that allows traveling from the surface to the dungeon in an instant. Shocked, Shiori asks what exactly does this all mean. Kazuhiko explains that about 4 months ago, a dungeon appeared in his garden. When he went down to investigate, there was a door that opened up to what was a large space. That is where it all began. After that, he sealed the dungeon entrance so that no one could enter, and worked on unearthing the monsters that he found further in. That is why he wanted to ask Mari to help him with his work inside the dungeon. Dungeons have appeared all over the world, and sightings have been confirmed in Yokohama and Osaka. In 8 months, the dungeons will be fully activated, and they have no way of knowing how much damage humanity may suffer. Shiori asks Kazuhiko why he wants Mari to help him. Kazuhiko says this is so that Mari can protect herself. If the dungeons aren't conquered, monsters will overflow into the surface in 10 years. To prevent this, they need as many people as possible to work on conquering
Okay,
these dungeons.
I need
Shiori cannot
to
believe
put some
Kazuhiko.
stuff
She
away.
says that if what he is saying is true, there is no way she is going to let her daughter do something so dangerous. Kazuhiko says he is willing to pay 2,000 yen an hour, including hazard pay, and of course it will be in the dungeon time. Shiori asks about the dungeon time, to which Kazuhiko explains that the time in the dungeon is 144 times faster than it does on the surface. Working for 1 hour on the surface means working 144 hours in the dungeon, so it means that for working 144 hours in the dungeon, Mari will be paid 2,88,000 yen an hour. Shaking, Shiori says she is disappointed in Kazuhiko as he is luring people with money. She says they will be excusing themselves now, but Kazuhiko shows them an item called High Potion. It is effective at treating illnesses. He is giving it to them, hoping Shiori could believe him about what is going to happen. He says if she does believe him, he could use their help. They need Mari's help. He then further introduces Emily and Akane, stating these are characters that play an active role within the dungeons. They are the members of the Dungeon Busters. Akane introduces herself as the female ninja, while Emily says she is the Archmage Emily, but they can call her Emily. Kazuhiko says in the dungeon, Emily and Akane provide support in the competitions and help retrieve the items dropped by monsters. Shiori bends down and apologizes to Kazuhiko, stating as a mother, she can't allow Mari into the dungeon. She thanks Kazuhiko for sharing the information and says she would like to think about it a little. Kazuhiko can understand their situation very well and thanks them for their help. He gives them an advanced payment stating
Pokemon community game A Wild Among Us appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Kazuhiko replies saying, Shiori got upset at him. He says he is also not that comfortable involving a relative in the dungeon either, but they have just 10 years to overcome all the dungeons. He wants there to be someone to take over if something were to happen to him. Akane assures Kazuhiko, stating she is sure they will come to understand it. She asks Kazuhiko to wait for their reply. On the other hand, Shiori asks Mari if she is alright. Mari says Kazuhiko has never helped her to help him like this before. He has supported them for all these years, and it is thanks to him that she doesn't feel lonely even when it has just been the two of them. So if there is some way she could help him, she would like to do it. Shiori finally agrees and asks Mari not to push herself too hard, and she still has to go to school properly. Mari thanks her mom for allowing her to help Kazuhiko. The next day, Kazuhiko is thinking about something when Mari comes in. She says she is here to ask about the new part-time job. With that, Mari is taken into the dungeon where she is trained by Akane and Emily. But within 30 minutes in the dungeon, Mari is building up a sweat because of the heavy vest she is wearing. Kazuhiko suggests practicing a little more. In dungeons, the only way to progress is on foot after all. Akane tells Mari that she doesn't need to be like a master who wears a 20-kilogram vest, 3-kilogram wrist weights on each arm, 8-kilogram weights on each leg, and 10-kilogram diving weights on his waist.
Alright, let's see, what do we have for
Pokemon
games?
community game Among Us escaped. No one caught it.
Mari cannot take this anymore. She can't even walk anymore. Kazuhiko praises Mari for doing well and asks her to rest for now. Just then, Mari looks at a rabbit card. She looks at the card and finds the rabbit cute. Kazuhiko says that it is called a monster card. They can be used to summon monsters inside the dungeon. Mari is surprised to see something so cute like this in the dungeon. She asks if she can try to summon it. Kazuhiko doesn't allow it though. He says she is not ready to try summoning monster cards all on her own. Emily also agrees with Mary and tells Kazuhiko that cute things are cute, so let's just summon it. With that, Mary decides to summon the rabbit via the card. Within no time, a cute little rabbit pops out of nowhere. Mary finds the rabbit very cute and decides to call her Mew. She cannot believe something so cute can be called a monster. Annoyed, Kazuhiko tells Mary she can't just summon it without permission. Even if it is cute, it is still a monster. He asks her not to approach or come in contact with it so casually. Akane assures Kazuhiko that it is okay to pet the rabbit. She says monsters kept as pets can grow in strength, so they should experiment with how quickly and to what extent its growth can be. Emily also agrees, stating it will keep Mari happy, so why don't they keep Mew and see how it goes? If they bring her with them, she can also help to keep things competitive for Mari. Kazuhiko decides to let Mew stay as a pet. With that, they go inside the dungeon where Emily can be seen competing with the monsters. After competing with the monsters, she says she desires more challenging monsters to compete with. She calls herself amazing. She wonders if she will be able to use magic too. Kazuhiko also likes Emily's combat skills. He says magic is quite useful in times like these. Emily agrees, saying the great archmage Emily has the most powerful magic of all the 108 pillars. She says she can teach Mari how to use magic
God damn it.
as well. Kazuhiko suggests going a little deeper since they have Emily's magic. Mari gets a little worried upon seeing some monsters and asks about them. Akane explains that those are F-rank monsters called goblins. They are quite small, but if she unearths one of them, it will drop a 500 yen coin. She says she will defeat this first one and show her how it is done. With just a few beats, the goblins are unearthed, leaving behind the coins. Mari is shocked to see Akane's skills. Akane lets Mari know that Emily defeated the monster earlier, but when she encounters the monsters in the dungeon, she will have to learn how to deal with them on her own. Mari asks if she should use the shovel or sword when dealing with the monster, to which Akane replies saying anything is fine, but she must not leave herself open. She adds that goblins can bite as hard as a dog. Emily explains to Mari that going into the dungeon is always risking their life, so she will need to get used to that. With that, Mari defeats her first goblin. Akane is happy to see Mari's success. She asks how is she feeling after defeating her first goblin. Mari looks at the sword saying she took the goblin down with one beat, so she thinks she is feeling good. Akane says it must be from all the weight training. She suggests keeping it up. Just then, another goblin comes out of nowhere and marches at Mari, but this time Mew comes in front of the goblin and defeats it. Mari pets his little Mew, stating it isn't some normal rabbit. She is her cute little partner. She adds that with Mew, they are as strong as 100 people, and thanks Mew for her help. Later, they all have a meal together, and Mew also gets a little treat, a beef stew. Mari cannot understand how a rabbit is eating a beef stew. Akane explains that monsters are omnivores. They will eat meat, vegetables, or whatever they are able to get their hands on. Just then, Kazuhiko comes in and asks if Mew managed to defeat the goblin with just one aim. He praises her, saying she is strong enough to handle it. Mari thanks Kazuhiko and says she will take good care of Mew. Kazuhiko gives the card case for Mew to Mari and asks her to take good care of it. With that, they turn on the TV for some news. Turns out a third wave of dungeons has been confirmed. Just 36
God damn it, why does this have to happen? Why? Why do you little shits have to fall in there?
Analyst Maruyama to see what is going on. Maruyama explains that she is in Sapporo, Hokkaido. It appears that this year's snow festival may get cancelled, as it comes with the appearance of a new dungeon in Japan. It is hard to ignore the ominous atmosphere here at the scene, even as it has been sectioned off by glue traps. Following the Osaka and Yokohama dungeons, the site is under strict management by the Japan Ground Self-Defense Forces. She can't help but feel anxious about how long this phenomenon will continue. Kazuhiko says it has been 36 days since the Yokohama dungeon appeared. The third wave is right on cue. Mari asks Kazuhiko if everything is going to be okay. Kazuhiko assures Mari, stating they have got this. Maruyama adds that following the Yokohama and Osaka, a third dungeon has appeared in Sapporo, Hokkaido. The entrance has been sealed off, and the police are continuing to direct the local traffic. Currently, the city is under strict management by Japan Ground Self-Defense, and so far no civilians have been injured. Kazuhiko says they expect 7 more dungeon waves to occur since 36 days is a tenth of a year in dungeon time. Dungeons are practically different worlds where even time flows differently. The government can't be held responsible for what happens inside, unearthed or be unearthed. Everyone is on their own. Even with a multinational organization opening dungeons up to civilians, it will probably take around a year for them to implement proper measures. A boy named Shingo Yamahoka is a first-year student at Matsue High. There is an idol here in Class B. Though he calls her an idol, she is not famous and has
Kaito Destiny 00 Mookie 00, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny 00 Mookie 00, welcome to my channel.
She is 16 years old at the time. There is not a single boy in school who isn't interested in her. She used to be kind of gloomy and hard to approach, but recently she has become much brighter. Shingo looks at Mari thinking she is seriously very cute. Another guy asks Shingo to stop blocking the doorway and get away. People are also noticing the change in Mari's behavior and ask if she has got someone special. They say that she is bound to get offers from agencies with a beauty like her, but Mari says she is not interested. The girl asks Mari if she doesn't get fat since she eats a lot, but Mari says maybe it is because she gets more hungry. Someone says it might be because she is seeing someone special. Shocked, Mari asks what are the girls talking about. The girl says it is the guy Kazuhiko. She has been hanging around a lot, but Mari explains that it is nothing like that. Shingo gets angry after knowing that there might be some guy in Mari's life. He wonders what kind of man changes Mari and decides to investigate. After school, Mari is walking back home while thinking it would be a problem if people find out about Kazuhiko in the dungeon. She needs to make sure everything remains a secret. Just then, a guy comes out of a car and approaches Mari. He introduces himself as Wakagi from Allure Productions. He asks if she is interested in becoming an idol. Mari thinks that Wakagi showed up right in front of her house. She doesn't have time for all this, so she bluntly denies, saying she isn't interested in becoming an idol at all. She asks Wakagi to leave, but he seems adamant. He asks her not to be like this, and says they should talk about it while trying to come close to her in the wrong way. Angry, Mari grabs Wakagi's wrist, stating he would be scared too if some stranger would try to come close to him like that. She asks if she should call the police. She asks him not to show his face again. With that, she goes inside the house where Shimaori is cleaning the dishes. She asks if the school is finished for today. Mari agrees, saying some strange guy approached her outside. Somehow, Kazuhiko hears everything. He takes her with her to the production company. He says they might ask her to advertise as some indecent idol. Mari laughs, saying it sure was unfortunate. She says she feels awkward when he uses the term indecent. Recently, she has gained a bit of weight. Kazuhiko says that is probably the influence of the enhancement factors. It strengthened her bones and muscles. She is just a high school girl, but she has the strength of professional competitors. He asks her to be careful when she competes with people. With that said, Mari goes inside the dungeon where Akane puts some weird clothing on Mari, which Mari finds embarrassing. She asks Kazuhiko what is this all about. He explains that this is the rare rank equipment that provides a buff to physical resistance and boosts magic power. It is just a little hard to know where to look. There was also a mage cloak, so he decided to use that instead. Emily says since Mari is a holy mage, she thinks a pure white cloak would suit her. Kazuhiko says he is not about to waste gacha pulling on something so pointless. They will make use of the equipment they have. After Mari, Kazuhiko also gives some cute beast gloves to Mew. He explains that these gloves protect the monster's hands when striking. Just then, Mew gives a live demonstration of what the gloves do, since she likes them a lot. With that, they go inside the dungeon.
Boxing buddy.
Magic. She says magic is all about visualization. To use a fire arrow,
Okay, I got how much time left?
and channel her magical energy into that image to shape it. Mari's magic is called Purifying the Living, which is effective against the living monsters. Soon Mari gets the hang of the magic and uses her magic on the skeleton knights. Kazuhiko decides to use the third floor to practice holy magic. He lets Mew know that he will be counting on her as well. As expected, Mew marches at the skeleton knights with all her powers and defeats each one of them with grace and cuteness. Mari praises Mew after her wonderful performance. She tells Mew that she is amazing, and after that, a brush is used to clean the cute little paws of Mew. Kazuhiko says that is how they will take care of their equipment, as well as countermeasures for the third floor. He expects that the dungeon will be open to the public soon. He adds that it is good for Mew since he got his equipment. Kazuhiko looks at the brush that was used to clean Mew's paws, and says he cannot see how that brush is a rare rank item. Emily explains that it makes Maybeasts for all fluffy, but also boosts their physical resistance. Kazuhiko is surprised to have a fluffy and shock-absorbent pet roaming around. Anyhow, they continue with the preparations and work hard to prepare themselves for what is coming for them next. Kazuhiko gives Mari the pay for the job. He says it was her first mission, but since she ranked up, he calculated it at an hourly rate of 2,000 yen. Mari thanks Kazuhiko for the pay and says she might buy some souvenirs on her way back home. He says it took him 10,000 goblins to go to E rank. It will probably take her a little while longer to reach E rank too. Mari says that tomorrow is Sunday and asks what are they going to do about the dungeon. Kazuhiko says he is thinking about resting in the morning and heading into the dungeon in the afternoon. She is welcome to join him if she likes. Mari asks if Kazuhiko is going somewhere, since he is thinking about resting in the morning. Kazuhiko says there is going to be a special program about the dungeon appearance in Sapporo.
Kaito Destiny XVRJR20, welcome to my channel.
Jeez, what's with all the freaking random letter names?
Welcome to my channel.
Am I getting botted or something?
Regarding the dungeon appearance cycle, 36 days is 1/10 of a year, and since this
Wouldn't be
is a
surprised though. I've
occurrence,
been
that
streaming
would
for
mean they
years.
can
Oh well.
expect dungeon appearances. However, it is premature to assume there won't be any more than that. This phenomenon is an unprecedented supernatural event for humanity. After all, physicists are scratching their heads over this. Just how long will this phenomenon continue across the world? Kazuhiko can be seen listening to the news at the same time. The people have hopes for a G7 joint statement on civilian access to dungeons. In any any case, a massive workforce will be needed moving forward. Kazuhiko thinks that Japan's government has been slow in responding to the dungeon situation. The real question is how Ling society can remain safe like this. At the Ministry of Defense, a test has been divisied for the civilians to access the dungeons. They wonder if they should proceed with the first trial in Yokohama. In the Yokohama dungeon, E-rank self-defense force members have already entered the second layer, and they have confirmed a skill called card gacha. The main concern is the competition over magic stones and equipment within the dungeon. There are already reports that tens of thousands of soldiers from the People's Liberation Army have begun entering dungeons in the greater East Asia. People's Communist State, experts have also raised opinions on the management of adventure organizations, including proposals to establish trading posts for cards and equipments, along with the suggestions that the Ministry of Defense should elevate the Dungeon Countermeasures Division to a higher administrative level. Just then, the director Ishihara comes in asking who is leading the Dungeon Countermeasures Division. She says it is progressing smoothly. She is the Ministry of Defense's rising star among the reformers.
Okay, we got
At the
22
Dungeon Adventurer
days. Okay,
Management
so
Bureau, Yokohama branch, someone asks to take a look. It has been 5 months since the first dungeon appeared. So far, dungeons have emerged in Sapporo, Yokohama, Osaka, and just recently in Sendai. Following the G7 joint statement,
alright, where are those structures I had?
Dungeon Adventurer system. The Japanese government has finally approved the Dungeon Adventurer system. Trials are now being conducted with volunteers from both the self-defense forces and the civilian sector. 20 years or older, having no criminal records, and possessing Japanese citizenship. If they meet these criteria, they look forward to their participation. With that said, a guy named Akira Shishido comes in, stating he is a martial. He dedicated himself to karate from a young age, and earned a black belt at Shinmeikanot at an unprecedented speed. At 18,
Pokemon community game A wild blip bug appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
What caught his eye was a recruitment notice for dungeon adventurers. They are saying civilians can take on the dungeon now. He says in a dungeon, he can compete to his heart's content. He thought he could reach even greater heights than he is now, so he signed up without hesitation. He will become the strongest adventurer of all time. At the primary examination site, Akira realizes that there are quite a few older folks too when he notices Kazuhiko. An examiner says they will not begin the dungeon adventurer exam. He asks everyone to enter with the required documents. First comes the written test. Akira is smiling as the test is about basic dungeon knowledge and the fundamentals of adventuring. He thinks this will be easy. He completes the test quickly and decides to submit it. Next comes to the fitness test. Akira is weak strong and gets to have a right grip strength of 120 kilograms. Just then, Akira notices Kazuhiko and realizes he has passed the test. Kazuhiko takes off his shirt for the test when the people get shocked. It turns out Kazuhiko has got quite the build. Akira finds this interesting as he wasn't expecting that. Next comes the strength and lung capacity evaluation. The candidates are asked to do vertical jumps and shuttle runs. Akira looks at Kazuhiko wondering if the old man has been holding back.
Does someone need a hug?
He realizes that Kazuhiko is doing it even when the examiners aren't watching. He wonders if Kazuhiko has a more impressive background than him. After the test, the results re-announced for the
Pokemon community game Blipbug escaped. No one caught it.
They are asked to move on to the second stage. Akira is happy to see that he aimed for a higher rank after seeing Kazuhiko, but turns out Kazuhiko didn't surpass his ranking. He wonders what is the name of this old man. Just then, someone calls Kazuhiko, so Akira gets to know his name and checks the ranking again. It turns out that even though Kazuhiko was holding back, he still managed to make it into the first 30. He thinks that Kazuhiko's true ability must be much higher. He must have a reason for holding back. Akira hopes that Kazuhiko will show his full strength in the next stage.
Gold Leopard, I'm trying to get on LOL and I crashed.
Everyone is excited
Yeah.
to start the drill.
Well, I'm only on for a little bit, then I have to leave.
One entering the dungeon one at a time. The government is clear that if they lose their life or their equipment, it's on their own. They won't bear any responsibility. Instead of being scared, Akira is excited. The first group is about to enter.
Gold Leopard, okay.
And Akira are members of that group. The sergeant tells them about the time difference. 5 minutes out there means 12 hours in there, and each group lasts only 15 minutes. Real world time. Akira looks up to Akane, who is so mysterious and silent. He smiles, realizing that this old man is on a whole different level. After all, that grip strength can't be achieved by regular means. Either he's a certified junior, or he's been working out his entire life. Everyone is given stab-proof vests, shirts, and goggles, and also well wishes. Akira thanks the heavens that he was matched with Kazuhiko based on his results. After all, they both landed in the top 10 rankings. They will look at each other before it starts. The news reporter covers the story that the first adventurers of the new world are entering the dungeon. Since time flows differently, it will look like they vanish for a moment. All the Western nations are trying to find a good civilian recruitment system, but Japan is the first to officially start it, and is broadcasting it worldwide. Realizing that the broadcast is live, Kazuhiko wonders if they will even be able to air it since time moves differently between the two dimensions. The sergeant tells the third group to get ready and for everyone to move out. On the first floor of the dungeon, a chick can barely keep up. She is already panting, but she is excited to be here. Either she is a badass or a baggage, but only time will tell. This woman is Ayoko, a 26-year-old working professional. She has some weird ideas about being involved in the dungeon preservation movement, and she is also actively participating in protests opposing government policies. A bit reckless, but if she can pull her own weight, then it's okay. Akira smiles, telling everyone he wants to take charge. After all, letting a woman take the lead is wrong. A cute little bunny hops over and everyone realizes it's a rabbit monster, while everyone is sharpening their knives, ready to take it down and turn it into rabbit steak, even bringing up their cards to summon their weapons. Ayoko tells them to stop and stand down. Everyone wonders if she is going to take down the rabbit by herself. She must have the guts of steel. She smiles and tells everyone not to worry. She's got it. Akira and Kazuhiko remind her that she is against a monster, and it's dangerous to face it alone. She lashes out, asking, what the hell are they talking about? Why are they calling it monsters? There's no way adorable creatures like that can be monsters. In truth, they are the monsters for killing it. It turns out this brain-dead woman is pulling up some vegan bullshit.
Oh, she's gonna get her ass booked.
Only attacking when they are cornered or attacked. So they should try to be friends with it. Akira can't believe what he's hearing. Not only is she a woman, but also stupid and a vegan at that. He reminds her that they are
Fucking vegan. Oh yeah.
Non-violence will end
Yeah,
up
that's gonna get you
they
killed.
attack people only to kill, and for the love of the game. Ayoko still insists on her self-righteous bullfish that they are only victims. The Japanese government is invading dungeons and slaughtering animals, and they must put the fight behind them and restore peace. The guys are speechless and decide to let her do whatever she
No,
wants.
she's dead.
She kneels in front of the cute bunny and spreads her arms, telling it not to be shy. They are not enemies. As she tries some talk no jutsu, the guys remind her that it's a dangerous animal. The bunny hops over and her face turns red, and she wonders if she is finally a Disney princess. Looking at the cute bunny and its sparkling eyes, she is on cloud 9, reminding the bunny that she is on its side and will
Oh, she's dead. She's dead. She's dead.
by baring its sharp fangs. At the next moment, she has lost her nose. Honestly, an upgrade with the stupidity she has been rocking. She can't believe what just happened and looks at the bunny spit her nose out, with tears in her eyes. She curses the rabbit and wishes she had never let her guard down. She tries to stop the bleeding. Kazuhiko looks at this stupid bench, telling the examiner that the monsters are being drawn in by the shouting, and they even continue the test. The examiner is at a loss for words. Kazuhiko points out that she stupidly let her Disney fantasies run wild, and now she has been attacked and is lying there crying without a nose. They should leave her be. Ayoko is speechless and embarrassed. He decides to take charge for now, telling Akira that he is on guard duty. He tells Ayoko to release pressure on the wound. Slowly, they bandage up the hole on her face. After her Voldemort makeover, she apologizes to everyone.
Voldemort makeover.
The guys tell her it's fine. She has suffered already, losing her sniffer. 3 more bunnies arrive at the same time. Akira and the others freeze. Kazuhiko tells Akira to take care of them, and Akira, desperate to prove himself, kicks one bunny in the stomach. Kazuhiko is impressed, but 3 bunnies leap over him. He brings out his fists and plays whack-a-mole with all 3 of them, making small work of them. Bootleg Voldemort is rushed out of the dungeon on a stretcher, and reports say that she was injured heroically going out for battle, charging at the monster, and getting seriously injured. This has shaken public opinion, and the government is reviewing the future of the adventurer system. Kazuhiko looks at the news.
Yeah, don't let a retard who's a leftist vegan in a dungeon. They'll get freaking. Oh my god, so stupid.
And the government is closely watching how they should move forward. Kazuhiko, on the other hand, reviews what happened.
Gold Leopard Harry Potter Voldemort makeover.
Yeah.
The various ideologies overlapped, and it resulted in her losing her nose. If they don't stop the current dungeon, in 10 years the whole world will be overrun by monsters greater than the rabbit they just faced. They really have a situation on their hand. Akira lightheadedly tells him that he is strong and that he should be proud. He took down 3 of those rabbits with ninja movements. Just who is he? Kazuhiko nervously stutters, and Akira is just glad to have fought such an intense fight. He also notices that Kazuhiko is no ordinary man, and is really curious about him. Kazuhiko smiles and wonders if he is into that kind of thing, if he prefers guys instead of girls. He nervously tells him that's not what he was talking about. He is curious about his strength. He has never met someone stronger than him. After all, Akira is the champion of the Karate World Championship in open weight. He has 6 consecutive victories and a World Championship title under his belt. He is a superstar in his domain. Kazuhiko finally realizes that he has seen him on TV, and though he doesn't know about his stats, he must be somewhere between D and E rank. Kazuhiko realizes he will be a valuable member of the Dungeon Busters. The news comes to an end with the promise of a press conference with the government tomorrow to share the official opinion. It's the people who are selfish because they have been pushing for privatization. The moment the government decides that dungeons are too dangerous, they don't know what they'll do. Akira is not happy that the exam is canceled and hopes that adventure exams will be held in the future. They both share the view, and he asks for Kazuhiko's story. Kazuhiko just tells him he can't reveal the reasons why he is strong. But what's the reason for Akira to be an adventurer? Akira pauses and wonders. He is not
Gold leopard, good lord, how many lantern bird do you have?
2. These aren't lantern birds, they're
Akira is a
microraptors.
muscle-headed battle junkie who wants to get stronger and fight stronger species than humans. He has fought all over the world, and now he wants a life in that struggle. Kazuhiko finds him an interesting guy, definitely reliable.
And I got 30 minutes before I have to leave.
Asks him about his reasons. He says that he wants to be a dungeon conqueror, and that's all. Anup interrupts their bromance, and 3 officials arrive. The commander introduces himself and apologizes for what they went through, and thanks them for their cooperation. Because of them, the exam ended with no deaths. Therefore, he wants to formally request them to become Japan's finest.
Gold leopard, still good lord.
The 2 have
They're
officially
needed.
passed the test and have been handed their licenses. Both of the guys are ecstatic. The commander also thanks them for their
Since I need them
efforts to
for a
save
Friday.
the ship. Akira wonders what will happen to the adventurer system moving forward, because the incident has shaken public opinion. The commander tells them that they are the future of the adventurer system. They will review it and see if they will continue it or not. But Kazuhiko and Akira need to prove that their system is good.
Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this.
Kazuhiko can't believe that someone as important as the Prime Minister is reaching out to them. Akira accepts without
Fucking
missing a
bug
beat.
bite.
After all, they'll get to fight monsters and take on challenges. The commander thanks them and asks Kazuhiko about his profession. When he learns that he's only a management consultant, he can't wrap his head around how strong he is. Akira's sure, because he's a karate champion. But why is Ankh dishing out violence? Kazuhiko tells the commander that he wants them to sign a contract before he reveals. The commander yells that he's not the type of person who spreads gossip. Kazuhiko is still weary, and hands Akira a contract as well. It's an NDA, so they didn't reveal what he's about to say. After this sign, he reveals that he's the first contact. 36 days before a dungeon appeared in Osaka, the world's worst dungeon appeared in his background. An air-racked dungeon, and his life changed completely. He brings out a card saying it's the highest potion available that can cure and even restore lost body parts. He won't waste it on that chick who lost her nose. The commander looks at the card saying he can start a war. They finally realize why he's so strong. He's been fighting day in and day out. For the future of Japan, they want Kazuhiko to cooperate and help them. The Special Defense Force will provide them with full support. Kazuhiko smiles and humbly accepts the offer. After a few days since the first successful dungeon exploration, the world is glad, but there are still concerns about the injuries sustained during the examination, though it's starting to fade. Some of the countries even want to adopt Japan's system to recruit adventurers, and the United Nations is even proposing starting a dungeon adventurer headquarters. That will be discussed in the upcoming summit. Finally, Kazuhiko and Akira arrive with loads of magic crystal bags. Japan's first adventurers have arrived. It's only been 5 hours since they entered the dungeon.
Yeah, let's see. I should actually find somebody to raid here real quick.
But still wave their hands to uplift the spirit of the masses.
Okay. I'll pause the video. And I will find us a raid target here real quick. You all can have somebody entertain yourselves with. So I gotta go talk to some people here too. Let's see. Who do we got? Minecraft, we got Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Dead by Daylight.
Lay your head, your day is done. Let the quiet gently flow.
Yeah, let's do this one. We'll do some Dead by Daylight. Yeah, let's do this one. Alright. So our raid target will be right Empress, who joined Dead by Daylight. Jesus. Yeah. Beat it. That's cool. He's on the road to 5. Alright, so thanks everyone for being part of the stream. Thank you for the lurks, follows, hosts, raids, all that good stuff, and for chatting and hanging out. We do appreciate it all. I'll see you again next time. Thanks everyone. Bye bye.
Dream of places soft and bright, your happy paradise in view. Clouds of comfort, skies of light, waiting there to welcome you. Sleep, sleep, let the time drift by on a gentle lullaby. Close your eyes, don't say goodbye, just dream beneath the moonlit sky. Sleep, fluffy blue dragon, rest so deep in a world of dreams you keep safe in love, so soft and sweet. Drift away now, go to sleep.